Before Uchiha Fugaku, I revealed my Mangekyō Sharingan, my astonishment. In the next moment, under his shocked gaze, I, merely 6 years of age, transcended the eternal Mangekyō and instantaneously evolved into the legendary Rinnegan. This miraculous transformation occurred merely because I had taken a nap while clutching a Hinata doll. Upon waking, I found myself transported into the world of Naruto, and to my further surprise, I had become a member of the Uchiha clan. Initially, I believed I could simply bide my time until old age, evading the night of the clan's massacre. However, I was unexpectedly bound to an infinite evolution Sharingan system. At level 1, I possessed a dual-hook Sharingan. At level 4, I would attain a Mangekyō, and at level 6, the Rinnegan would be within my reach, along with powers that surpassed even the Rinnegan itself. Yet, I found no joy in this newfound power, for the body I inhabited was that of a mere 6-year-old. At the age of 7, Sasuke would witness the onset of the Uchiha massacre. Observing the brooding boy at the adjacent table and the foolishly cheerful ones in front of me, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped my heart. When I first learned of this fate, I was elated. After all, the Sharingan could be developed into a formidable force. But glancing at those two, I felt despondent, for they were none other than Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, both of my age. If my memory served correctly, the Uchiha massacre was destined to occur when Sasuke turned 7. This meant that within a year, I was likely to meet my end at the hands of fate. I did not wish to die. I had just experienced the wonder of crossing realms. Just then, a chime echoed in my mind. System energy fully charged. Limitless Sharingan system activated. What system? My long-awaited golden opportunity had finally arrived. My eyes sparkled with anticipation as an interface appeared before me, visible only to my eyes. Host. Uchiha Itachi. Limitless Sharingan. Level 0. Possesses infinite evolution capabilities. Current level. 0. I not yet opened. Skill evaluation. Weak. Upon seeing this interface, Uchiha, I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. The limitless Sharingan possessed the potential for infinite evolution. The future rules of this ninja world would be dictated by me. Yet, what was this ridiculous evaluation? Weak was an understatement. Uchiha, I felt bewildered, suspecting he had been granted a false system. System, please explain, he mentally called out, filled with eagerness. Ding. This system is the limitless Sharingan system, which offers infinite evolution possibilities. By upgrading your level, you will unlock corresponding levels of Sharingan. Can this grant me powerful skills? Negative. Can it provide me with extraordinary items? Negative. Will I gain an aura of a king, attracting numerous followers and admirers? Please refrain from harboring unrealistic expectations. This system merely allows your Sharingan to evolve infinitely to in that moment. Despair mingled with a flicker of hope. The excitement within Uchiha Itachi has completely faded, leaving only a tumultuous herd of thoughts racing through his mind. Uncertain of what to say, he reflects on the formidable challenges ahead, realizing that ascending to greatness at once is an unattainable goal. The looming crisis of the Night of Annihilation remains unresolved. Can you help me evolve into the Rinnegan? Uchiha Itachi inquired once more. To achieve such an elevation, came the response, one must elevate the limitless Sharingan to level 6. 6th level? That is the Rinnegan. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed. What then of levels 7 and 8? Wouldn't that render one invincible? Restless, he pondered the implications. Indeed, the limitless Sharingan not only transcends the Sharingan of the Naruto world, but can also reach a point of invincibility through evolution, the system replied. Nonchalantly, Uchiha Itachi felt a rush of urgency. System, hasten the elevation of my limitless Sharingan. The proficiency of the limitless Sharingan is currently increasing. Once proficiency reaches its maximum, the host may choose to upgrade. Presently, your level stands at 0 with a non-activated Sharingan. Accumulate 10 points of proficiency to facilitate an upgrade. Understanding dawned upon Uchiha Itachi. The figures representing his level were tied to proficiency. Without proficiency, the Sharingan could not ascend. How does one gain proficiency? He hurriedly asked, only to be met with a disheartening response from the system. Regarding the acquisition of proficiency, the host must explore it independently. Explore it independently? How absurd! Uchiha Itachi nearly shouted in frustration, but the system remained unresponsive to his inquiries. Then, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. Although the 0-level non-activated Sharingan isn't fully awakened, it still belongs to the realm of Sharingan, does it not? Is it not possible to utilize it? Perhaps proficiency can be gained through usage. With that thought igniting a spark of excitement, he resolved to test this theory. He was already well-versed in the general methods of utilizing the Sharingan after all. This knowledge was not a secret within the Uchiha clan, but rather foundational knowledge. They were expected to master, but yes, it turned out, Uchiha Itachi's intuition was correct. The non-activated Sharingan, while not fully awakened, was indeed still a Sharingan. In that moment, he distinctly felt a surge of chakra coursing through his eyes, altering his perception. The surroundings became remarkably clearer, and even the instructor demonstrating ninjutsu seemed to move in slow motion. Though it was only a slight change, it was undeniably real. "I've awakened." Uchiha Itachi gasped in astonishment, quickly realizing that his eyes were not merely Sharingan, but the limitless Sharingan. 3 minutes later, he finally heard the sound he longed for. Ding. Proficiency increased by 1. Current proficiency. 1. Ecstatic at having gained proficiency, Uchiha Itachi soon felt a slight ache in his eyes and weariness in his body. His chakra was depleted. Even the non-activated Sharingan could only be sustained for 3 minutes with his current chakra capacity. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained undeterred. 3 minutes was sufficient to garner a measure of proficiency. Could it be that in just 30 minutes, his Sharingan could elevate to the next level, officially awakening? How splendid! At this pace, I shall soon open my eyes, and it is highly probable that I may attain the level of 2 or even 3 Tomo Sharingan, or perhaps even unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan. Surely, it would not take long. This truly is a remarkable advantage. Compared to my ultimate Sharingan, the abilities of those two Sasuke and Naruto pale in comparison. Ha ha ha. Once school is over, let us indulge in some ramen. Just as Uchiha was lost in his reverie, a voice snapped him back to reality. He looked up to find Naruto Uzumaki beaming at him. Uchiha was uncertain why, but he and Naruto shared a decent rapport. Perhaps it was due to their shared experience as orphans, or perhaps it was the camaraderie forged during that fierce battle 3 years prior. Nonetheless, Uchiha regarded Naruto with indifference, at best occasionally joining him for ramen. However, today he was not in the mood. With my ultimate system and extraordinary advantages at hand, how could I possibly think about ramen? No, I have matters to attend to, Uchiha declared, dashing away. Upon returning home, Uchiha began to diligently work on enhancing his proficiency. Having entered the world of Hokage as an orphan, his parents having perished during a mission, was somewhat better off than Naruto. His parents left him a considerable inheritance, and the Uchiha clan provided him with ample compensation. Moreover, he resided in a quaint courtyard spanning over 1,000 square feet. Having reached the age of maturity in spirit, Uchiha had long since declined the clan's offer for caretakers and chose to live alone in this little haven. After a series of experiments, Uchiha couldn't help but smile ruefully. Once his pure Tomo Rinnegan was activated, it maintained its function for 3 minutes, indeed enhancing his proficiency a tad. Yet, the chakra he possessed was already at its limit that in just 3 minutes, he would exhaust all his chakra reserves. But as a mere 6-year-old child, recovering would take a significant amount of time, at least 5 hours, to restore his chakra completely. This meant that even if Uchiha did not rest, he could only gain a maximum of 4 proficiency points in a day. Within 3 days, he could accumulate 10 points, which Uchiha found satisfactory. However, considering his future cultivation, he felt a distinct shortcoming. His chakra was perpetually insufficient. Although this was greatly attributed to his youth, he was acutely aware that only a year remained. If he did not resolve his chakra dilemma, the advancement of his ultimate Sharingan would be severely limited within that time frame. Fortunately, this predicament was swiftly remedied. 3 days later, accompanied by system prompt, Uchiha smiled. Proficiency increased by 1. Current proficiency, 10 points. Proficiency at maximum value. Would the host like to upgrade? Was there any need for hesitation? Upgrade me quickly. Uchiha urged in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate Sharingan level has increased at the first level. The single Tomo Sharingan was activated. Uchiha felt a subtle tightening in his eyes, followed by a loosening, and his vision transformed, becoming distinctly clearer. He produced a mirror he had prepared earlier, and upon gazing into it, he noticed a new Tomo pattern adorning his eyes. Host Uchiha with the first level of the ultimate Sharingan, possessed limitless evolutionary potential. Currently, his rank stood at level 1, with a single Tomo Sharingan allowing for the embedding of 1 skill. This skill was rated at level 1, permitting the use of chakra to perform ninjutsu, yet his combat prowess was still that of a novice. Upon opening the system's attributes interface, Uchiha I observed the system's evaluation of his combat strength, which made the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. He was indeed still a fledgling. However, his attention soon shifted to the skills section. What's the matter with this skill system? The system informed him that the ultimate Sharingan had ascended to level 1, capable of embedding one skill. Furthermore, once embedded, this skill would receive enhancement from the ultimate Sharingan system. What does embedding a skill entail? Uchiha, I inquired, bewildered. The literal interpretation suggested that it would allow the host to embed a skill randomly selected by the system. The effectiveness of the embedded skill would depend on the host's current world and personal strength. Random? Uchiha's mouth twitched again. Indeed, however, the host need not worry. The randomly embedded skills are tailored to suit the host's present condition. Oh, I see. Uchiha, I responded, beginning to comprehend. Then hurry and embed a skill for me, system. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the enhanced version of the 8 gates. Following this system prompt, Uchiha, I was momentarily rendered speechless. The 8 gates, and in its enhanced form no less. Could it possibly have no side effects? He hurriedly examined this first skill, the 8 gates at level 0. After the enhancement from the ultimate Sharingan, this version could permanently open all 8 gates without harming the user. Currently, it was at level 0, with no gates opened yet. A warm reminder indicated that once the first gate was opened, the host would permanently gain a 3-fold chakra boost without incurring any damage. Uchiha, I was astonished, soon engulfed by overwhelming joy. His current issue was a lack of chakra, and this enhanced 8 gates seemed poised to remedy his deficiency. Just the first gate could augment his chakra 3-fold, and this was merely the beginning. Uchiha, I felt invigorated after reaching level 1 with his ultimate Sharingan. He sensed a notable increase in his chakra. Previously, his chakra level had been akin to that of a low-ranking student at the Ninja Academy, but now, with the level 1 ultimate Sharingan, he possessed chakra comparable to that of a typical genin. Moreover, Uchiha, I had recently attempted to maintain his chakra for 5 minutes to increase his proficiency slightly. He was not surprised by this, for his ultimate Sharingan had already leveled up, and thus his chakra had also improved. Now he can maintain it for about 11 or 12 minutes, gaining 2 points of proficiency with each performance. Most importantly, the time it takes for him to recover chakra has not increased. Once depleted, it still requires approximately 5 hours for recovery. Thus, he can increase his proficiency by 8 points in a single day, but if he could open even one gate of the enhanced 8 gates of death, his chakra capacity would likely reach the level of an elite shinobi. On such a day, he could potentially increase his proficiency by a minimum of 24 points. Calculating this, if he were to activate the 8 gates of death, he could upgrade his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to the 2nd tier in no more than 5 days. His eyes glimmered with excitement as Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of fervor. The foremost task now was to open the first gate. Uchiha Itachi believed that the enhanced version of the 8 gates of death also relied on proficiency enhancement, meaning that by merely exercising, he could likely accrue proficiency. However, after completing 1,000 push-ups, he only received a system notification indicating a slight increase in his proficiency for the 8 gates of death. It became evident to Uchiha Itachi that this was no simple matter. Through this experience, Uchiha Itachi realized that doing 1,000 push-ups did not necessarily guarantee an increase in proficiency. The underlying reason was that his body had reached its current limit. In fact, after completing the 1,000 push-ups and taking a rest, Uchiha Itachi noticed a slight enhancement in his physique, most notably in his chakra reserves. This suggested that the 8 gates of death required physical training to accumulate proficiency rapidly. In class, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he envisioned 2 figures, the broad-shouldered, large-eyed watermelon, and despite some headaches, a resolution formed in his heart. Just then, Irika's voice suddenly pierced through the air, calling out, 7th group. Uchiha Itachi against Uchiha Sasuke. What's going on? Uchiha Itachi was momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, not far away, Naruto and Sakura erupted into gleeful laughter. Huh, what bad luck. He's up against Sasuke, exclaimed Naruto. This idiot dares to compete with me, the future Hokage, for a rival. He deserves to be beaten. It quickly dawned on Uchiha Itachi that while he was lost in thought, Irika had announced that this class would involve a practical exercise, and he had been unfortunate enough to be paired with Sasuke. To be frank, during his years in the Hokage world, Uchiha Itachi had performed rather unremarkably, to the extent that the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan deemed it exceedingly difficult for him to awaken his Sharingan. Even if he could awaken it, it would likely only be after he reached adulthood. In contrast, Sasuke, while overshadowed by his brilliantly talented older brother, was indeed a genius in his own right, merely obscured by Itachi's brilliancy, a truth that Itachi was well aware of. But that was in the past. Now, glancing at the seemingly indifferent and aloof Sasuke, Itachi couldn't help but smirk coldly within. Finally, I have the opportunity to settle the score with you, Erju. After several rounds of competition on the playground, it was finally the turn of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. Please, make your move first, so you want to accuse me of bullying you, Uchiha Itachi said, facing Sasuke, who coolly replied, let me strike first, this is of your own choosing. Itachi's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, he moved, throwing two shurikens that Sasuke skillfully deflected with his own. Is that all you've got? Sasuke slightly shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. But the next moment, his expression changed dramatically as Itachi's figure flashed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. How fast? A flicker of shock and panic crossed Sasuke's eyes as he instinctively retreated, forming hand seals for the fire release, fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Itachi. Oh no. Iruka, who was watching the match, felt a surge of alarm, preparing to intervene. In his mind, there was no way Itachi could withstand Sasuke's fiery onslaught, a sentiment shared by everyone present. Yet, in the next instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Itachi, too, formed hand seals, unleashing his own fire release, fireball technique. The two fireballs collided with a tremendous force, creating a wave of heat. However, in that fleeting moment, Itachi appeared before Sasuke, and before Sasuke could comprehend what had occurred, Itachi delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Itachi had actually defeated Sasuke. The crowd was taken aback. Ha ha, Itachi is truly impressive. He defeated the arrogant ancestor, exclaimed Naruto, his characteristic exuberance shining through. No wonder he is my greatest rival on the path to becoming Hokage. Naruto's laughter jolted everyone back to reality. Ha ha, this time, we look down upon the victor, Uchiha Itachi. Iruka cleared his throat and announced the result. Itachi shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. Truth be told, with his current level of chakra, even if his combat prowess was slightly lacking, it was more than sufficient to handle students from a ninja academy. On the contrary, Sasuke struggled to accept the reality, his expression one of shock. He had never imagined he would lose to Itachi. Later that evening, upon learning that his son had been defeated by Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was momentarily taken aback. However, after hearing the details of the battle, he felt no sense of incredulity. In his view, this was likely a consequence of Sasuke's arrogance, that he was slightly surprised that Itachi could execute the fireball technique, but that was the extent of his concern. In truth, the disdain surrounding this match stemmed from Sasuke's initial taunt, leading many to believe he had underestimated his opponent, as for Itachi. While there was some surprise, it was merely that if the outside world were to discover that Uchiha had awakened his eyes, it would certainly lead to an entirely different scenario. In fact, Uchiha was fully aware of this, which is why he confidently defeated Sasuke. This was undoubtedly a risky endeavor. In pursuit of his forthcoming plans, Uchiha had no choice but to take this step. Early the next morning, Uchiha departed from his home and made his way to a small grove. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by an exhilarating roar. Excellent, such enthusiasm. With 1,000 push-ups and 300 frog leaps, the warm-up was perfectly concluded. Now, it was time to commence the formal training. 1,000 push-ups and an additional 300 frog leaps, merely a prelude to the real challenge ahead. Uchiha felt a twinge of apprehension, but, recalling his proficiency in the 8 gates, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. In the next moment, he spotted a green figure. "Good morning, Guy Sensei," he exclaimed. The ever-enthusiastic Might Guy paused momentarily before turning around, his face lighting up with joy. "Is that you, little Uchiha?" Uchiha was acquainted with Might Guy, and vice versa their families shared a history. Years ago, Uchiha's father had teamed up with Might Guy on missions, even rescuing him multiple times when Guy's mastery of the 8 gates was still in its infancy. Thus, the bond between their families was quite strong. Uchiha sought out Might Guy for a straightforward reason: to inquire about effective physical training methods. When it comes to physical conditioning, Might Guy is undoubtedly among the elite within the village. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uchiha wasted no time in articulating his purpose. Might Guy looked somewhat taken aback. The Uchiha clan typically did not place high demands on physical prowess. Generally, the Uchiha were renowned for their Sharingan, focusing on Jinjutsu and mental strength, leaving little room for an emphasis on Taijutsu. Upon learning that Uchiha sought his company for physical training, Mangekyō was pleasantly surprised. Without further ado, they began their training. Let's first run 20 laps around the rising sun. With a fervent, almost ear-splitting shout, Uchiha embarked on his grueling workout. By the time the sun dipped low in the evening sky, Uchiha concluded a day of intense training, utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, he felt a profound sense of numbness throughout his body. Yet, glancing at the day's achievements, he deemed the effort worthwhile. 8 gates, level 0, completion rate 710. After the enhancement from his Sharingan, the 8 gates could be activated permanently without harming himself, though he had yet to unlock any gates. A day of training had granted him 6 additional points in proficiency. If this pace continued, he could expect an upgrade by tomorrow. It is worth noting that the Ninja Academy was currently on summer break, and Uchiha had officially resolved to elevate his strength during this period. The training would persist the following day, amidst a fervor of relentless exertion. Uchiha has achieved the desired outcome. Skill level increased by 1. Current proficiency in the 8 gates of Ninja stands at 10 points. Proficiency has reached its maximum value. Does the host wish to upgrade? Congratulations to the host on the upgrade. The level of the 8 gates of Ninja has risen. Current level 1, permanently activated. The opening gate amplifies chakra by 3-fold. In an instant, Uchiha felt a tremor coursing through his body. A surge of formidable power erupted from within him. He understood that this was due to the sudden spike in his chakra. The 3-fold amplification essentially translated to a 2-fold increase. Previously, Uchiha's chakra barely reached the level of a genin. Now, in terms of chakra alone, few among the genin could rival him. At level 1 of the 8 gates of Ninja, enhanced by the limitless Sharingan, he can permanently open all 8 gates without self-harm. Currently, at level 1, he has the opening gate with a chakra amplification of 3-fold. The next level requires 100 points of proficiency. After glancing at the system interface, Uchiha's gaze flickered, and he swiftly matched the pace of Mangekyō. Merely opening 1 gate was insufficient. He must continue to elevate his mastery of the 8 gates of Ninja. Over a month later, in a secluded forest, Uchiha undertook a 3-hour weighted long-distance run, alone, as Mangekyō was absent. After all, Mangekyō, being a jonin, lacked the luxury of time. A month prior, Uchiha had commenced his solitary training, achieving level 2 of the 8 gates of Ninja with a completion of 820 out of 1,000. With the enhancement of the limitless Sharingan, he can now permanently open 8 gates without sustaining injury. Currently, at level 2, he has activated the healing gate with a chakra amplification of 10-fold. Through rigorous training over the past month, Uchiha not only upgraded the 8 gates of Ninja to level 2, but also unlocked the healing gate, and is now not far from reaching level 3. With the activation of the healing gate, Uchiha's chakra has been amplified 10-fold. Indeed, during this period of training, his own chakra reserves have significantly increased, especially following the elevation of his limitless Sharingan level. His chakra has reached a level approaching that of a chunin. Now, with the 10-fold amplification, his chakra has ascended to the pinnacle of chunin levels. Moreover, Uchiha is confident that his chakra will soon grow even greater, as his limitless Sharingan is on the verge of an upgrade. Host Uchiha's limitless Sharingan has a completion level of 965 out of 1,000, possessing the ability for infinite evolution. Currently at level 2, it has transformed into the double Tomo Sharingan. Skill 2 can embed 2 skills, 8 gates of Ninja and fire release. Indeed, his limitless Sharingan has now reached level 2, and level 3 is not far off. With his current chakra reserves, if he focuses on enhancing the proficiency of the limitless Sharingan, he will achieve maximum value in just 2 to 3 days. Thus, Uchiha intends to pause his physical training and dedicate himself to advancing the limitless Sharingan. Chapter 5. Has the Night of Annihilation arrived early? Daily life has resumed. However, unlike other 6 or 7-year-old children, Uchiha Itachi has some additional heavy equipment for training. Although such training only slightly increases his proficiency in the 8 gates, it is still better than nothing. In class, Uchiha Itachi became Naruto's teammate, and they both fell asleep together. Last night, he exhausted his chakra twice, increasing his proficiency in the limitless Sharingan by 6 points. With his current chakra, he can maintain the double Tomo Sharingan for half an hour, but half an hour only adds 3 points of proficiency. As the level of the limitless Sharingan increases, the required proficiency also rises, and to gain even 1 point of proficiency, he needs to maintain the Sharingan for a longer duration. However, Uchiha Itachi is not in a hurry. He believes he still has plenty of time. According to his calculations, the remaining time might allow him to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan. Upgrading the limitless Sharingan from level 3 to level 4 will definitely require 10,000 points of proficiency. Given his current situation, it might take a long time to reach that level. However, Uchiha Itachi firmly believes that after upgrading to level 3 of the limitless Sharingan, his chakra will definitely see a boost. Without relying on the enhancement of the 8 gates, he could reach the level of a CH Nin. With the 8 gates, he would definitely attain Jonin level. Moreover, this is still at level 2 of the 8 gates. Soon, he will upgrade it to level 3. At that time, his chakra amount will likely surpass that of an average Jonin. This is enough for him to maintain the limitless Sharingan for a long time, which will significantly increase his proficiency. As long as he can unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan before the Night of Annihilation, he has nothing to fear. The Mangekyō Sharingan, just thinking about it excites him. 3 days later, accompanied by system prompt, Uchiha Itachi's limitless Sharingan upgraded. Host, Uchiha Itachi limitless Sharingan. Level 3, 10,000, possesses infinite evolution capabilities. Currently at level 3, it is a 3-tomo Sharingan. Skills, 2-3, can embed 3 skills. 8 gates, fire release level 3 evaluation. Young man, you are already at level 3. A 3-tomo Sharingan Jonin is quite good, but there is still a long way to go to the Mangekyō Sharingan. So, young man, keep working hard to upgrade. Indeed, it really is 10,000 points of proficiency. Looking at the system interface, Uchiha Itachi had a look of realization on his face. He didn't pay too much attention to these details and immediately activated the 3-tomo Sharingan. The moment he upgraded, Uchiha Itachi felt his chakra increase, reaching Jonin level. He wanted to test how long he could maintain the 3-tomo Sharingan now, and how long it would take to gain 1 point of proficiency. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Itachi received a system prompt. Proficiency 1. Current proficiency of the level 3 limitless Sharingan is 1 point. Huh, why did I gain 1 point of proficiency so quickly? Uchiha Itachi was somewhat surprised. Previously, the level 2 limitless Sharingan took 10 minutes to gain 1 point of proficiency. He thought that the level 3 limitless Sharingan might take a bit longer to gain a point. But now it seems he was wrong. It's still 1 point per 10 minutes, which is a good thing. Now let us see how long my Jonin level chakra can maintain this 3-tomo Sharingan. Fortunately, school is already over, and Uchiha Itachi returned home. If you're still at school, he would have to pretend to be asleep to activate the Sharingan. After all, once activated, the eyes have obvious characteristics, and he doesn't want to expose himself. 5 hours later, he appeared exhausted, but was incredibly delighted. 5 hours. He managed to maintain the Sharingan for 5 whole hours, which is fantastic. Uchiha Itachi was a bit excited. Relying on the unique training where he maintained the Sharingan while gradually recovering chakra, he managed to keep it activated for a full 5 hours. Gaining 1 point of proficiency every 10 minutes means he increased it by 30 points in 5 hours. Over the course of a day, he could increase his proficiency by about 90 points. For Uchiha Itachi now, 3 hours is enough to fully recover all his chakra. At a rate of 90 points a day, he would reach 10,000 points in just over 3 months. 3 months to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi was thrilled. If the 8 gates level up again, his chakra will probably increase even more. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi has now discovered that the 8 gates not only boost his chakra, but also strengthens his body. He can fully recover all his chakra in 3 hours, which is related to the enhancement from the 8 gates. Perhaps I want to need 3 months to obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. However, Uchiha Itachi soon realized that he was thinking too optimistically. The next afternoon after school, after going to Ichiraku Ramen with Naruto again, Uchiha Itachi returned home. But upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, he sensed that something was off. The atmosphere in the clan was tense, making him feel that something was wrong. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is about to undergo a coup? No, it shouldn't be possible at this time. It's still too early. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows and suddenly recalled something. The signs of a coup within the Uchiha clan had actually appeared long ago. However, after losing Uchiha Shursui, the clan's strongest ninja, they suffered a severe blow, and the rebellion plan was forced to be postponed for 2 years. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui seemed to have died nearly 2 years ago. Uchiha Itachi finally pieced everything together. Damn, it's really coming to this. Uchiha Itachi felt a chill in his heart. He originally thought he had plenty of time, but now it seems that the Night of Annihilation might happen very soon. However, he had just unlocked the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and his combat power was barely at the level of a Jonin. At this time, his opponent, Uchiha Itachi, would definitely not be his match. Not to mention the big boss of the Night of Annihilation, Uchiha Obito, and that old schemer Danzo. This is extremely dangerous, but Uchiha Itachi quickly calmed down. Fortunately, he had made preparations beforehand, and now he could only resort to that backup plan. However, this plan must be executed before Itachi reports to the higher-ups of Konoha that the Uchiha clan is staging a coup. Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered. Now he could only confirm when the Uchiha clan was planning the coup. It seems he can only investigate personally. Chapter 6. The first encounter with Itachi, seeking flowers and collections. At night, the darkness was as thick as ink. In the Uchiha clan's conference hall, a large number of people had gathered, consisting of the clan's high-ranking members and strong warriors. Not far from the conference hall, in the outside world, a shadow blended into a black corner. Uchiha Itachi had arrived. In order to learn the timing of the Uchiha clan's coup, Uchiha Itachi took a risk and came personally. Upon arrival, Itachi immediately heard a fierce roar filled with anger. Suppressing his presence, Itachi was extremely cautious at this moment. He had not forgotten that Uchiha Fugaku had also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Chief, we can't go on like this. Let us take action. Yes. Let us directly launch the coup. This Konoha is simply too despicable. It must be overthrown. Exactly. It's time for our Uchiha clan to take control. Hearing such voices, Itachi couldn't help but shake his head secretly. As expected, the members of the Uchiha clan were not thinking straight. Did they really believe that with their current strength, they could successfully execute a coup? Not to mention losing their strongest member, Uchiha Shursui. Even if Shursui were still around and Itachi fully assisted, it would likely still be impossible to succeed. Konoha still had many strong ninjas. Might Guy was one. Kakashi could barely be counted as one. Along with their contemporaries like Asuma, each of them was a capable ninja. Even just the Umbu might be beyond the Uchiha clan's ability to contend with. This didn't even account for the root and some hidden powers from other Konoha clans. But to think that the Uchiha clan could instigate a coup and completely take control of Konoha was simply unrealistic. Uchiha Fugaku understood this in his heart. But looking at the excited and angry clansmen before him, he knew that even if he, the clan leader, spoke against the coup now, it would be of no use. He could no longer stop it. In fact, that was indeed the case. Soon several elders of the Uchiha clan began discussing plans to launch the coup. After a while, Itachi had already figured out the situation in his mind. He looked around and, not seeing Itachi, realized that the Uchiha clan had likely lost faith in him and did not allow him to participate in this meeting. But precisely because of this, Itachi could affirm that this meeting was likely a decisive one for the Uchiha clan. It seemed the coup was truly about to be launched, and the night of clan extermination was really going to happen. With a soft sigh in his heart, Itachi did not plan to linger and left directly. Soon, Itachi withdrew, but just as he exited, his expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked up, only to see a figure, dressed in black, with a covered head and face. The most crucial thing was that Itachi sensed a very dangerous aura coming from the other party. "Who are you?" The figure in black spoke. Itachi had now used a transformation technique, taking on an adult physique. Without speaking, Itachi's heart was screaming at this moment. Damn, with that outfit and aura, could it be Uchiha Itachi? The more he thought, the more he felt it was possible, and his heart ached painfully. Not going to speak. The figure in black said coldly and instantly made a move. Swish! In a flash, the figure appeared right in front of Itachi, and without warning, a short blade in his hands instantly bisected Itachi. Boom! Itachi instantly transformed into a cloud of white mist, leaving behind 2 pieces of wood. Substitution jutsu. Not far away, Itachi's figure reappeared, but he was frantically fleeing. It's him. It's definitely Itachi. After that brief exchange, Itachi was certain that the opponent was Uchiha Itachi. What are you doing? Run. Itachi truly did not want to engage with Itachi. Having awakened the Mangekyō 2 years ago, Itachi's strength was undoubtedly at the Kage level now. He was fast, but Itachi was faster. After missing an attack, Itachi's reaction speed was extremely quick, and he charged directly at Itachi. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Itachi formed a hand seal and quickly turned around, spitting out several fireballs at Itachi. At the second level of the Sharingan, Itachi had embedded the skill of fire release. Unlike the 8 gates, this fire release did not require proficiency and did not need to level up. As long as he had enough chakra, he could unleash any fire technique, and its power was stronger than that of a regular fire technique. But it was useless. Swish! With a swing of his short blade, Itachi directly extinguished those fireballs and in an instant was right in front of Itachi. The next moment, Itachi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and Itachi saw a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Genjutsu, Kagenui. Seemingly sensing that the black-clad figure was not ordinary, Itachi directly used a Genjutsu. But the next moment, something unexpected happened for Itachi. The opponent seemed completely unaffected by his Genjutsu. Genjutsu ineffective? Itachi was also surprised. He felt it very clearly. It wasn't that the opponent had broken out of it instantly, but rather that it was completely ineffective against him. Who exactly are you to be immune to my Genjutsu? Itachi said coldly. Itachi did not respond immediately because at this moment, a sudden thought arose in his mind. Perhaps this could work. After a pause, Itachi removed his mask, revealing his Sharingan. Sharingan? Seeing Itachi's Sharingan, Itachi was astonished. The other party was actually a member of the Uchiha clan, but he had no influence over someone who could negate his Genjutsu. Who I am is not important. I can only tell you that compared to that so-called Madara and the higher-ups of Konoha, I mean no harm to you or the entire Uchiha clan. He knows Madara? Itachi's pupils contracted, which relieved Itachi's heart. So Obito indeed had contact with Itachi. Then this would be easier. With a slight smile, Itachi said, Uchiha Itachi, I want to cooperate with you, and the premise of cooperation is Sasuke. Swish! A flash of white light, proving he was indeed a super brother complex. As Itachi immediately attacked when Sasuke was mentioned. With a slice of his short blade, Itachi activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. But in response, Itachi merely smiled lightly, leaving behind a parting comment before disappearing. If you think it through, meet me here at this time in 7 days. As the voice faded, Itachi's Amaterasu erupted. But the next moment, Itachi realized that the figure had completely vanished. It wasn't a substitution technique or a body flicker technique. The opponent had truly vanished. This is... A name suddenly popped into his mind, and a hint of suspicion appeared in Itachi's eyes. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? Chapter 7. The deal with Itachi, seeking flowers and collections. Damn, that scared me. At home, Uchiha lay on the ground, panting heavily. Itachi is truly a god. I almost fell. Although they had only exchanged blows once, and it wasn't much of a fight, Uchiha knew very well in his heart that if he hadn't ignored Itachi's Genjutsu, he would have really been in danger. As for ignoring Itachi's Genjutsu, that is also considered one of the abilities of Uchiha Yi's Limitless Sharingan. Even though it is only a level 3 Limitless Sharingan, it allows Uchiha to be immune to most Genjutsu. Perhaps against Genjutsu of the level of Tsukuyomi, it might not be directly ineffective. But against the illusion, Kage no Jutsu, there's no problem. Moreover, the most important thing is that Itachi did not go all out. If the opponent had attacked with full force, starting with Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, Uchiha would have had to use his last trump card. When the Limitless Sharingan leveled up to level 3, there was also a slot for an embedded skill, and this time Uchiha Yi's luck exploded, and the system randomly selected a very powerful skill. Flying Thunder God Technique. Yes, it is the Space Ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Level 0, 310. S-Class Space Ninjutsu, a type of body flicker technique. After being enhanced by the Limitless Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God Technique has reached Super S-Class Space Ninjutsu. Currently at level 0, it can mark a Flying Thunder God formula on a specific item. After receiving the enhancement from the Limitless Sharingan system, Uchiha Yi's Flying Thunder God Technique has already reached Super S-Class Ninjutsu. Even after leveling up, his Flying Thunder God Technique will become even more powerful. Although Uchiha Yi's Flying Thunder God Technique is currently only level 0, he can still mark a Flying Thunder God formula, allowing him to use the Flying Thunder God Technique. After obtaining this Flying Thunder God Technique, Uchiha spent a lot of money to create several special shurikens, marking one of them with the Flying Thunder God formula. Then, he placed it in a hidden spot in his home, just in case. The reason he didn't upgrade the Flying Thunder God Technique's level is that with Uchiha Yi's previous chakra, using the Flying Thunder God Technique once would deplete all his chakra. It would even have a certain impact on himself. Uchiha speculated that this was due to his insufficient chakra. Now, however, he could use it normally. But unless it was a critical moment, Uchiha, he did not plan to expose the Flying Thunder God technique, even if he concealed himself. However, with the fame of the Flying Thunder God technique, if he used it and it was exposed, it would probably cause quite a stir. Using the Flying Thunder God technique in front of Itachi is actually a risk. If the other party reports it to Konoha's higher-ups, Uchiha estimates that would be real trouble. But after Uchiha mentioned Sasuke, he believed Itachi wouldn't report it. This is a form of insurance. Moreover, Uchiha is very confident that Itachi will appear in 7 days. As for the cooperation, that depends on himself. If he doesn't have enough strength, Itachi will probably find it hard to trust him and cooperate with him. It seems he has to train like crazy for a while. Glancing at his 8 gates technique, Uchiha made up his mind. To increase his strength in such a short time, he could only rely on the 8 gates. Without taking a break, he started training directly. It wasn't until dawn that Uchiha went to school, to sleep. In the following days, Uchiha continued this way. Sleeping in class and training at home, it was quite crazy. All of this was to quickly enhance his 8 gates. 5 days later, accompanied by a system notification sound, Uchiha smiled. Proficiency 1. Current 8 gates proficiency is 1,000 points. Proficiency has reached the maximum value. Does the host wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the 8 gates. Current level is level 3. The opening gate is permanently unlocked, and chakra is increased by 20 times. 8 gates. Level 3, 10,000. After being strengthened by the limitless Sharingan, the 8 gates can be permanently opened without harming oneself. Currently at level 3, the injury gate is permanently opened, and chakra is increased by 20 times. Boom! Uchiha felt a surge as chakra instantly exploded within him. It is worth mentioning that each time the 8 gates levels up, it can instantly restore all previously consumed chakra. Even all physical injuries can be completely healed in an instant during the upgrade and multiplied accordingly. My current chakra should be more than most J-nin. Feeling his chakra, Uchiha Yisimidet. After trying it out, Uchiha found that he could now use the Flying Thunder God technique continuously up to 10 times, which he could barely manage before. Naturally, the Flying Thunder God technique has also leveled up. Flying Thunder God technique. Level 1, 0100, S-Class Space Ninjutsu. A type of body flicker technique. After being enhanced by the limitless Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God technique is now Super S-Class Space Ninjutsu. Currently at level 1. It can mark 10 Flying Thunder God formulas on specific items. Level 0 could only mark 1 Flying Thunder God formula, and now, at just level 1, it can mark 10. It truly is Super S-Class Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha was very satisfied, and now he only has to wait 2 days to see Itachi's reaction. 2 days passed quickly, and Uchiha prepared himself, using a transformation technique to cautiously sneak over. As soon as he arrived at the location, Uchiha sensed a powerful presence. Itachi is here. Whoosh! Sure enough, the next moment, as if sensing Uchiha's presence, Itachi appeared directly in front of him. Neither of them spoke immediately. They just quietly looked at each other. After a long while, Itachi finally spoke. The Uchiha clan has made a decision regarding the coup, and Konoha's upper echelons have made corresponding strategies. Uchiha, he did not expect Itachi to open with this news. So, is the night of the massacre about to begin? A glint flashed in his eyes. Uchiha said, So, have you decided to cooperate with me? Itachi didn't speak. Although he had his own plans, they weren't very secure. Because Konoha has a Danzo. But he had no choice before and had to follow the plans of Konoha's upper echelons. But now, suddenly, a clan member had appeared. A clan member who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, making him feel as if he had one more option. Cooperation is possible, but I want to see your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi struck instantly. Cooperation is fine, but if the other party's strength is too weak, how could he possibly entrust Sasuke to him? Fire release. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Several shurikens mixed with a scorching aura shot towards Uchiha. Whoosh! Uchiha immediately threw a shuriken at Itachi. Then his figure flickered and appeared behind Itachi. Itachi instantly retreated, whispering, Flying Thunder God technique? Uchiha know it. Itachi did not speak again, but his eyes had already changed. Mangekyō Sharingan. A hint of envy flashed in Uchiha's eyes, but he was also extremely vigilant, and his 3-tomo Sharingan activated in an instant. The next moment, Uchiha found himself suddenly in a blood-red space. Is this your Tsukuyami from the Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha smiled faintly. Then the 6-tomo in his eyes began to spin instantly. Crack! As the tomo spun in his eyes, the chakra within Uchiha he was rapidly consumed. But this blood-red space began to collapse. Indeed, with my ultimate Sharingan, even at the level of 3 Tomo, I can break through Itachi's Tsukuyami. Chapter 8. Night of Annihilation. Seeking flowers and collections, Itachi said nothing, merely standing silently. Indeed, he was immune to Jinjutsu. This person's Sharingan was extraordinary. Even the Tsukuyami could be broken so easily, although he hadn't used all his strength. But even this was enough to shock Itachi. Possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, able to resist the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, and the opponent's strength should be formidable as well. Considering these factors, Itachi felt that entrusting Sasuke to this person would be safer for Sasuke. So now there was only one question left. I acknowledge your strength, but I still don't understand your identity. Itachi didn't finish his sentence, but Uchiha understood. He could not entrust his brother to someone with an unknown identity to protect him in secret. Uchiha had long made a decision about this. In the next moment, he dispelled the transformation technique, revealing his true appearance. How could it be you? Even facing a powerful enemy, and even death, Itachi, the god of shinobi, revealed an expression of immense shock at this moment. This was due to the appearance of someone who was the same size as his brother. Uchiha? That's right. It's me. Uchiha no dit. Itachi's expression was complex, and he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say a word. Seeing this, Uchiha smiled slightly and said, Itachi, don't you think I am the most suitable person to protect Sasuke? Itachi said nothing, but in his heart, he acknowledged it. Yes, no one was more suitable than Uchiha. Even he hadn't anticipated that a child only 6 or 7 years old could possess such strength, let alone others. No one was more suitable than him. Although Itachi still had many questions in his heart, he didn't voice them, as he felt these were no longer important. All right, I accept this deal. That's good. I can protect Sasuke for 5 years until he successfully graduates. Will you accept? Although he didn't specify what the deal was. Both Uchiha and Uchiha Itachi understood. Accepted. Seeing Itachi nod, Uchiha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's settled. By the way, once the time to act is confirmed, remember to tell me. After saying this, Uchiha's figure instantly disappeared. Flying Thunder God technique. Itachi remained silent for a long time, standing there for a while before flashing away. After returning home, Uchiha finally felt a bit of stability in his heart. With Itachi's personality, once the other party agreed, it was basically settled. However, Uchiha didn't go all in. He still used some means to place a few kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique in hidden places. He even placed 2 or 3 outside the village. If it really came to an unavoidable situation, at worst, he would leave Konoha. But that was the last resort. In the following days, Uchiha continued to train. Might Guy returned and even had a vacation. Might Guy indeed had a period of vacation, although he himself thought it was a long break and didn't know the details. But Uchiha knew it was to prevent a potential coup from the Uchiha clan and to deal with any accidents. The third Hokage had specially called him back. Not only Might Guy, but recently Uchiha had also seen many familiar jonin returning to the village. It seemed like things were about to start. However, this was within Uchiha's calculations, as having Guy around made things a lot easier. When training with Might Guy before, Uchiha had suggested several times to stay at Might Guy's house. This was also one of Uchiha's backup plans, to hide in Might Guy's house and pass through the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Naturally, he had been staying at Might Guy's house for the past few days. Soon, Itachi sent a message that the Konoha higher-ups had confirmed the action would take place in 3 days. Moreover, Itachi also told Uchiha that he hadn't deliberately asked the Konoha higher-ups for an extra spot. But from the current situation, staying at Might Guy's house in 3 days would be completely safe. Uchiha took note of this and continued training with Might Guy. 3 days later, after another round of intense training that left him fainted, Uchiha woke up the next day to see Might Guy's heavy expression. Upon seeing Might Guy's expression, Uchiha understood. Sure enough, Might Guy soon informed him that Uchiha Itachi had defected and killed the entire Uchiha clan. Now only he and Sasuke remained of the entire Uchiha clan. Finally, it was over. Uchiha felt a sigh of relief in his heart, but at the same time, he felt a chill. Although he had long known that the night of annihilation would happen, when it actually occurred, he still found it hard to accept. After all, he had grown up in the Uchiha clan and had received a lot of care from some people in the Uchiha clan over the years. Even though his parents had died, he had lived peacefully. Those familiar faces had now completely disappeared. To say he had no thoughts about it would be impossible. These were not mere cardboard figures, but real people, and Uchiha Itachi was not a cold-hearted person, so he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. But with his current strength, he could only allow such things to happen. After the Night of Annihilation, Uchiha Itachi returned to his home once more. However, by this time, the Uchiha clan's land had already begun to be distributed to others in the village. Uchiha Itachi sneered coldly at this. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi also sensed that he was under increased scrutiny. Many eyes were likely watching him in secret. They were either Umbu or Root members. It seemed that as the only two survivors of the Uchiha clan, even though he was young and had no talent, he was still under close observation. If he was like this, then Sasuke would probably be even more so. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Itachi made no more conspicuous moves. He quietly resumed his daily school routine, and even stopped intense training. He completely fell into the ordinary daily life of an orphan. At most, he would occasionally do some crazy training with Might Guy. Sure enough, after he made such moves, the scrutiny on him gradually lessened, but there was still some lingering. It seemed that until he had enough strength, he had to be more cautious. At home, sensing several hidden presences outside, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed, and a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared. This works out well. My 8 Gates technique has reached level 3. Taking advantage of this calm daily life, I can focus on improving my limitless Sharingan. Chapter 9, 5 years. Seeking flowers and collections. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. It is now the 60th year of Konoha. Finally, graduation time has arrived. In the classroom, Uchiha Itachi feels exceptionally emotional, as it has been 5 years since the night of the clan's annihilation. During these 5 years, Uchiha Itachi has been remarkably honest, appearing to everyone as just an ordinary student. At most, he is recognized as one of the only 2 survivors of the Uchiha clan. Thanks to this identity, he has still been under surveillance by Konoha over these 5 years. Now, the graduation exam will begin, and those called should go to the next classroom. At the podium, Irika announces the start of the graduation exam. He then informs everyone that this time, the exam will be on the clone jutsu. Irika says something that plunges Naruto into despair. What? It's the clone jutsu. I'm doomed. What should I do? Naruto suddenly turns to Uchiha Itachi, his face filled with despair. Don't worry. Just relax, it's easy to pass, after all. It's just the clone jutsu. His words only deepen Naruto's despair. Uchiha, he doesn't know what to say. Over the years, his relationship with Naruto has been neither good nor bad. After all, Naruto is quite familiar and often clings to him. Because of this, Uchiha once tried to save Naruto by guiding him in practicing the clone jutsu. But in the end, he gave up. With the Nine Tails interference, it is indeed very difficult for Naruto to evenly distribute chakra for the clone jutsu. If he truly wanted to help Naruto, Uchiha could do it, but that would require him to use his real power. However, not to mention the surveillance on him, the surveillance on Naruto is even more intense. Every time he spends time with Naruto, Uchiha can feel the scrutiny from the gazes around them. Thus, he is particularly cautious when with Naruto. You wouldn't say that Naruto is an incurable idiot. Fail. Looking at the heap of clones on the ground, Irika yells at Naruto. Irika-sensei, his body technique and endurance are both quite excellent, and given this, he can barely be considered to have learned the clone jutsu. Even if he passes, it's Mizuki. Seeing Mizuki beside Irika start to plead for Naruto, Uchiha Itachi's eyes brighten slightly, and a smirk appears at the corner of his mouth. The Book of Seals, huh? It seems that time has finally come. For Uchiha Itachi, the clone jutsu is nothing. Passing it is a given. However, while he is taking the exam, he hears a weak voice. Ikuin, good luck. Uchiha Itachi turns back to see Hinata. Back when he was feeling down after his parents' sacrifice, he went out and encountered Hinata being bullied. In the end, he and the coincidentally appearing Naruto beat up those who bullied Hinata. It was at that moment that Naruto developed a great fondness for him. However, after that incident, it was Uchiha Itachi who was remembered by Hinata, not Naruto. But over the past 5 years, due to the surveillance he has been under, Uchiha Itachi has had little interaction with Hinata, and he never expected that she would still be cheering for him now. It seems that in this regard, I've completely replaced Naruto. He smiles slightly at Hinata, causing her to blush, and then he goes to take the exam. There are no obstacles, and he passes smoothly. After receiving his forehead protector, Uchiha Itachi comforts Naruto with a few words and says he will treat him to ramen. Naruto is not very enthusiastic and is quite down, even when it comes to his favorite ramen. Naruto. As they part ways, Uchiha suddenly calls out to Naruto. Naruto instinctively looks up, but he is momentarily stunned. This moment is very brief, just a breath's time, and then he comes back to his senses and hears Uchiha Itachi's voice. Don't worry, I believe in you. You can graduate. Oh, Naruto weakly responds and then turns to leave. At the same time, from an unnoticed angle, Uchiha Yi's eyes shift from a crimson hue back to their normal state. No one notices. Uchiha I quickly returns home and starts checking his current attributes. Host, Uchiha I Limitless Sharingan. Level 4, 61,278 1000000. Possesses infinite evolution capabilities. Currently at level 4, it is a Mangekyō Sharingan. Skills, 3-4 can embed 4 skills. 8 gates, fire release, flying thunder, god technique level 4 evaluation. Wow, young man. You already have the Mangekyō Sharingan, but frequent use of it can lead to blindness. So, young man, to avoid the fate of a fortune teller, hurry up and level up. After 5 years, Uchiha Yi's Sharingan has already advanced to the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, his level 4 Mangekyō Sharingan still has the downside of potential blindness. But compared to other Mangekyō, Uchiha Yi's Limitless Sharingan only poses a risk of blindness from frequent use after its advancement. If he doesn't activate the Mangekyō for a period of time, even if there is a decline in vision, it will slowly recover. If it weren't for this, his Sharingan would have evolved into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan long ago. With the Limitless Sharingan system, he doesn't need a second pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Mangekyō. However, if he keeps the Mangekyō activated, he would go blind in just half a month. Keeping the Mangekyō activated 24 hours a day. With Uchiha Yi's current chakra, he can fully manage it. Now, even without relying on the Mangekyō Sharingan, he possesses chakra at the Jonin level. Adding the enhancement from the 8 gates, Uchiha Yi's chakra has reached the level of Kage. 8 gates, level 4, 53,349 100,000. After enhancement from the Limitless Sharingan, the 8 gates can be permanently opened without harming oneself. Currently at level 4, has permanently opened the opening gate with a chakra boost of 40 times. This 40-fold increase is enough for Uchiha Yi's chakra to surpass that of a typical Kage-level ninja. However, due to the blindness drawback of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha I is cautious about overusing it. If he only activates the 3-tomo Sharingan for the current level 4 Limitless Sharingan, it takes an hour to increase proficiency by 1 point. Thus, after 5 years, Uchiha Yi's Limitless Sharingan is still only level 4. Has it started? In his room, Uchiha I seems to sense something, and a crimson pattern suddenly appears in his eyes. It is a pentagram shape, but in the center, there is still a dot. Upon closer inspection, that dot is formed by 2 tomo connected end to end. This is Uchiha Yi's Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 10, Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Seeking flowers and collections, as the kaleidoscope Sharingan of the limit-breaking Sharingan, Uchiha Yi's Awaken Eye techniques are also unique, consisting of 3. The first is the highly anticipated Amaterasu, along with the essential Susanoo for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As for the last one, it is not the Kamui that Uchiha I yearns for, but a Jinjutsu Eye technique similar to Tsukuyami. Line of Sight Resonance. Line of Sight Resonance does not possess any attack power, but its ability is indeed quite powerful. As long as a mark is placed, Uchiha I can share the line of sight of the other person. Naturally, only living beings can be marked with line of sight resonance. Moreover, this mark is difficult to detect, allowing for the acquisition of information discreetly. Through this line of sight resonance, Uchiha I learned that the ones monitoring him were Danzo and members of the Umbu. Today, he placed a line of sight resonance mark on Naruto with a simple purpose, the Book of Seals. All along, after Uchiha Yi's limit-breaking Sharingan upgraded to level 4, the additional embedded skill has remained vacant until now. Upon inquiring with the system, Uchiha I discovered that these embedded skills could actually be chosen by him. He immediately thought of the multiple shadow clone technique, as having this technique might allow him to more quickly gain proficiency in various skills. However, to his dismay, this selective embedded ninjutsu skill requires knowledge of the training methods and all information regarding the embedded ninjutsu. The multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique, which Uchiha I cannot obtain. He once went to the location of the Book of Seals after unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but the place was heavily guarded, making it impossible for him to stealthily take the Book of Seals. He hasn't awakened Kamui. Moreover, Uchiha I speculates that even if he were to get the Book of Seals, it would likely contain sealing techniques, and he would be unable to obtain any information from it. Thus, he has been waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity came on the day of Naruto's graduation, and now, he has finally waited for it. Line of sight resonance. Uchiha I let out a low shout, and his kaleidoscope Sharingan gently spun. In the next moment, His line of sight slightly shook, and a brand new scene appeared before his eyes. It was Naruto's line of sight. He saw Naruto enter a special room, the location of the Book of Seals. Sure enough, the prince. Such an important place, and yet Naruto was able to enter so easily? Uchiha sneered, feeling disdainful. He was even certain that the third Hokage was currently using the telescope technique to clearly observe this scene. It was all part of a well-prepared plan. Soon, Naruto seemed to find his target, and hurriedly left with a large scroll on his back. Not long after, Naruto arrived at a forest, found a place, and opened the Book of Seals. Line of sight resonance can only see, not hear sounds. But Uchiha could imagine how Naruto was laughing at that moment. Soon, Uchiha saw the contents of the Book of Seals. The first thing that caught his eye was the multiple shadow clone technique, which he quickly memorized. Then, there was the impure world reincarnation, 8 gates. Oh, the Book of Seals even has Izanagi and Izanami. Seeing these 2 forbidden techniques, Uchiha was somewhat surprised, but he noted them down as well. Summoning, mutual explosion tags, sealing technique, corpse demon sealing, flying thunder god technique, ninjutsu, dark walk would release. One forbidden technique after another was memorized by Uchiha. Naruto only glanced at the subsequent forbidden techniques, then focused his attention on the multiple shadow clone technique. Release. At this moment, Uchiha let out a low shout and instantly released the line of sight resonance. It was at this moment that he saw the last scene of Naruto's line of sight, where Mizuki appeared. But he was no longer concerned about that. Naruto would not get into trouble, and Mizuki would definitely not succeed. System, embed the multiple shadow clone technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Indeed, like other embedded skills, once the multiple shadow clone technique was embedded, it was enhanced by the limit-breaking Sharingan. Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Level 0, 010, Super S-Class Ninjutsu. Originally an A-Class forbidden technique, has been enhanced by the limit-breaking Sharingan and now has no side effects. Currently at level 0, it can create 10 shadow clones at once, each possessing 50 of the main body strength. The original A-Class Multiple Shadow Clone Technique has transformed into the Super S-Class Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique after being enhanced by the limit-breaking Sharingan. Seeing this, Uchiha felt a surge of excitement. He immediately created 10 shadow clones and instructed them to train and practice other skills. With his current chakra, maintaining 10 shadow clones was very easy. As a result, Uchiha was very pleased, because the 10 shadow clones, each maintaining the 3 Tomo Sharingan, could bring him 1 point of proficiency in just 1 hour. Originally, maintaining the 3 Tomo Sharingan for 24 hours would only yield 24 points of proficiency. But now, considering these 10 shadow clones, that would amount to 264 points of proficiency. The most important thing was that he no longer had to worry about maintaining the Sharingan to increase proficiency, thus exposing his Sharingan. This proficiency increase would only be obtained when he dispelled the shadow clones. Moreover, when dispelling the shadow clones, Uchiha's body also experienced a bit of fatigue from enduring the strain of 10 shadow clones at once. But this fatigue was equivalent to a special workout for his body, and it even added some proficiency to the 8 gates. Although it was little, it still brought joy to Uchiha. It seemed that this method could not only enhance the limit-breaking Sharingan, but also improve the 8 gates, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Proficiency 1. Current proficiency of Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique is 10 points. Proficiency is full. Would the host like to upgrade? It seems that the proficiency of the Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique indeed increases with the number of shadow clones created. Uchiha felt another surge of joy and immediately chose to upgrade. Upgrade. Congratulations, host. The level of the Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique has increased, current level 1. Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Level 1, 0-100, Super S-Class Ninjutsu. Originally an A-Class forbidden technique, has been enhanced by the limit-breaking Sharingan and now has no side effects. Currently at level 1, it can create 30 shadow clones at once, each possessing 50 of the main body strength. After upgrading the Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, the strength of each shadow clone remains unchanged, but the number that can be created at once has increased to 30. With 30 shadow clones, over 24 hours, they could provide him with 720 points of proficiency, which amounts to 600 points of proficiency in a month with 30 days. So, does this mean that I might not need 2 months to upgrade the limitless Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Uchiha's eyes. fully aware that the world of Hokage is very deep. Even if he possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, it only means he is a bit stronger. Moreover, there's a risk of blindness. But if he possesses the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, not only will the limitless Sharingan become even more powerful, but there will also be no risk of blindness. By that time, he can roam freely everywhere. That day is not far off. Here are the update rules. As a complete newbie, this is my first time writing on Feilu, and I hope all the great authors will support me. I will update in return. A guaranteed 4 updates every day, an extra update for every 1,000 flowers, an extra update for every 500 collections, and an extra update for every 5 rewards. Finally, I humbly ask for collections and flowers. I seek everything. Chapter 11. The intriguing 4th class, seeking flowers and collections. The next day, arriving early at school, Uchiha encountered Naruto, who was showing off his forehead protector. The class allocations began, and just like in the original story, the top 12 remained unchanged, with Uchiha being assigned to the 4th class. Uchiha was unaware of who was originally in the 4th class, but he felt that he was indeed being targeted by Danzo. This was because the teammates assigned to his class emitted a faintly cold aura, and he recognized these 2 individuals. To be precise, he had seen them through the eyes of the root ninjas who were monitoring him. Therefore, these 2 were definitely Danzo's people. It seemed that the old schemer Danzo really had his eyes on him. However, Uchiha couldn't understand why he had attracted this old schemer's attention despite his mediocre performance over the years. He hoped they wouldn't provoke him. After glancing at the 2, Uchiha found a place to sit down. Soon after, the classroom door opened, and a man in his 20s walked in, a sunbonn stuck in his mouth. It was him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Uchiha instantly thought of the name Rinnegan. Hello everyone, my name is Rinnegan, a special jonin from Konoha, and starting today, I will be your instructor. Without any pretense, Rinnegan directly announced that he was going to be the teacher of Uchiha and the others. He then informed the 3 that they were officially genin and that they would start missions tomorrow morning before leaving in a carefree manner. However, Uchiha wouldn't really believe that he was just a carefree person. After all, Rinnegan had served as the bodyguard for the 4th Hokage, and he was capable of forming formations with people like Reito and Iwasaki to deploy the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha even speculated that Rinnegan was probably sent by the 3rd Hokage to be his teacher. As for whether the 3rd Hokage and Rinnegan knew that his 2 teammates were from the root organization, he wasn't sure. However, Uchiha guessed that the 3rd Hokage probably wasn't aware that his teammates were from the root. Although he was merely a survivor by chance, with Might Guy around, the 3rd Hokage would pay some attention to him and wouldn't let Danzo act recklessly. After all, over the years, Uchiha had maintained contact with Guy, spending a lot of time training physically. It was only after meeting Lee last year that Might Guy had rarely come to find him. But his relationship with Might Guy was very close, and this was something everyone in the village basically knew. In fact, if it weren't for his connection to Might Guy, Uchiha felt he would have been taken to the root long ago. 2 teammates from the root and a special jonin arranged by the Hokage. This 4th class was indeed intriguing. Hey, hello, my name is Kawaguchi Ichiro, and this is Kobayashi Shio. From today on, we are teammates. Please take care of us. Please take care of us. As soon as Rinnegan left, the 2 from the root greeted Uchiha. Hello, my name is Uchiha. Uchiha nodded, then left a sentence before turning to leave. Sorry, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving first. Oh, okay. Take care, Ikuin. Goodbye. Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shio smiled. But once Uchiha completely left, their smiles instantly vanished, replaced by cold expressions. In the Hokage's office, Rinnegan was reporting to the 3rd Hokage. Lord 3rd, I have met Uchiha. Well, what do you think? What is your impression of this child? The 3rd Hokage said, puffing on his pipe. At first glance, there's nothing unusual. I didn't feel any hatred from him. He is just a bit reclusive. However, compared to Uchiha Sasuke, he is much better. Well, it seems that his constant contact with Guy has had a significant impact on this child. The 3rd Hokage nodded, looking quite satisfied. All right, you can leave now. Remember to pay more attention to this child. After all, he is the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Understood. Rinnegan nodded, feeling somewhat hesitant. He wanted to ask about the other 2 students since he found their presence a bit strange. But in the end, he didn't ask and left directly. Meanwhile, in a dark underground area of Konoha, a similar conversation was taking place. In the root, Danzo was listening to the reports of Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shio. That's how it is, according to attributes and Shio's speculation. Uchiha, he probably hasn't awakened his Sharingan yet. Kawaguchi Ichiro reported carefully, while Kobayashi Shio knelt obediently on one knee. He hasn't awakened yet. Danzo, with only one eye exposed, showed a hint of indifference. Find an opportunity to provoke him and see if you can get Uchiha to awaken his Sharingan. Yes, we understand. Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shio replied in unison. After becoming Genin, they began their missions. But as Uchiha had anticipated, the tasks assigned to newly minted Genin were mostly within the village, dealing with some trivial matters. Compared to Naruto's 7th class. Other classes weren't like this at all. This was easy to understand. Just having Naruto in the 7th class was enough to warrant attention. The village couldn't let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leave freely, especially with Uchiha Sasuke, which required even more caution. For other classes, once they adapted for a while, they would receive tasks that took them outside the village. After half a month, Uchiha's 4th class finally received an external mission. Kids, we finally have a mission outside. This time, the task is to eliminate a group of thieves that have been plaguing a civilian village. It's time for you to see some blood. Noera Genma waved the letter in his hand, looking quite relaxed. Are we going to kill people? Uchiha asked. Although he had gained strength, he had never killed anyone. Of course, since you chose to become a ninja, killing is something you must experience. Uchiha fell silent. As for Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shio, although they both looked frightened, Uchiha could see a sense of indifference in their eyes. As expected, they were from the root. They had seen blood long ago. The mission was classified as C rank, but it was a very ordinary task of eliminating thieves, not particularly difficult. After preparing, the group set off. Ninja travel was quick, and in just half a day, they arrived at a village. After inquiring with the village chief, they learned the location of the thieves and set off. Soon, they reached a mountain area and quickly found the exact location of the thieves. It was at this moment that Uchiha discovered that Kobayashi Shio was actually a sensory ninja, and his sensing ability was not weak. But Uchiha wasn't worried, as he could perfectly hide his chakra fluctuations with his advanced Sharingan. After so many years in the village, he had never been exposed. A mere Lin Jiu would never be able to notice anything. Chapter 12, The First Encounter with Root. Seeking flowers and collections. To some ordinary thieves, no chakra fluctuations. You all go take care of these thieves. After a brief inspection, Nara Shikaku gave orders to Uchiha Itachi and the others. As a guiding teacher, he usually wouldn't intervene. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Itachi and the others rushed out in an instant. Enemy attack, there are enemies. Quick, someone help. The thieves quickly noticed Uchiha Itachi and the others, but it was already too late. Wind release, great breakthrough. Water release, water chaos waves. Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shizuno acted immediately, and half of the attacking thieves were instantly killed or injured. These thieves were just ordinary people without chakra, and stood no chance against ninjas. They're ninjas, they're ninjas. Damn it, run away. The ninjas are here. Hurry, to escape. Escape? It's too late. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he formed hand signs. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A torrent of flames erupted, igniting the entire thieves' hideout. The surviving thieves instantly became human torches, screaming a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Moments later, the remaining thieves turned into piles of charred remains. Seeing this scene, even Uchiha Itachi, who was mentally prepared, felt a surge of nausea in his stomach. It was his first time killing someone. Although he managed to hold it in, he eventually vomited. He hadn't forgotten that 3 pairs of eyes were watching him. This fire release has quite the power. Nara Shikaku came to Uchiha Itachi's side and praised him, but the next moment, as Uchiha Itachi looked up, he was slightly taken aback. You have awakened your eyes? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes each bore a tomo, and of course, this was intentional on his part. Sure enough, upon seeing his eyes, he clearly noticed a glimmer of joy flash in Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shizuno's eyes. But they quickly lowered their heads, hiding their expressions. Back in Konoha, Nara Shikaku immediately reported to the 3rd Hokage. This child has awakened his eyes. Yes, it seems to be due to his first kill. Is his mental state okay? The 3rd Hokage put down his pipe. He should be fine, just vomited a few times, which is a normal reaction, Nara Shikaku replied after some thought. Then it's settled, just keep an eye on him. Yes. Although Uchiha Itachi awakened his eyes after his first kill, the 3rd Hokage didn't pay much attention, as he felt that Uchiha Itachi was already 12 years old. Awakening at 12 isn't a big deal. However, compared to the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, who received reports from Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shizuno, had a completely different reaction. He actually awakened his eyes due to killing. Uchiha Itachi is indeed from the Uchiha clan, truly a sinner. His gaze turned cold as Danzo said to Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shizuno, "Good. Keep a close watch on Uchiha Itachi. I want to see how far this Uchiha clan sinner can go." Yes. In the next 2 or 3 days, Uchiha Itachi resumed his daily tasks, as Nara Shikako put it, to help them adapt for a while. During this time, Uchiha Itachi clearly felt that Kawaguchi Ichiro and Kobayashi Shizuno were more enthusiastic towards him. If it weren't for the cold, dead light always in their eyes, Uchiha Itachi would have believed they were caring teammates. It seems Danzo is making a move. Sure enough, just as Uchiha Itachi suspected, after 3 days of calm, their squad received a mission to eliminate thieves. For the following period, the missions Uchiha Itachi experienced were either exterminating thieves, dealing with mountain bandits, or suppressing minor rebellions. Even Nara Shikaku, who usually didn't care much, began to sense something was off, especially during this bandit extermination mission, when Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan suddenly awakened to the double tomo. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Being capable of serving as the 4th Hokage's guard, Nara Shikaku was naturally not foolish. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's double tomo Sharingan, he instantly realized someone is deliberately provoking Uchiha Itachi to evolve his Sharingan. Therefore, he decisively acted, quickly eliminating the remaining bandits and hurriedly leading Uchiha Itachi and the others back to the village. But the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to happen. Halfway through their journey, trouble arose. They were intercepted. "Who are you?" Looking at the several figures dressed in black in front of him, Nara Shikako broke out in a cold sweat. The other side showed no signs of disguise, and the chakra fluctuations said it all. All are Chunin, and there are even special Jonin-level individuals. One of them even gave him the feeling of being a Jonin-level powerhouse. "You all hurry and escape. I'll hold them off." Nara Shikaku made the decision immediately and charged forward to engage the enemies. Uchiha Itachi and the others also retreated at once. However, as they were retreating, a cold glint appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. TSK. Danzo really can't help himself. Indeed, these 7 or 8 suddenly appearing individuals are all root members. One of them is even a ninja who has been monitoring him for a long time. However, Uchiha Itachi didn't rush to act because Nara Shikaku was still there, and he didn't want to expose himself. After the 3 retreated a distance, once they were completely away from Nara Shikaku, Kawaguchi Ichiro, and Kobayashi Shizuno, who had been fleeing alongside Uchiha Itachi, suddenly turned on him. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Kawaguchi Ichiro acted instantly, and a vacuum sphere hit Uchiha Itachi directly. Uchiha Itachi screamed and was sent flying. Just then, Kobayashi Shizuno also attacked. Water release. Water prison technique. A water sphere appeared instantly, trapping Uchiha Itachi. Capture successful. This is really easy. The 2 laughed. Uchiha Itachi looked at them with a face of terror. "Kaguchi Ichiro, Kobayashi Shizuno, what are you doing?" "What are we doing?" "Of course. We are capturing you." A cold voice sounded, and 5 figures appeared on the scene. 1 special Jonin and 4 Chunin, while the other 2 special Jonin and that Jonin were with Nara Shikaku. "Did you kill Teacher Shikaku? Who are you?" "Kawaguchi Ichiro. Have you and Kobayashi Shizuno betrayed us?" Uchiha Itachi asked 3 questions in terror. "Betrayed?" Kawaguchi Ichiro sneered coldly. "Don't think too much. I'll tell you the truth. Our purpose this time is you. Nara Shikaku won't have any problems. After all, we root." "Shut up." Before Kawaguchi Ichiro could finish, he was interrupted by the special Jonin. "Don't say what shouldn't be said." "Hi." Kawaguchi Ichiro said in horror. TSK. What is there that shouldn't be said? Aren't you just Danzo's dogs? You really think I don't know anything?" A sneer suddenly appeared behind the group. Kawaguchi Ichiro and the others felt a chill run down their spines and turned to look, only to see a familiar figure. Uchiha Itachi? What they saw was Uchiha Itachi, and with a bang, the Uchiha Itachi in the water prison instantly turned into a puff of white mist. Shadow Kurun technique? Tricked? At this moment, Kawaguchi Ichiro and the others realized what had happened. But the special Jonin quickly calmed down and looked at Uchiha Itachi, coldly saying, "Uchiha Itachi, it seems we underestimated you. However, even so, you won't escape this time." "Escape?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed. "Indeed, ignorance is bliss. You have no idea what kind of existence you're facing. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly activated, revealing the Sharingan, and it was directly the three tomo. Then, as the three tomo spun, they transformed into a special pentagram pattern. The moment the special Jonin saw that Uchiha Itachi possessed the three tomo Sharingan, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. Attack! Without thinking, he shouted loudly. But unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi's existence was far beyond their understanding. Jinjutsu, magic chain technique. In the next moment, everyone present was hypnotized in an instant. It was simply a one-hit kill. In his first confrontation with the Root, Uchiha Itachi won. Instant victory. Chapter 13, joining the 7th Squad. Seeking flowers and collections. Soon, Uchiha killed everyone, including Kawaguchi Ikaru and Kobayashi Shino. He didn't bother to interrogate them, knowing they wouldn't reveal anything. The curse mark of tongue destruction, a sealing technique specifically for the roots of Konoha. Danzo placed the curse mark on the tongues of root members. If the cursed person spoke about him, they would become paralyzed, unable to speak or move. Danzo used this sealing technique to bind his subordinates, preventing them from revealing his secrets. As long as Danzo was alive, these curse marks were permanently effective. Therefore, Uchiha knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get any information. After resolving the situation, Uchiha immediately went to investigate where Nara Shikamaru was. However, he found that the roots didn't seem to intend to kill Nara Shikamaru either. That Jounin was deliberately holding back against Nara Shikamaru, and it seemed he would retreat soon. Understanding that the other party's goal was just to eliminate him, Uchiha returned to the scene, arranged things, and inflicted some injuries on himself to pretend to be unconscious and heavily injured. Sure enough, a short while later, Nara Shikamaru arrived. Upon seeing the scene, Nara Shikamaru was taken aback, only to realize that Uchiha was the only survivor and in a very critical state. He didn't have time to think. He quickly checked and took Uchiha back to the village. After returning to the village and handing Uchiha over to the medical personnel of the special department, Nara Shikamaru immediately reported to the 3rd Hokage. That's how it was. When I found Uchiha and the others, I discovered that only Uchiha was alive, and everyone else was dead. The 3rd Hokage fell silent for a long time before speaking. Do you know who they are? Nara Shikamaru hesitated for a moment before responding. Although I'm not sure, based on the recent missions of the 4th Squad, which mainly involve killings, my subordinates speculate this is related to Konoha. Although he didn't say it directly, the 3rd Hokage understood Nara Shikamaru's meaning. All right, you may go now. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, signaling Nara Shikamaru to leave. Danzo, the Uchiha clan only has these last 2 bloodlines left. Do you still want to wipe them out? The 3rd Hokage sighed softly. How could he not know whose handiwork this was? However, he wasn't particularly surprised that Uchiha was still alive. Others might not know, but he knew that Uchiha had trained the 8 gates with Might Guy, and he could barely open the 5th gate. This matter had received his approval after Might Guy consulted him. In the 3rd Hokage's view, Uchiha, influenced by his father and Might Guy, wouldn't harbor any hatred towards Konoha. This was the conclusion he reached after observing Uchiha for a long time. But given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Uchiha would be forced to stand against Konoha. Danzo, you're really putting me in a difficult position. The 3rd Hokage sighed lightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Although it was difficult, he was still Tsurutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha. 3 days later, Uchiha, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. Then, the 3rd Hokage personally came to see him. Uchiha didn't panic and directly recited the prepared statement. He was suddenly attacked by his teammates and surrounded by unidentified individuals, and it was only by opening the 8 gates that he barely defeated everyone. Uchiha had long made his body appear as though he had suffered injuries from excessively opening the 8 gates. Even upon inspection by the 3rd Hokage, it looked the same. To further prove certain things, Uchiha finally said that in the critical moment, his Sharingan evolved again, becoming a 3-tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to win narrowly. However, it came at the cost of serious injuries. Upon learning that Uchiha had unlocked the 3-tomo Sharingan, the 3rd Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly, shocked yet more resolute about something. After understanding the situation, the 3rd Hokage left. After he departed, no one disturbed Uchiha anymore. However, Uchiha was unaware that after leaving, the 3rd Hokage immediately summoned Kakashi. Did you say it wrong, Lord 3rd? Are you really placing Uchiha in the 7th Squad? Kakashi was a bit dazed when he heard the third Hokage mention putting Uchiha in the 7th squad. Sigh. It can't be helped. The third Hokage sighed lightly, and then recounted what had happened in detail. Uchiha Yi's father had contributed significantly to the village, and Guy valued this child, so I don't want him to be disturbed and go down a bad path. Initially, I wanted to hand him over to Guy, but then I thought about it and realized that Guy's team consists of students from the last generation, which isn't quite suitable. Moreover, Naruto has a good relationship with Uchiha and since he and Sasuke are the last survivors of the Uchiha clan, forming a team should be feasible. Now that you've said everything, what can I say? Kakashi rolled his eyes, his dead fish eyes looking even more powerless. The next day, Uchiha who had recovered to free movement, was brought before Naruto and the others by Kakashi. All right, I have an announcement. Starting today, Uchiha officially joins the 7th squad. From now on, you will be teammates. Oh, that's great. We actually became a team. Let's go have ramen to celebrate. Uzumaki Naruto, being oblivious, didn't notice anything strange at all. Sakura, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled and asked Kakashi-sensei what's going on. Isn't there a limit of 3 people in a squad? But internally, her other persona was screaming, oh yeah? This is amazing. I didn't expect Ikuin to be on my team, too. This will make Ino envious. What should I do? On one side is Sasuke, and on the other is How should I choose? It's so hard. To be fair, over the years, due to the enhanced version of the 8 Gates, Uchiha Yi's physique had become very well proportioned, and his appearance had changed dramatically. To put it simply, he had become a handsome guy. Well, this time it's for special reasons. Anyway, you're teammates now, so just remember that. Alright, dismissed. Completely unbothered, Kakashi announced and poofed into a cloud of white mist, disappearing. Oomph. Sasuke snorted coldly, glancing at Uchiha hoping he wouldn't be like some deadweight holding him back. Hey, arrogant Sasuke, who are you talking about? Naruto exploded instantly. Who else? I'm talking about you. Damn it, I want to duel with you. With you as a deadweight? You'll have to wait 100 years to defeat me. The two instantly began to bicker. Seeing this, Sakura could only awkwardly look at Uchiha Iju and I welcome you. Thank you, Sakura. Uchiha nodded, then looked at the two with a bit of headache. How about this to celebrate my joining Team 7? I'll treat you to ramen. Guy, you're so generous. Ijuin, you're really nice. I didn't eat breakfast, but I'll reluctantly go eat ramen once. Chapter 14, the plot begins. Heading to the land of waves, seeking flowers and collections. After joining Team 7, Uchiha Itachi returned to the routine of daily tasks. Catching cats and searching for lost items was simply frustrating. Ever since Naruto learned that Uchiha Itachi had already completed several C-rank missions, he couldn't help but feel envious. He kept pestering Kakashi for a big mission. Unfortunately, that was unrealistic. After all, they had only graduated as ninjas a little over a month ago. Given Naruto's importance, it was impossible for him to leave the village so soon. Being unable to leave the village naturally meant they couldn't accept certain missions. On this point, Sasuke was also somewhat dissatisfied, and his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi had a hint of jealousy. Hokage's office. No, I don't want this kind of mission anymore. I want to undertake more impressive missions. Give me other tasks, just like the ones Itachi did before. When the third Hokage once again pulled out a simple errand task, Naruto immediately exploded with rage. This kind of scene had happened many times before, and Uchiha Itachi was not surprised, as he feared that they would end up helping someone babysit or digging sweet potatoes again. But this time was different. After Naruto's relentless complaints, the third Hokage sighed. All right, I understand. Since you insist, I'll give you a C-rank mission. You'll be protecting someone. Really? Naruto instantly perked up. What is this? Uchiha Itachi felt a stir in his heart, as if he thought of something. Sure enough, the next moment, a drunken-looking uncle appeared. Tazuna. It was indeed him. Could it be that the plot was finally starting? Although he wasn't protecting some important figure like a princess, Naruto was still very excited and hurried to prepare. An hour later, the group gathered at the village gate. Naruto was energized, like he had been given a shot of adrenaline, and Uchiha Itachi understood that this was his first time leaving the village. TSK, there's really a little mouse. As Naruto argued with Tazuna, Uchiha Itachi clearly sensed two presences. As the mission began, after leaving the village for a while, Uchiha Itachi clearly saw a puddle of water. Not only he, but also Kakashi and Sasuke noticed it, while the oblivious Naruto and Sakura, along with Tazuna, did not. Suddenly, at the moment the group passed the water puddle, two figures leaped out, and with a chain attack, they took down Kakashi. Blood splattered, and Kakashi was instantly dismembered. Boring. Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly. He knew Kakashi's intentions, but it was too troublesome for him. It was better to deal with the enemy directly. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A massive fire dragon engulfed the two brothers in an instant. In just a moment, two charred corpses lay on the ground. To be able to unleash such a powerful B-rank fire technique, Kakashi, who had just used the substitution technique, appeared. Even he, who had long known about Uchiha Itachi's extraordinary strength, was surprised at this moment. As for Naruto and the others, they were completely stunned, ignoring the astonished group. Uchiha Itachi's gaze fell directly on Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, I think you need to explain why, for a C-rank mission, we encountered two Chunin. Tazuna shivered under Uchiha Itachi's gaze, clearly still not recovered from witnessing the murder, and instinctively explained everything. At this moment, Naruto and Sakura, finally coming to their senses, turned around and began to vomit. This was their first time seeing a ninja kill, and it was so brutal. Sasuke also felt a bit nauseous, but more than that, he was astonished. He never expected Uchiha Itachi to be so powerful. They were both Genin, yet Itachi had instantly wiped out two Chunin. There was no way he could do that. Kakashi's attention was not on this, as he had already learned a bit about Uchiha Itachi's strength from the third Hokage. Now, however, Tazuna's explanation made him frown. Mr. Tazuna, you've put me in a difficult position. According to your description, this mission is at least B rank, yet the reward you offered was only for C rank. Tazuna didn't know what to say. Naruto, having finally adapted, realized from Kakashi's tone that he intended to return to the village, that he was not happy about. Kakashi-sensei, the uncle is already like this, and the land of waves is so pitiful. We should continue the mission. Continue? Kakashi shook his head slightly, not wanting to. Because Naruto was too important to Konoha, he couldn't afford to take any risks, even with a small setback. But at that moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, I think we should continue. After all, this is Naruto's first time on such a mission. Itachi's words caused Kakashi to pause slightly. He weighed the situation in his mind, glanced at Sasuke, who was also watching him not far away, and finally nodded in agreement under Naruto's. The mission continued. For a while, nothing else happened. But both Kakashi and Tazuna were well aware that this matter was far from over. As for Uchiha Itachi, he was even more certain that it wouldn't be long before they encountered the main course of this mission. A day later, after completing the last segment of the sea route, Uchiha Itachi and the others finally arrived in the land of waves. But once they entered, Tazuna's demeanor became even more anxious. This made Kakashi feel that something was off, and he regretted continuing the mission even more. But it was too late to turn back now. After forcing their way for a while, Kakashi seemed to sense something. Wait! Boom! At that moment, a large shadow flew past and directly slammed into a big tree not far in front of them. It was a large sword. Seeing the sword, Kakashi immediately recognized it. The executioner's blade. Swish! A figure appeared on the executioner's blade, and Kakashi's expression darkened. Zabuza Momochi from the mist. Oh, I was wondering why the brothers failed. I didn't expect it to be the legendary copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, who possesses the Sharingan. Hey, who are you? Are you here to stop our mission? The oblivious Naruto immediately became irritated and was about to step forward. Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in surprise, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Kakashi has the Sharingan? Naruto, don't go. Uchiha Itachi pulled Naruto back and then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I feel this person is very strong. I want to give it a try. No, that was Kakashi's first thought, but the next moment he seemed to think of something and didn't say the words of refusal. He only said to Uchiha Itachi in a deep voice, okay, but as soon as I sense something is wrong, I will intervene immediately. Sure, no problem. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. Chapter 15. A second brush? It's impossible in this lifetime. Seeking flowers and collections. Ha! Kakashi, you actually let a little brat deal with me? You really underestimate me. Zabuza. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi step forward, Zabuza became somewhat irritated. Hey, I said Uncle No Hair, don't get too excited. I think I can handle you just fine on my own. Uchiha Itachi shrugged with a playful expression. Is that so? It seems you're quite arrogant for a little brat. Let me see just how capable you really are. Ninjutsu, Eden Mist Technique. With the last word, a thick white mist suddenly rose in the area. 8 points, throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So, which vital point should I choose? Suddenly, Zabuza's voice came from all directions, filled with a strong killing intent. Boring trick. Is this how you, the so-called demon, operate? Uchiha Itachi sneered disdainfully. You little brat, you're really arrogant. Since you seek death so much, I'll grant your wish. Boom. A strong gust of wind rushed in, and Zabuza instantly appeared before Uchiha Itachi, swinging his decapitation blade directly at him. Uchiha Itachi instantly split in half, but at the same time, he transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone? Correct. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, executing a spinning upper kick. Leaf Hurricane. In addition to the embedded skill ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi had also trained in many other ninjutsu over the years, mostly learned from Might Guy. As for physical techniques, he naturally had quite a few as well. Bang! Zabuza was directly kicked away, turning into a puddle of water. Water clone? A hint of disdain flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Without a second thought, he spun around and threw a punch. Basic fist technique, strong fist. With a low shout in his heart, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a punch filled with chakra. The basic fist technique was created by Uchiha Itachi based on the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Of course, his basic fist technique was not yet perfected, merely a punch driven by dense chakra. But even so, its power was still quite formidable. With a loud bang, Zabuza, along with his blade, was sent flying. If he hadn't managed to block Uchiha Itachi's punch with his decapitation blade in time, he would have been seriously injured. Little brat, your strength is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. Is that so? I think it's just fine. You're truly arrogant, little brat. Don't think that a single hit can compare to me. Zabuza's figure disappeared again, then silently appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. Bang! Uchiha Itachi didn't hesitate and turned around to kick. You can see me? Zabuza was somewhat surprised. This was his silent killing technique. The first time, one could say it was luck, but if the opponent noticed a second time, then it was no longer luck. When did you think I couldn't TC you? Do you think this white mist can do anything to my eyes? As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Zabuza, his eyes activating the three-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan? You are a member of the Uchiha clan? Correct. But unfortunately, there's no reward. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. I see. It seems I underestimated you. But little brat, even if you have a Sharingan, you're still just a little brat. Body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. Swish. Zabuza instantly appeared, swinging his decapitation blade directly at Uchiha Itachi. Sigh, why don't you understand the pain? Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly, making no move. The next moment he was bisected. I succeeded. But Zabuza felt something was off. Then he noticed that the bisected Uchiha Itachi suddenly disappeared. Even the blood on the ground vanished. Zabuza's pupils contracted, as if he realized something. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, a voice that seemed to resonate from all directions. Welcome to my world. As soon as the words fell, Zabuza immediately found that everything around him had changed. Is this an illusion technique? Yes. Zabuza blinked as Uchiha Itachi appeared before him. I've long heard that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses extraordinary illusion techniques. Today, I finally experienced it. But do you think a mere illusion technique can stop me? I am the demon of the mist. Zabuza shouted loudly, breaking. But nothing happened. He was still trapped in the illusion. TSK, you're really a fool. Seeing Zabuza's somewhat dazed expression, Uchiha Itachi felt a bit sorry for him. To tell you the truth, this illusion world is a special ninjutsu created based on Tsukuyami and my own ultimate Sharingan. Perhaps its current power is not as strong as Tsukuyami, but its potential surpasses it. Maybe one day it can even rival infinite Tsukuyami. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know Tsukuyami, and you definitely don't know infinite Tsukuyami. To put it in terms of ninjutsu ranks, Tsukuyami should be classified as an S-rank ninjutsu. As for infinite Tsukuyami, that thing has already surpassed the realm of ninjutsu, because once it is cast, there are probably few in the entire ninja world who can escape. However, while my illusion world is not yet perfected, it can barely brush against S-rank. For such an illusion technique, you actually thought to activate the chakra accumulated in your body to disrupt the flow of chakra, to break it? Do you think you've reached the level of a Kage? TSK. In terms of delusions, Zabuza Uchiha Itachi would gladly call you the strongest. Much better. Having said all that, Uchiha Itachi felt quite relieved. He had truly struggled, knowing many things but unable to express them. Now that he found the opportunity to say a bit to Zabuza, it felt great. Tsukuyami? S-rank illusion? Infinite Tsukuyami? An existence that transcends ninjutsu? Zabuza was somewhat confused, but he had long been completely bound by a power and could not move at all. However, he did not really believe Uchiha Itachi's words. But Uchiha Itachi was speaking the truth, especially regarding the illusion of his illusion world, although it was not yet very mature, with the kaleidoscope Sharingan as a backing. Uchiha Itachi's illusion world was truly not something ordinary people could break. At least Zabuza in front of him was impossible. From a moment he fell into the trap, Zabuza's fate was already sealed. What? Wait for White to appear, take Zabuza away, then wait a while before battling Zabuza again? How is that possible? Uchiha Itachi stated that for a character like Zabuza, he would never have a second brush. It was impossible in this lifetime. Chapter 16. Another ability of the illusion realm. Seeking flowers and collections. What exactly is going on? As the thick fog around slowly dissipated, Kakashi furrowed his brows slightly, especially when he saw, not far away on the battlefield, Zabuza kneeling before Uchiha. He was even more confused about the situation. But the next moment, when he saw the eyes of Uchiha, a hint of relief flashed in Kakashi's eyes. En illusion technique? At this moment, Sasuke was completely stunned. 3 Tomo. Not only had he opened his eyes, but he had also reached 3 Tomo. Damn it. A low roar echoed in his heart, and Sasuke couldn't tell if it was directed at Uchiha or himself. Huh? Why has he stopped moving? Naruto found a bit strange. Wow, Kakashi-sensei. Look at ES eyes changing. What's going on? Wow, so cool. I want a pair of eyes like that too. Kakashi-sensei. What do I do to make my eyes like ES? Kakashi. He didn't want to say anything to this fool anymore. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kakashi's expression changed, and his gaze turned to a certain direction. Swish! A moment later, a masked person appeared. The Umbu of the Mist? Uchiha wasn't surprised, as he knew it was Haku. The moment he saw Haku, a hint of regret flashed in Uchiha's eyes. Sigh. He really is a man. When Haku appeared, Uchiha sensed that the other's aura was definitely not that of a woman, which left him a little disappointed. It's rare to have a character with such an outstanding appearance among the Hokage, but this turned out to be a man. Excuse me, everyone from Konoha? May I handle this rogue Nin? A cold voice rang out. Though icy, Uchiha could still detect a hint of concern within it. Of course, it's only appropriate to leave this rogue Nin to you to handle, as he is your Mist-S rogue Nin. Kakashi-sensei. I'm right, aren't I? At the end, Uchiha looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Thank you. The cold voice echoed again, and then Haku took Zabuza away. They came quickly and left just as fast. However, as Haku left with Zabuza, a hint of amusement appeared in Uchiha's eyes. He definitely couldn't do a second take. Although Zabuza was still alive, there was a special change in him at this moment. I didn't expect you to have such skill in illusion techniques to actually catch that Zabuza off guard. Kakashi was quite emotional. Zabuza was known as the Demon of the Mist, a killer who had taken countless lives, yet he was caught by Uchiha's illusion. This was enough to demonstrate the power of Uchiha's illusion techniques. This is fortunate. After all, I can only cast such an illusion due to my innate conditions. The Sharingan. Kakashi sighed inwardly again and then instructed everyone to continue moving forward. You wait for me. I will definitely surpass you. Sasuke suddenly stepped forward and said this to Uchiha. Then without waiting for Uchiha's response, he quickly left. Surpass me? Come back to tell me that when you really become a pillar. No. If that fool really becomes a pillar, who knows how much a Sharingan will have upgraded by then. Kid, you might as well give up. In the distance, at a certain place, Haku had stopped with Zabuza. At this moment, Zabuza had already regained consciousness. Lord Zabuza, are you okay? I'm fine. Zabuza shook his head and coldly said, Let's go back and find Kato. Yes. Haku obediently nodded. Although he sensed a hint of killing intent from Zabuza towards Kato, he didn't think much of it as he considered himself to be Zabuza's tool. Naturally, he didn't see the faint Tomo pattern that had slightly appeared in Zabuza's eyes. Uchiha's illusion realm has another power, which is the ability to brainwash someone mentally. Although it is far from the level of Kotoeme Tsukumi, it can still influence a person's thoughts for a short period. This is another ability of the illusion realm. For Zabuza, Uchiha had issued an instruction to destroy the Kato group, then commit suicide. This day was destined to be a bloody one, because not long after, Zabuza killed Kato, and then he directly took his own life. Although Haku was shocked and puzzled, he also committed suicide after Zabuza's death. Uchiha learned about all these events through his visual resonance. At this time, he and Naruto's group had already arrived at the home of Tazuna. The following time was purely about the development of the plot, with the only exception being the absence of the encounter between Naruto and Haku. Although no one was injured, Kakashi conducted a training session focused on Naruto and the others. Climbing trees, walking on water. What surprised Uchiha the most was that under such circumstances, Naruto unexpectedly released the seal of the Nine Tails again. There was clearly no battle with Haku, yet such a thing occurred. Kakashi was surprised and cautious, while Uchiha found it more amusing. At the moment Naruto went berserk, Uchiha felt a subtle chakra fluctuation. After secretly activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, he saw a special chakra emanating from Naruto. Although it was faint, even with his Mangekyō Sharingan, it was somewhat difficult to detect, and it was fleeting. But he still managed to capture it. TSK. Interesting, is it Ashura's chakra? Or the Sage of Six Paths? The latter possibility is greater because, in Uchiha's view, the 12-year-old Naruto seemed to have started to slowly bear the chakra of the Nine Tails. Such a slight release was entirely like giving Naruto a cheat. This had the fingerprints of the Sage of Six Paths. Realizing this, Uchiha felt a bit wary. Damn. That old man of the Six Paths has probably been secretly watching Naruto all along, and Sasuke might be the same. It seems I need to keep a distance from Sasuke and Naruto for a while. Due to the Nine-Tailed Seal going berserk, plus Kakashi was uninjured, and Kato was inexplicably killed, the 7th squad only stayed at Tezuna's house for a few days before returning to Konoha. "Yay, I'm back." At the gates of Konoha, Naruto laughed loudly, looking very carefree. Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes, gave a glance to a corner, and then went to report to the 3rd Hokage. As for Uchiha, he went straight home. In the following period, the 7th squad returned to their usual miscellaneous tasks. But Uchiha knew that this routine wouldn't last long, because the Nin exams were approaching. Chapter 17, I Want to Marry Hinata, Seeking Flowers and Collections. Uchiha was quite surprised. He did not expect to be summoned by the 3rd Hokage, just as the Chunin exams were about to begin. "Kid, you're pretty good. Even I, an old man, didn't think you had such talent." The 3rd Hokage wore a cheerful expression, but the occasional gleam in his eyes indicated that he was not as muddled as he appeared. I didn't expect that either. My father once said my talent wasn't very good, and, if possible, it would be best to be an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Upon hearing Uchiha mention his father, the 3rd Hokage was slightly taken aback. He was quite familiar with Uchiha's father because he saw the shadow of his teammate, Uchiha Itachi, in him. In fact, it was precisely because of this that he had directly refused Danzo's proposal to send Kai on a mission during the night of the massacre, as that would have forced Uchiha to go home. If that had happened, there might not have been an Uchiha today. "Oh, it seems you still have a good impression of your father." The 3rd Hokage quickly regained his composure and became more amiable towards Uchiha. Uchiha nodded and said seriously, "Although I can't remember many things clearly, he once said something that left a deep impression on me." "Oh, what did he say?" "The truly important things, whether painful or sad, must be pursued to the end. Even if it costs your life, you must protect them with your own hands. That way, even if you die, there will be eternal proof that a man lived." This was actually something his father heard from Uncle Kai. But he told me that Uncle Kai was right, and that it was also what he thought in his heart. The 3rd Hokage had no doubts about Uchiha's words because he had heard similar sentiments from Kai, and given the relationship between Kai and Uchiha's father, it was perfectly normal for such words to be spoken. My father also told me that his favorite saying was one from the 4th Hokage. What was it? The 3rd Hokage suddenly became more interested. "The shadow of fire will illuminate the village. This is the meaning of the Hokage's existence." The 3rd Hokage was instantly moved. He could see that the child before him was not lying. His emotions were very genuine. What a good kid. The 3rd Hokage sighed in his heart, and his last bit of suspicion towards Uchiha dissipated. However, Uchiha was secretly relieved at this moment. After entering the Hokage's office, he had been under the scrutiny of more than 10 gazes. Moreover, upon seeing the 3rd Hokage, he felt a faint sense of hostility directed towards him. It couldn't be called hostility. Perhaps it could only be described as suspicion. Therefore, Uchiha self-hypnotized and delivered the above speech. The brainwashing and hypnosis ability of the illusion realm was also effective on oneself. Uchiha could even instantly create a temporary false persona that perfectly concealed his true intentions. Just now, he had used this trick, even pulling out the will of fire, in order to pass through unnoticed. He wanted to stay in Konoha and didn't want to leave before the end. Seeing the 3rd Hokage's expression and the 2 or 3 ordinary wary gazes left on him, he knew he had succeeded. The 3rd Hokage naturally had no idea that he had been thoroughly deceived by a 12-year-old child. After a pause, the 3rd Hokage suddenly looked at Uchiha, his tone becoming somewhat serious as he said, "So, kid, can you tell me what the village means to you?" "Well, in my opinion, the village is like a big family. I have Uncle Kai, Naruto, and everyone is family. My father once said that although our Uchiha clan is a big family, the entire village is the biggest family. For the village, my father would risk his life to protect it, and I can too. The false persona instantly took over, and at that moment, Uchiha transformed into the most righteous companion. Ha ha, good kid, good kid. The third Hokage laughed with satisfaction. So, child, do you have any thoughts about becoming Hokage? The third Hokage suddenly asked. This time, there was no need for a false persona. Uchiha directly shook his head and said no. Huh? You don't want to be Hokage? The third Hokage was somewhat surprised. Can you tell me why? Well, Uchiha glanced at the third Hokage, then said slowly, being Hokage means sitting here like you, dealing with a bunch of messy documents. It's so annoying. There is no time to go out and train or wander around. It's basically like being in prison. Only that idiot Naruto would look forward to it. I don't want to be in prison. Uchiha's expression was quite disdainful. This was genuinely his thought. Hokage? What is the point of that? To wear yourself out? And if something goes wrong, you have to take the blame? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Messy documents? Prison? And only an idiot would want to be Hokage? The third Hokage was already at a loss for words. Then, don't you want to be recognized by the people in the village like Naruto? I do, but it's not that just because you become Hokage, you'll be recognized by everyone. It's the people who are recognized that can become Hokage. Besides, being recognized by everyone doesn't necessarily mean you'll become Hokage. Alright, the third Hokage had nothing more to say. So, do you have anything you want to accomplish? Finally, the third Hokage managed to squeeze out such a sentence. Yes, of course. Uchiha instantly changed his demeanor. Oh, what is it? The third Hokage immediately perked up. I want to marry Hinata. I want Hinata to be my wife. Uchiha exclaimed, shocking the third Hokage. Moreover, Uchiha's tone was incredibly resolute when he said this, making the third Hokage feel as if he were looking at Naruto. Naruto's expressions and attitudes when shouting that he wanted to be Hokage were completely the same as Uchiha's now. But this is a headache. The third Hokage didn't know how to make Uchiha leave. It wasn't until a while later that he suddenly spoke. What do you think? A figure suddenly appeared. Walking out from the corner, it was Kakashi. Well, what else can I say? Just another trouble of Naruto's level. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head with a helpless expression. Marry Hinata? But she's the heir of the Hyuga clan, and Uchiha is from the Uchiha clan. Forget it. Let this kind of problem be a headache for the Hokage. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, the third Hokage knew he had asked the wrong person. This meeting with Uchiha made him realize that this kid was quite good. But the problem now was that this kid's ambitions were a bit unconventional. Making Hinata his wife? Such a problem was also an incredibly tricky matter for him. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. This problem is too troublesome. Chapter 18. The first battle with the tailed beast, seeking flowers and collecting at Ichiraku Ramen. While eating ramen, Uchiha recalled a scene from earlier in the Hokage's office, and made him chuckle a bit. Although he was serious, he could imagine how much the third Hokage was probably troubled by his ambitious wish. Hey, if you old man want to test me, it would really be unfair if I didn't give you something to worry about. Are you happy about something? A soft voice sounded, and it was Hinata, the girl Uchiha had vowed to marry in front of the third Hokage. Uchiha strongly requested that Hinata call him simply in not-kun. Of course, it took Hinata 3 years to be able to say it normally, but she still spoke very softly. After leaving the Hokage's office, he ran into Hinata, who had just completed a mission, and of course, Kiba and Shino were also there. In the end, everyone gathered at Ichiraku Ramen. He didn't know when this place had become the gathering spot for their generation. Uchiha felt a bit lost. Perhaps it was because of Naruto leading the way. However, speaking of which, the ramen here was indeed delicious. With Uchiha's taste, after so many years, he still hadn't gotten tired of it. It's nothing much. I just met with the third Hokage and talked about something important regarding my lifelong affairs. Uchiha, he said, half-jokingly. Lifelong affairs? Wow, Uchiha, don't tell me you have your eye on someone and plan to have the third Hokage propose for you? The one who said this was Kiba, who was as carefree as Naruto. Woof. Akamaru beside him barked in agreement. Propose? Is he serious? Hinata instantly became nervous. Hinata, don't listen to Kiba's nonsense. He is only 13 years old. Proposing is way too early. It's impossible, Shino said clearly. Although Uchiha's mention of lifelong affairs was somewhat similar to Kiba's nonsense. Seeing Hinata visibly relax, he decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Yeah, Shino is right. Kiba, you're just like that idiot Naruto, speaking without thinking. Proposing? How could you even think of that? Damn it, Don't compare me to that idiot Naruto. I'm not like you. Fine, since you treated me to ramen. I'll let it go this time. Upon hearing Uchiha Yi's words, Kiba instantly exploded in anger and was about to do something, but Akamaru quickly bit his pant leg, making him suddenly wake up and remember something, and he immediately changed his tone. You're afraid to get beaten up by E, right? Shino added a sharp comment. Kiba, you. I'm full. I'm leaving. Unable to stay any longer, Kiba left directly. Wait, we still need to turn in our mission. Shino called out, then nodded at Uchiha, E, and hurriedly left. E, I'm going now, Hinata said, her face flushed, and quickly followed. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Watching the three leave, Uchiha E was truly speechless. Sai, forget it. Shaking his head lightly, Uchiha E got up to pay the bill and leave. Just as he walked a short distance, he turned a corner and encountered something again. Naruto and his group were facing off against Gaara and his companions. Compared to the original story, it seemed that Uchiha Yi's presence had given Sasuke even greater stimulation, making him a bit irritable. Who are you? State your name. Sasuke said coldly to Gaara. Gaara of the Sand. Gaara was already exuding killing intent, as Sasuke's attitude had angered him. From the looks of you, your strength should be decent. Let's have a match. Gaara's killing intent ignited Sasuke's fighting spirit. This is not good. If Gaara gets too excited, things could get serious. Just as the two were about to strike, Uchiha E appeared in front of them. Hey, I said don't be so tense, this isn't good. Val, so fast. Gaara was startled by Uchiha Yi's sudden appearance, as he hadn't seen his movements clearly. Seeing Uchiha E appear with that attitude, Sasuke realized they wouldn't be able to fight and snorted before turning to leave. Sigh. As expected, the idiot is still an idiot. Uchiha E shook his head slightly in his heart and also planned to leave. But at that moment, a violent killing intent erupted from behind him. You seem strong, what's your name? Uchiha E turned around to see Gaara, whose eyes were already bloodshot, and felt a headache coming on. Uchiha E, I remember that name. So you can die now. Wait, Gaara. Gaara, stop. Temari and Kankuro seemed to sense something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop Gaara, but it was already too late. Sand coffin. Gaara extended his right hand, and a torrent of quicksand surged towards Uchiha E. Sai, this is really troublesome. Uchiha E shook his head, but in the next moment, before the quicksand could reach him, he dodged and appeared right in front of Gaara. Leaf Hurricane. Boom. In the instant that Gaara hadn't reacted, Uchiha E kicked him away. The sand armor on his face cracked open, and blood flowed out. What? Temari and Kankuro were stunned. Not good. Gaara is injured. A trace of fear flashed in Temari's eyes. Haha, pain, blood. You are indeed the prey I expected. Gaara, now excited, began to show signs of transformation. Uchiha E frowned slightly. It seemed that Gaara was even more extreme than he had anticipated. You could die now. See, he was just kicked once, and he was already bringing out the sand transformation. I didn't want it to be like this, but you insisted on making trouble, so I can't be blamed. Uchiha Yi's gaze turned cold. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fire dragon instantly exploded the sand hand that Gaara had conjured. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Uchiha used a body flicker technique to appear in front of Gaara and delivered a punch, knocking him down, then stepped firmly on him. His eyes moved, and three Tomo instantly appeared, spinning rapidly. Sharingan. Activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha, he did not target Gaara himself, but rather the Shikaku within him. Shikaku, be obedient. This time, Uchiha did not hold back and unleashed his full power. Who are you? How do you possess such power? A scream came from within Gaara, but only Uchiha could hear it. Gaara had completely lost consciousness. As for Shikaku, due to his attack of ocular power, it had already been injured and would not interfere with Gaara for a short while. Moments later, as the dust and smoke cleared, Uchiha Itachi threw the completely unconscious Gaara in front of Shikamaru and Kankuro, who were both in shock. Although it was due to the Chunin exam, this was still our Konoha. It's better for you outsiders to behave yourself. Chapter 19. Sudden Attack. Seeking flowers and collections. Soon after, Uchiha E, who had returned home, looked at a special chakra ball in his hand, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Wow, it really worked. This is a pleasant surprise. When he attacked Shikaku earlier, Uchiha E had deliberately extracted a portion of chakra from Shikaku, who resided within Gaara. This was not just any chakra, but a part of the original chakra. The portion that was extracted meant that Shikaku would permanently lose that amount of chakra. Moreover, due to its unique nature, if this portion of chakra was implanted into a living being using special methods, Uchiha E was confident he could create a miniature Shikaku with his abilities. Uchiha Itachi did not do this to collect the tailed beast chakra, nor to combine them into the 10 tails. While combining all the tailed beasts for the Sage of Six Paths mode is indeed powerful, Uchiha Itachi firmly believed that if his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan evolved to a higher level, it would certainly possess its own Sage mode. His collection of tailed beast chakra was merely an experiment to see what would happen if he cultivated it after gathering chakra from all the tailed beasts. He had a hypothesis about this long ago, and now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to try it out. Well, let's temporarily place it in a shadow clone. Boom! A puff of white smoke appeared, and a shadow clone emerged before Uchiha Itachi. This was not an ordinary shadow clone. After more than a month of training, Uchiha Itachi's super multiple shadow clone technique had been upgraded to level 5. The higher the level, the more shadow clones he could create, and the faster he could gain proficiency. Super multiple shadow clone technique. Level 5, 3000,000,000. Super S-class ninjutsu. Originally an A-class forbidden technique, has no side effects after being enhanced by the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Currently at level 5, it can produce 1,000 shadow clones at once, each with 50 of the original strength. After reaching level 5, Uchiha Itachi discovered that the fewer shadow clones he created at once, the closer their strength was to his own. When he created at least 3 shadow clones, each possessed 95 of his original strength. With Uchiha Itachi's current strength, 95 was already terrifying. He implanted the portion of original chakra he had taken from Shikaku into this shadow clone. Then, Uchiha Itachi placed this shadow clone into a special space, the Flying Thunder God space. This was a special space unlocked after Uchiha Itachi upgraded his Flying Thunder God technique to level 5. The space was not large, merely a 3-dimensional area of 100 meters in length, width, and height. Most of the shadow clones he created trained their skills proficiency here. After finishing these tasks, Uchiha Itachi found himself somewhat at a loss. It is worth mentioning that the third Hokage had summoned him earlier, indeed, because of the Nin exams. However, the difference was that he did not need to participate in the exams and could be directly promoted to Nin. Although it was a time of peace, there would always be exceptions. After returning from the Land of Waves, Uchiha Itachi's strength had been partially revealed. After careful consideration, the third Hokage decided to promote Uchiha Itachi to Nin ahead of time. Calling him over was primarily for this matter. Therefore, the Nin exams were no longer relevant to him. As long as the third Hokage gave him a promotion mission, he would be a Nin for sure. Actually, Uchiha Itachi was somewhat hesitant about how to treat the third Hokage. Should he save him or not? Although his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan had been somewhat neglected during this time due to the upgrade of the Flying Thunder God technique, even so, it would be absolutely no problem to upgrade to level 5 before the Konoha collapse plan. Level 5 meant the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. His strength would indeed be formidable. Well, at least during the early stages of the plot. So, as long as he acted, saving the third Hokage was still possible. But Uchiha Itachi's heart always had a slight grudge against the third Hokage due to the night of the Uchiha massacre, which was the reason for his hesitation. Forget it. I won't think about it. I'll decide based on the situation when the time comes. Uchiha Itachi decided to stop thinking about these things and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, while Uchiha Itachi was asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. Someone. Who is it? Since you are here, come out. Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Heh, Uchiha Itachi, you are indeed not simple. From the dark corner, a figure in black clothing appeared, a masked person. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Upon seeing the other party's attire, Uchiha Itachi had a guess in his heart. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that it's best for you to come with me now or else. Swish, not giving him a chance to finish. Uchiha Itachi instantly appeared before him and smiled slightly. Hey, little mouse, let me take you to a good place. Swish, with a sudden flash. Uchiha Itachi and the masked person instantly vanished. When the two reappeared, they were already in a forest some distance away from the village. The masked person was somewhat bewildered, but he quickly retreated. Flying Thunder God technique? You actually know the Flying Thunder God technique? After retreating to the side, the masked person spoke with shock. Is that what surprises you? How about this? Your eyes? The masked person seemed to go a bit crazy. He was not an ordinary person. He was a Jonin, and also an elite Jonin, one of Danzo's top subordinates. Thus, when he saw Uchiha Itachi's eyes change from 3 tomo to a pentagram pattern, he realized that everyone had been deceived by Uchiha Itachi. Kaleidoscope, Sharingan? The masked person's voice became somewhat hoarse. Uchiha Itachi did not speak, but the masked person got the answer he wanted. However, this only made him more resolute. Earth release, Earth prison. Boom. The ground shook violently, and layers of earth appeared, completely surrounding Uchiha Itachi. The masked person did not even glance back. After throwing out this earth jutsu, he frantically fled backward. Forget the flying thunder god technique. Uchiha Itachi actually awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is beyond what I can handle. Wait, the flying thunder god technique? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, the masked person's expression changed. Swish! Just as he feared, in the next moment, he felt a blur before his eyes, and Uchiha Itachi appeared before him again. Chapter 20. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Seeking Flowers and Collections. Hey, we meet again. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. Flying Thunder God Technique. Level 5, 652-1-000-000. An S-Class Spacetime Ninjutsu, which is a type of body flicker technique. After being enhanced by the limitless Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God Technique has become an Ultra S-Class Spacetime Ninjutsu. Currently at level 5, it requires no special tools and can mark the Flying Thunder God Technique. The level 5 Flying Thunder God Technique no longer requires special tools to mark the technique. In fact, there is no limit to the number of marks it can make. At least, Uchiha Itachi has marked hundreds of Flying Thunder God techniques without reaching any limit. Damn it, there is no escape. The masked man thought fiercely and decided not to flee. Earth release, falling clay. Suddenly, an alternate space appeared above Uchiha Itachi, and a large amount of clay began to fall. But before the masked man could form the hand seals for fire release, Uchiha Itachi countered. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. 4 giant dragon-like flames not only reduced the falling clay to dust, but also immediately destroyed the alternate space summoned by the earth release. Damn it! The masked man shouted in anger, forming hand seals to prepare for another ninjutsu. But Uchiha Itachi had had enough. Amaterasu. A black flame ignited directly on the masked man. The masked man screamed in agony, but it was of no use. Once he was completely burned to a pile of ashes by Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi extinguished the flames using his kaleidoscope Sharingan. If he hadn't extinguished it, the entire area would have caught fire. Are they coming? Sensing something, Uchiha Itachi quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return home in an instant. Moments latte. Several figures appeared, which were a few Umbu. There are signs of battle. There are traces of fire release and earth release, and their power is not weak, indicating a battle level between Jonin. Soon, the Umbu analyzed the situation based on the scene. However, one side had turned to ashes, and the other left no traces, making it impossible to investigate further. Upon receiving the news, the third Hokage could only assume it was a personal conflict involving individuals from certain villages attending the Chunin exams in Konoha. In the end, he only instructed the Umbu to remain vigilant. But for the master hidden in the shadows of Konoha, it was different. Jiorin is dead? Danzo's single, I showed a hint of confusion. Who could it be? To kill Jiorin, at least an elite Jonin or even a stronger individual would be needed. Is this person acting unintentionally, intentionally, or do they have some purpose? Or is there some relationship between them and Uchiha Itachi, the sinner? Danzo intended to send someone to investigate further, but because of this incident, the Konoha Umbu had already heightened their vigilance, making it inappropriate for the root members to cause any major disturbances. Forget it. It's better to wait until after the Chunin exams to deal with it. Danzo's voice calmed down, and his figure once again blended into the darkness. But he did not know that this matter had been noted by someone. Back at home, Uchiha Itachi was now sneering repeatedly. Damn, that old fox Danzo still hasn't given up on me. What the hell did I do to offend you? He even sent out elite Jonin. He really thinks highly of me. Very well, just wait for me. Amidst his cold laughter, Uchiha Itachi made an instant decision. This time, he wouldn't let the third Hokage die in Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. In fact, thinking about it seriously, the third Hokage really can't die. At least not at this stage. Because the third Hokage has a good impression of him and recognizes him. You have to know that the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha is not very good. If the third Hokage were to die and be replaced by Tsunade, then she would probably have no good feelings towards him, a survivor of the Uchiha clan. The relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is known throughout the ninja world. So, it seems that the third Hokage really cannot die this time. Therefore, the first thing to do is to quickly upgrade the Sharingan to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just as Uchiha Itachi began to focus on enhancing his limitless Sharingan, the Chunin exams proceeded as scheduled. The preliminary exam passed, and then the first written test officially concluded. With the first round over, the second exam was about to start immediately. Thankfully, I'm fast enough to catch up. Uchiha muttered softly as he opened the system interface that only he could see. Host. Uchiha Limitless Sharingan. Level 5, 123.1.000.000, with unlimited evolution ability. Currently at level 5, it is the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Skills. 5-5 can embed 5 skills. 8 gates, Fire Release, Flying Thunder God Technique, Super Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Lightning Release Level 5 Evaluation. Wow, young man. You already possess the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. From now on, you don't have to worry about blindness. And you can use the Sharingan freely. However, taking such a long time to upgrade the Limitless Sharingan to level 5. Young man, your speed is not commendable. So, young man, hurry up and level up to obtain the Rinnegan. Every time Uchiha saw the system's evaluation of himself, he felt a bit unable to face it directly. In 5 or 6 years, he upgraded from a non-Tomo Sharingan to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which is already quite fast. After advancing to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha finally experienced the power of his limitless Sharingan. He had now awakened several eye techniques and finally awakened Tsukuyami. Moreover, due to his self-created illusion realm, his Tsukuyami underwent new changes. Tsukuyami, Illusion Realm. This was truly his Tsukuyami. Compared to Itachi's Tsukuyami, his Tsukuyami was even more powerful. Although it wasn't as sinister as Kotoami's Tsukumi, his Tsukuyami, Illusion Realm, was not far off. In addition, his Susanoo and visual resonance were also strengthened. However, what excited Uchiha the most was that the long-awaited Kimui finally appeared this time. Moreover, compared to the Kimui of Obito and Kakashi in the original work, his Kimui was a bit more special, because when he used Kimui, there would be no spatial ripples or whirlpools. Uchiha didn't know how far Obito's Kimui could teleport in one go, but his Kimui, when combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, could teleport a great distance. After upgrading to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha randomly embedded a skill from the system and ended up with Lightning Release. Just like Fire Release. As long as Lightning Release exists in the world of Hokage, he can now perform it. Moreover, its power is even stronger than the original version. Additional update. Kneeling for collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 21. Cheating for Hinata, seeking flowers and collections. This lightning release technique, Uchiha, he was quite satisfied with it. Because he could use the lightning releases body technique to stimulate his body cells with the power of lightning, making his body even stronger. This also accelerated his proficiency in practicing the 8 gates. The second exam began. Outside the Death Forest, Uchiha watched as Naruto and the others entered. However, Uchiha's attention was focused on a grass ninja. Orochimaru had indeed appeared. Even now, Uchiha couldn't help but feel admiration. Because if it weren't for his prior knowledge and the Mangekyō Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to see through Orochimaru's true identity. However, that being said, Orochimaru had already undergone the impure world reincarnation and changed bodies, so he no longer counted as the original Orochimaru. Only in terms of soul, he was still Orochimaru. Although Uchiha also longed for longevity, even immortality, he was sure that his limit with the Sharingan could allow him to achieve that. Even if it were not possible, he wouldn't choose to do it like Orochimaru. Moreover, he just reincarnated, yet he chose a woman's body. This truly disgusted Uchiha. If it weren't necessary, he wouldn't want to interact with Orochimaru at all. Too disgusting. But now he had to interact with him. After watching Naruto and the others enter the Death Forest, Uchiha turned and left. At this moment, he still sensed that there were watchful eyes on him. Danzo was still monitoring him. However, the root ninja who was watching him did not realize that after walking a distance and turning a corner, the Uchiha he was monitoring had already become a shadow clone. The real Uchiha had already entered the Death Forest using Kamui. He had long set up some Flying Thunder God jutsu formulas in the Death Forest. He even marked Hinata and Naruto with the Flying Thunder God jutsu. However, if he were to use these Flying Thunder God jutsu, he would directly appear beside Naruto and the others, which would expose him. Hinata's chakra. Over there? Sensing it, Uchiha's figure vanished again. As long as he sensed the other party's chakra, Uchiha could teleport over using Kamui. After a while, Uchiha appeared on a large tree and then saw Hinata and the others. For his future wife, Uchiha did not intend to let her struggle too much. With a thought, Uchiha's figure disappeared once more. At this moment, Hinata seemed to sense something and looked up at the place where Uchiha had vanished. But she didn't see anything. What's wrong, Hinata? Kiba asked. It's nothing. Hinata shook her head, her little face slightly flushed. How could she tell Kiba and the others that she had just felt the, "Be careful, someone is here." Shino seemed to have noticed something. Hinata. Upon hearing Kiba call her, Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan without thinking. There were 3 people in the left front, but their chakra seemed a bit chaotic. Are they injured? Shino quickly deduced. "Huh, isn't that great?" Kiba exclaimed joyfully and charged forward. "Kiba, wait." Shino couldn't stop him, and Hinata could only follow. Soon, the 3 discovered the enemy. The 3 already severely injured ninjas, one of whom was even unconscious. Shino remained very vigilant, worried about an ambush. But Kiba had already made a move. Then, to Shino's surprise, in just a few moves, Kiba had taken down the opponents. "Ha ha, Shino, Hinata, look quickly." Kiba laughed, holding a scroll, leaving Shino speechless. Could it be that our luck is just better? Hinata was also surprised, but at that moment, she saw someone waving at her from a nearby tree. Hinata's little mouth opened in surprise, about to shout out. But seeing Uchiha making a shushing gesture, she quickly covered her mouth with her little hand. It was who did it. After glancing at the scroll in Kiba's hand, Hinata instantly understood. But when she looked up again, she could no longer see Uchiha. Yet, her heart was sweet and warm. A girl in love seems to forget many things. For example, why Uchiha appeared here. And for example, Uchiha's strength. Well, perhaps these things were not important to Hinata at all. After helping Hinata and the others gather the scrolls, Uchiha left. He was not worried about Hinata encountering danger, as he had marked her with an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan version of the eye resonance. The enhanced eye resonance could set the conditions for activation. If Hinata encountered danger at this difficulty, the eye resonance on her would activate immediately. Then, whether it was Kamui or the flying thunder god Jutsu, Uchiha could appear in front of Hinata in an instant. Such treatment was only for Hinata. After a while, Uchiha arrived at a place, looking speechless. "Let me out, you stinky big snake." Below, a giant snake was crawling, but a familiar voice came from its belly. This idiot really got swallowed by a snake. Uchiha twitched the corner of his eye. Although he knew this scene, seeing it for real was still quite speechless. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto shouted from inside the snake's belly, and the snake swelled up, unable to hold back, and spat Naruto out. So many Narutos. So disgusting. Please collect, seek flowers, seek rewards, seek everything. Chapter 22. Orochimaru, let's make a deal. Seeking flowers and collections, although he had come out. Naruto's appearance gave Uchiha an extremely uncomfortable feeling. To use the shadow clone technique to this extent, one could only say that he truly deserved to be the number 1 in unexpected situations, right? Next, Uchiha watched as Naruto returned to join Sasuke and the others. And then he encountered Orochimaru. However, Uchiha did not reveal himself, instead hiding his presence with the power of Kamui. Just like the original development of the battle, Uchiha did not intervene. Of course, if Orochimaru really did something outrageous to Sasuke and the others, Uchiha would still take action. As for leaving a cursed seal on Sasuke, he did not stop it and had no intention of doing so. Even when Akatsuki appeared and fought Orochimaru, he still did not show himself. It wasn't until he had distanced himself from Akatsuki that Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. "Have you been following me for so long and still don't plan to show yourself?" TSK. It's no surprise that one of Konoha's legendary 3, Orochimaru, noticed me so quickly. Uchiha was a bit surprised. He had hidden himself with Kamui, and Orochimaru could still detect him. However, Orochimaru quickly provided an answer. "Snakes are very sensitive, you know. So it's the heat." Uchiha seemed to understand. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and looked at Uchiha. "May I ask who you are and why you are following me?" "Nothing much. Just here to make a deal with you." "A deal?" "Yes. You can continue with your plan to destroy Konoha, but the 3rd Hokage cannot die," Uchiha said seriously. At the moment Uchiha mentioned the plan to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru's pupils contracted. "You're quite interesting, but a mere brat dares to be so arrogant in front of me? You really are quite bold." Although Orochimaru did not make any moves, 2 giant snakes suddenly lunged at Uchiha from behind, their massive mouths wide open. However, the 2 snakes ended up passing right through Uchiha. Kamui, phasing. Uchiha, Madara? Orochimaru's pupils dilated, and he instantly became alert. TSK. Acting first and asking questions later, truly like Orochimaru. Uchiha clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I'm not Uchiha Madara. You should have heard my name. I am Uchiha. Oh, so it's you. However, you really did surprise me." Orochimaru looked at Uchiha with a gaze full of greed. With a space-time ninjutsu like that of Madara, it's truly enviable. Uchiha slightly frowned, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared in an instant. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited instantly, engulfing Orochimaru entirely. Moments later, only a charred corpse remained. Orochimaru, stop pretending. I know this level won't affect you. You really are different. The charred corpse suddenly split open, and Orochimaru crawled out from inside. Truly disgusting. Your eyes are quite impressive. They really make my heart race. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha, his eyes filled with desire. Get a rest. You can't even defeat Itachi, and you dare to covet me? How do you know unless you try? Orochimaru grinned evilly and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A massive figure appeared. A giant snake over 20 to 30 meters long lunged at Uchiha. It seems that if I don't inflict some pain on this Orochimaru, he won't behave. With a cold gaze, Uchiha made a decision in his heart. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. The massive lightning spear instantly pierced through the giant snake, sending it crashing back to the summoning realm with a loud bang. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent storm erupted, instantly blowing away the surrounding trees. Unlike before with Sasuke, now Orochimaru was using all his strength. But it was futile. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha appeared right in front of Orochimaru in an instant. Under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, he grinned widely. Lightning release. Reflow burst. This was a technique used by the fourth Raikage, concentrating chakra in his hand, similar in principle to Chidori. But compared to Chidori, lightning release. Reflow burst had even more destructive power. This strike directly blew apart Orochimaru. A clay clone? Uchiha turned his head to one side, where Orochimaru reappeared in perfect condition. Interesting, truly interesting. First, there's the space-time ninjutsu, like Uchiha Madara, and just now, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Flying Thunder God technique. And that one is the fourth Raikage ninjutsu, right? I'm becoming more and more curious about how you acquired these ninjutsu. Not continuing to attack, Orochimaru stretched his neck, a look of desire on his face. I'm now very interested in the deal you mentioned. Orochimaru did not expect Uchiha to reveal these things. He didn't really want to make any deal with this terrifying brat. But precisely because he was terrifying and the other party knew his plans, he had no choice but to negotiate. That's more like it. Uchiha smiled with satisfaction. This deal is actually quite simple. You can proceed with your plan as normal, but the third Hokage cannot die. Then, Ikuin, what can I gain from this deal? Sasuke Uchiha. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Ikuin, I don't quite understand what you mean. Come on, Orochimaru, do you think I don't know? You have your sights set on Sasuke, wanting to use the reanimation jutsu to obtain the bloodline limit of my Uchiha clan? Orochimaru completely lost his composure. The other party actually knew about the reanimation jutsu, and from the way the other spoke, it seemed he was already aware that Orochimaru had performed it. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 23, the second exam ends. The preliminary rounds begin. Seeking flowers and collections. This little guy is very dangerous. Orochimaru's heart erupted with boundless killing intent. He wanted to kill to silence him. Uchiha had sensed this immediately. Orochimaru, don't think about killing me. To put it bluntly, even if you use the trump cards you prepared for this plan, you're still no match for me. Uchiha was right. Even if Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage through Edo Tensei, they wouldn't be his opponents. The first Hokage was indeed powerful. Even Uchiha, it currently didn't have absolute confidence in defeating him. However, with Orochimaru's current means, he couldn't even fully utilize the second Hokage's strength, let alone the first. The first Hokage in the Konoha collapse plan could only exert about 10 to 20 of his power during his peak period, and there were many restrictions. The peak Senju Hashirama could easily defeat Madara, who possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the Nine Tails. Orochimaru's expression changed. He couldn't be sure if the trump cards Uchiha had mentioned were about the Edo Tensei. He prepared. But given the current situation, it was very likely. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I will give you Sasuke. When Itachi left Konoha, our deal was to secretly protect Sasuke. So, you can't take him away without my permission. However, the deadline has passed, so, as long as I agree to trade with you, you won't interfere. Orochimaru had calmed down. That's right. Uchiha nodded. It seems I have no other choice. Because even if I give up on Sasuke now, you would probably intervene in my affairs with the third Hokage. You know it well. Alright, I agree. I will ensure the third Hokage's survival. But are you sure you don't need me to stop the Konoha collapse plan? Orochimaru stared intently at Uchiha. seemingly trying to find a different expression on his face at that moment. No need. As long as the third Hokage survives, you can do whatever you want. Uchiha shook his head and planned to leave directly. However, at the moment his figure disappeared, he still left a word behind. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, a friendly reminder. When reminiscing with your teacher, be careful not to end up like the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' fate? Looking at the place where Uchiha had disappeared, Orochimaru's gaze flashed. Sealing technique. Corpse demon-consuming seal? Interesting, this last little guy from the Uchiha clan is indeed interesting. He knows so much, it's somewhat mysterious. Moreover, he seems even stronger than Itachi, and his pair of Sharingan is more impressive than Itachi's. Indeed, this choice was the right one. The Uchiha clan's bloodline is truly exciting. As the voice gradually faded, Orochimaru also left. In fact, he was not truly afraid to take action against Uchiha. He knew that if he were to engage in battle with Uchiha, it would cause a huge commotion. This would be very unfavorable for his current plan. But after this encounter, it was certain that Orochimaru was even more eager for the Uchiha's bloodline limit. After completing the transaction with Orochimaru, or rather, if this could be called a transaction, Uchiha, it directly left the Forest of Death. Due to the encounter between Anko and Orochimaru, Konoha's Umbu was on high alert, and many Umbu had entered the Forest of Death. For Uchiha, although staying there wasn't a problem, the matter had already concluded, so he naturally wouldn't continue to linger. After 5 days, the second exam in the Forest of Death had ended. Due to the large number of people who passed the second exam, the third Hokage decided to hold a preliminary round before the third exam, which would consist of one-on-one matches, with the winners participating in the third exam. Everything was developing just like in the original story. By the time Uchiha had arrived, several matches had already concluded, and it was now Naruto fighting Kiba. You're here? As soon as Uchiha had arrived, Hinata noticed, thank you for that. Huh, what are we being polite about? Uchiha smiled slightly, and then softly said, remember to keep a secret. Hinata shyly nodded. Oh, isn't that it? A green figure dashed over. It was a guy with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes. Yo, Lee, long time no see. Thanks to my guy, Uchiha, it also knew Lee. Moreover, because of Lee's intense training to upgrade the 8 gates. Even Lee admired him and looked up to Uchiha. So it's ill that I heard you can advance to CH Nin early. My guy also arrived. Everyone already knew about the early promotion to CH Nin. Uncle Guy, it's just luck. I was fortunate. What luck? This is definitely the result of youthful passion shining through. Right, Lee? Teacher Guy, you're absolutely right. Then, the two embraced each other tearfully. And Uchiha found it somewhat unbearable to watch. Ignoring them, Uchiha greeted some other people present. Kakashi was there, but Sasuke was not. It seemed he had been subjected to a sealing curse mark and was currently receiving treatment. The battle on the battlefield had already concluded. Naruto once again proved that the title of the most unexpected #1 ninja was well-deserved. You're here too. Naruto laughed heartily. Did you see? I'm amazing. I completely defeated Kiba. Indeed, being able to decide victory with a fart. Naruto, you're truly impressive. Uchiha gave Naruto a thumbs up, but Naruto looked dissatisfied. What? Winning is winning, humph. It seemed Naruto was also a bit embarrassed and didn't say much more. Uchiha, its attention then shifted to another place. On the big screen of the battlefield, the next set of combatants had appeared. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Please collect, seek flowers, seek rewards, seek everything. Chapter 24. Hinata's Battle. Seeking Flowers and Collections. Hinata versus Neji. The main branch of the Hyuga clan versus the branch family. A showdown of Byakugan. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Byakugan? What is that? Naruto asked in confusion. Byakugan is the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, a dojutsu with insight surpassing even the Sharingan. Lee, who had always viewed Neji as a rival, explained this to Naruto. At this moment on the battlefield, Neji stared coldly at Hinata. Long time no see, Lady Hinata. Neji and I, it's been a long time, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Neji impatiently interrupted her. Enough, Lady Hinata, stop with the small talk. I advise you to forfeit. You can never be my opponent. TSK, as expected of Neji. Without having undergone the baptism of the strongest ninjutsu, Naruto's unique jutsu. Neji's personality is indeed very extreme. Uchiha, it had long anticipated this. However, he had no worries about Hinata, as he had secretly interacted with her after unlocking his Mangekyō Sharingan. He even provided her with special training. Compared to the paper character in the original work, the current Hinata would only feel shy around Uchiha. When dealing with others, she was no longer that timid and shy. The only reason she stuttered a bit with Niji was that Uchiha had informed her about the situation of the branch family, especially what the cage bird had said. This made Hinata feel quite sympathetic towards Niji, and thinking about her own identity left her unsure of how to face him. There's no but, I'm stronger than you, that's a fact. Niji's expression was icy. Some things have long been predetermined. Just like you belong to the main family, and I belong to the branch family, and our strength has also been predetermined long ago. This is something that can never be changed. You can never be my opponent. Even your status as the main family's lady cannot change that. Uchiha could no longer stand it. Where did this fool get his sense of superiority? I said, that guy named Niji, what are you babbling about? Just because you say Hinata isn't your opponent, that makes it true? How ridiculous. Uchiha, it was very disdainful and speechless, directly shouting to Hinata, Hinata, don't mind what he says, and don't feel sympathetic. Show your true strength and let him see. Uchiha's sudden shout made Hinata blush at first, but after hearing his words, her gaze became firm. Niji and it said to show my true strength, so you better be careful. Be careful? Niji, who was already annoyed by Uchiha, its sudden remarks, was further provoked by Hinata's words. It seems I've been completely underestimated. Niji activated his Byakugan. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A wave of chakra was released, but Hinata skillfully evaded. However, Niji smiled. It's over. With a starting move, Niji's figure was as fast as the wind. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. What? Just when Niji was full of confidence and thought he could defeat Hinata in an instant, he heard a move from her that was the same as his. Impossible. She can't possibly have learned the gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Gritting his teeth, Niji's heart hardened. But 2 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 8 palms. Impossible. She really knows it? Niji was shocked, feeling a hint of wavering. Good opportunity. Hinata seized this chance, finding a gap. 64 palms. Oh no. Niji was shocked and wanted to hurriedly execute 64 palms, but it was too late. Returning heaven. Niji reacted quickly and immediately used returning heaven to defend. This was the best choice and the correct choice. 8 trigrams palm. Returning heaven is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. At the moment of being attacked, it releases a large amount of gentle fist chakra from the chakra points in the body, performing a circular motion like a spinning top, allowing it to rebound all physical attacks. Coupled with its own rotation and the Byakugan's strong observational ability, it becomes a unique absolute defense. However, Uchiha had long understood this thoroughly. Therefore, he had already devised a method to break it and taught it to Hinata. 8 trigrams palm. Returning heaven. Reversal. With a delicate shout, Hinata's hands instantly pulled out several strands of chakra, directly entangling Niji's returning heaven. Then, in a state that Niji couldn't comprehend, she halted his returning heaven. Suddenly forced to stop, Niji suffered backlash and was directly sent flying. That, Kakashi, watching from the observation platform, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. As someone with the Sharingan, he naturally understood the power of returning heaven. In fact, if Niji's chakra were sufficient, he wouldn't be able to inflict any damage on Niji. Moreover, if he forcibly attacked, he would be injured instead. But now this returning heaven was actually broken. Like Kakashi, Hinata's guiding Jonin, Waihai Kurenai, was also in a state of disbelief. She couldn't believe that the gentle and not very fond of training Hinata had become so strong. However, unlike Kurenai, Kakashi, after being surprised, glanced at Uchiha not far away. His mind involuntarily recalled Uchiha its ambitious aspirations from not long ago in the Hokage office. This kid really isn't just talking. Has he already taken real action? Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 25. Promotion Mission. Seeking flowers and collections after Niji was knocked back, he was still able to stand up, but it was clear to anyone with keen eyes that his fighting strength was nearly depleted. However, to everyone's surprise, Hinata actually conceded defeat on her own. Upon seeing the somewhat apologetic look in Hinata's eyes, Uchiha Itachi knew that this girl still felt a sense of debt towards Niji. But wasn't her birth something she couldn't control? Why would she feel indebted? Nevertheless, it made her even more adorable. This was Hinata. Next up was the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara. Just like in the original story, it was filled with passion. And even Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but admire Rock Lee's fighting spirit this time. Of course, unlike the original, although Lee still lost in the end, he was still intact despite his injuries and did not suffer a debilitating fracture in his leg. With Uchiha Itachi around, Such a situation was naturally impossible. The selection matches ended with Dingji losing to Tours. A total of 9 genin advanced to the third exam. 5 from the Hidden Leaf Village, 3 from the Sand Village, and 1 from the Sound Village. After some drawing lots, the matchups were determined, and there were no changes to the results. As soon as the matches ended, Naruto grabbed Uchiha Itachi and said they should celebrate, but was held back by Kakashi. After all, he was injured and needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. This relieved Uchiha Itachi, as he was planning to have ramen and stroll around with Hinata. After finally finishing, Uchiha Itachi certainly wouldn't miss the chance to increase his closeness with Hinata. However, such good days didn't last long, as he was soon summoned by the third Hokage. His promotion to Chunin task had already been confirmed. What? My task to become a Chunin is to protect a film crew while they shoot? In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Itachi looked bewildered at the third Hokage. Promoting to Chunin, especially under special circumstances, and this task was so simple. Yes, it was simple, and quite childish. Shooting a film? This could easily throw someone off. If it were about protecting important officials of the Land of Fire, that would make sense. But being a bodyguard for a film crew, what does that even mean? However, seeing the smiling face of the third Hokage, Uchiha Itachi knew things weren't that simple. Grandpa Third, this task can't be that simple, right? Hee, you really can't be fooled. The third Hokage smiled, and then called out to the outside, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar face walked in. Kakashi-sensei? Uchiha Itachi was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Kakashi would join him for the mission? But that was impossible. The third round of the Chunin exam would start in a month, and Kakashi would probably spend all that time on Sasuke, leaving no time for any tasks. Kakashi handed him something, just as Uchiha Itachi was puzzled. The third Hokage instructed Kakashi to take out a scroll. Well, although it's a bit troublesome, with your current strength, you should be able to handle it. After saying this, he handed the scroll to Uchiha Itachi, and Kakashi left. This, seemingly noticing Uchiha Itachi's confusion, the third Hokage began to explain. Your doubts are valid. However, you'll understand once you see the task content. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward and took the task scroll from the third Hokage's hand. After looking at it, his heart jumped in shock, because the client for this task was actually a Samamida. A Samamida? Kazahana Koyuki? Naruto the movie, The Great Adventure, Snow Princess Ninja Scrolls. Uchiha Itachi finally understood. It turned out to be the plot of the movie. At first, he thought the movie's plot wouldn't appear at all. Even if it did, it would be about the Otsutsuki clan. But now Kazahana Koyuki had appeared. Oh, she should be called Fujike's Yuki now, a superb actress. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Itachi finished reading the scroll Kakashi had given him. To be honest, the content in the scroll was completely irrelevant to him, because it contained information about the Land of Snow, Kazahana Koyuki's identity, and the forces of Kazahana Nanao and her subordinates. But Uchiha Itachi already knew all this. At most, he felt that the timeline was a bit off. Well, whatever. Who cares about the timeline? For these insignificant plots, it would just be a trip to the Land of Snow. Uchiha Itachi felt relaxed. He really didn't take the Land of Snow seriously. In fact, if possible, he would even want to take Hinata there. It would be a complete vacation. Not long after Kakashi left, the task client, Asamamida, appeared, and they got acquainted. However, from the beginning, Asamamida did not look down on Uchiha Itachi due to his age. It was evident that the third Hokage had done a lot of groundwork beforehand. This task was neither simple nor easy. The task content required him to ensure the safety of the entire film crew, especially the primary target, Kazahana Koyuki. However, the task only required him to protect Kazahana Koyuki for 3 days upon her entry into the Land of Snow, and after 7 days, he could leave. Uchiha Itachi could easily understand that this was probably the plan of the people of the Land of Snow, led by a Samamida, to help Kazahana Koyuki reclaim her throne. But did they really think they could do anything to Kazahana Nanao with their meager strength? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but shake his head. A day later, Uchiha Itachi followed a Samamida to the film crew. This is our bodyguard. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses approached. Yes, director, this is Uchiha Itachi, personally recommended by the Hokage of the Land of Fire, and his strength is sufficient to safeguard our film crew. Well, since you say so, Mida, then there's no problem. The director turned to Uchiha Itachi. So, Uchiha Itachi, I'll be counting on you during this time. No trouble, it's part of my job. After a brief exchange, the director left. Since Uchiha Itachi arrived at an inopportune time, they were in the middle of shooting. But the next moment, a loud exclamation completely disrupted the busy film crew. Not good. Miss Fujike's Yuki is missing. What? The mission target is missing? Uchiha Itachi felt a headache coming on. Extra update. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 26. Are you going to have an old cow eat tender grass? Seeking flowers and collections on a street. Uchiha found this mission's target, Kazahana Koyuki. She is also known as Fujike's Yuki. At this moment, she had disguised herself, making it difficult for outsiders to recognize her. But she could not hide from Uchiha. TSK, she is quite pretty. Having spotted the target, Uchiha showed no hesitation and approached her directly. Hey, Miss Fujike's Yuki, right? Please come back with me. Who are you? Kazahana Koyuki asked warily. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha and I am your crew's bodyguard, responsible for your safety during this filming trip in the Land of Snow. Kazahana Koyuki's expression changed. I don't know you. You must have the wrong person. That's right. Your real name should be Kazahana Koyuki. Uchiha said playfully. You, who exactly are you? Kazahana Koyuki looked surprised, clearly unsettled by someone calling her by her real name. Did I not make it clear? I'm your bodyguard responsible for your safety. I'm a ninja from Konoha. Konoha ninja? You little brat? Kazahana Koyuki looked at Uchiha with disdain. Uchiha's face darkened. To be honest, his age was his only weakness at this point. But so what if he was a bit younger? He had no other issues. Moreover, he possessed an enhanced version of the 8 gates, and his body had undergone perfect development. Now, even though he was only 13, he was already 7 meters tall. However, because his features still looked youthful, he appeared to be at most 15 or 16. You really are a troublesome woman. Uchiha didn't want to waste more words. He swiftly moved behind Kazahana Koyuki and knocked her out. In the following days, Kazahana Koyuki tried to escape several times. But without exception, she was knocked out by Uchiha each time and carried back. Gradually, Kazahana Koyuki realized that this boy, who looked 5 or 6 years younger than her, was indeed a powerful ninja. She was just an ordinary person and couldn't escape at all. In a tavern. Hey, brat, want a drink? Kazahana Koyuki smiled at Uchiha. Her experiences over the past few days had made her understand that although this kid was a powerful ninja, he was quite lazy and disliked trouble, but not a bad person. For instance, as long as she didn't try to escape, it was fine to come out for a drink. Uchiha glanced at her, but remained silent. Not to mention, he wasn't of drinking age. Even if he were, he wouldn't drink. I wouldn't drink such low-quality alcohol. Hey, brat, you should be clear about my identity, right? Kazahana Koyuki's expression suddenly became serious. Well, I only know a little. Your real name is Kazahana Koyuki, the princess of the Land of Snow. All right, I should say you are the princess of the former feudal lord. More than a decade ago, a coup occurred in the Land of Snow, and the feudal lord Kazahana Zeo was killed by his brother Kazahana Nodo, who seized power. Now, the feudal lord of the Land of Snow should be Kazahana Nodo. When Uchiha mentioned his father, Kazahana Koyuki's eyes darkened, but she quickly recovered. You understand so much, yet you only say you know a little about me? Really just a little. After all, I don't even know your measurements. You brat, you're really annoying. Kazahana Koyuki was somewhat embarrassed and angry. But she quickly calmed down and said to Uchiha, Brat, I know you're strong, but since you know about the Land of Snow and Kazahana Nodo, you should understand how powerful he is. If you enter the Land of Snow, you will definitely be killed. Oh, I didn't expect you to care about me. What is this? Are you planning for an old cow to eat tender grass? Uchiha feigned a look of terror. You little brat, I really dislike you. Kazahana Koyuki got angry. Her face slightly flushed, whether from the drink or not. She downed her drink in one go and stormed off. Watching Kazahana Koyuki leave, Uchiha fell into deep thought. To be honest, he really didn't take Kazahana Nodo seriously, although his current strength did not allow him to look down on the ninja world. A small place like the Land of Snow could hardly produce someone who could challenge him. After this tavern incident, Uchiha noticed that Kazahana Koyuki had become much more obedient. She no longer had any escape plans or thoughts of going out for drinks, completely focusing on filming. She even stopped talking to Uchiha. After a few days, many scenes of the movie had been filmed, and they were just left with the parts in the Land of Snow. Setting off towards the Land of Snow. This time, Kazahana Koyuki obediently boarded the ship. But by midnight, she revealed her true intentions. Taking advantage of night when most were resting, Kazahana Koyuki stealthily left her room. Then, she lowered a small boat. Yes, she planned to escape by boat. Please see collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 27. First battle in the Land of Snow. Seeking flowers and collections. Hey, drunken woman, what are you doing? Just as Fenghua Xiaoxue was about to lower the small boat, a sudden voice made her pause, turning her head with difficulty. Upon seeing that familiar face, Fenghua Xiaoshu gritted her teeth. You little brat, still not sleeping at this late hour? Be careful not to grow tall. Don't worry, I'm still young. My body is still in the development stage. I can still grow taller. But you, staying up late like this will easily age. Little brat, I really hate you. Fenghua Xiaoxue turned around and went back to her room. However, she did not notice that as she was about to put down the small boat, there were several corpses floating on the sea. They actually took action. It seems Fenghua Nuteo is really anxious. Shaking his head slightly, Uchiha Yi's figure blended back into the darkness. The sea route only had 5 days, but in this short span of 5 days, there had been over 10 assassination attempts. Of course, all these attempts had been resolved by Uchiha I before the others on the ship noticed. They had now entered the land of snow. True to its name, this was a country that only experienced winter. It had still been summer before, but upon arriving here, it was winter. Master Uchiha I from now on, as long as you protect the princess for 3 days, once our people arrive, you can go back. In a corner, Asuma Santu said this to Uchiha I and then left. Uchiha I wanted to say, if I leave in 3 days, you all will be in big trouble. Forget it. Let's see what happens then. But not long after, Uchiha I realized that even 3 days would be a troublesome matter. Fenghua Xiaoxue had started running away again. In a snowy area, Uchiha I cornered Fenghua Xiaoxue. I say, drunken woman, can you calm down for a moment? Uchiha I felt helpless. No, I can't stay in a land of snow, or else it will be dangerous. Fenghua Xiaoxue shook her head in refusal. Uchiha I was about to say something when a cold laugh rang out. Oh, I didn't expect Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue. You really are self-aware. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 white figures appeared. Huh, aren't these the 3 ninja subordinates of Fenghua Nuteo? In fact, Uchiha I had already noticed them, but he just hadn't mentioned it. By the way, what are these 3 called? Uchiha I couldn't recall for a moment. No, it should be that he hadn't remembered them at all. But Fenghua Xiaoxue was different. She remembered these people. Wolf Fong Avalanche, Crane Wing Blowing Snow, Winter Bear Freezing Rain, it's you. How did you end up here? Upon seeing the 3, Fenghua Xiaoxue's face was filled with terror. Haha, Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue is joking. We're here for you, of course. You still have that hexagonal crystal, right? Don't tell me the hexagonal crystal isn't with you. Wolf Fong Avalanche looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue with a cruel expression. Oh no, it really is them. In that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue instantly recalled the strength of the 3 in front of her, especially Wolf Fong Avalanche. She couldn't help but glance at Uchiha I beside her, gritted her teeth, and said, the hexagonal crystal is with me. I can go back with you, but you must let him go. She pointed at Uchiha. Oh, this little brat? Wolf Fong Avalanche glanced at Uchiha I. No problem. All right, I'll go with you. Fenghua Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief, but Uchiha I was a bit confused. I say, drunken woman, you don't really think these 3 little lackeys can deal with me, do you? Uchiha I pulled Fenghua Xiaoxue back. Little lackeys? Wolf Fong Avalanche instantly became furious. Good. I originally didn't plan to kill this little brat in front of the princess, but now. Winter Bear Freezing Rain, go take care of this little brat. Okay, no problem. The chubby Winter Bear Freezing Rain grinned, his face filled with ferocity. Upon hearing that Wolf Fong Avalanche had no intention of letting Uchiha I go, Fenghua Xiaoxue's face turned desperate. Quick, you need to escape. I know you're very strong, but you absolutely can't be their opponent. TSK, not their opponent? Drunken woman. It seems your understanding of me is too shallow. Uchiha I shook his head slightly, taking a step forward, looking at the approaching Winter Bear Freezing Rain, and raised both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release? Winter Bear Freezing Rain burst into laughter. Little brat, are you stupid? This is the land of snow. Using fire release in the land of snow. Are you here, joke? But the next moment, a huge fireball with a diameter of over 20 meters appeared out of nowhere, silencing Winter Bear Freezing Rain's laughter. Oh no! The moment he saw the gigantic fireball, Wolf Fong Avalanche thought to himself that it was bad. Winter Bear Freezing Rain, be careful. Actually, there is no need for him to remind. Winter Bear Freezing Rain had already sensed something was off and reacted immediately. But it was too late. Ice release. This seal was only half formed when the fireball had already descended. Boom! With a loud explosion, the massive fireball crashed to the ground, creating a large hole. The heat wave that erupted melted a large area of snow nearby. As for Winter Bear Freezing Rain, he had already disappeared without a trace. Only a faint charred mark. barely indicating his existence, remained. Please see collections, flowers, and rewards. I asked for everything. Chapter 28. The request of Fenghua Xiaoxue, seeking flowers and collections. Damn it. Wolf Fong Avalanche growled lowly, his eyes on Uchiha filled with a hint of caution. Be careful. This little brat is not simple. Little brat, you do have some strength, but you've killed our people, and you're dead for sure. Oh, is that so? Then let me see if you really have what it takes to kill me. Arrogant little brat. Watch me kill you. Crane Wing blowing snow could no longer hold back. Ice release, swallowing snow. Fire release, great fireball technique. The shurikens made of ice were instantly melted. Ice release, one-horned white whale. Wolf Fong Avalanche struck, the ground shook, and a white whale made of ice surged up, charging straight at Qin Xiaofeng and Fenghua Xiaoxue. Fenghua Xiaoxue was so frightened that she closed her eyes, but the next moment, she felt her right hand tighten, a warmth passing through. When she opened her eyes, she found her hand being held by Uchiha. But what shocked her even more was what happened next, as she witnessed. No, she actually experienced an unbelievable scene. The enormous white whale rushed at them, but passed through their bodies, and she found herself inside the whale, completely unharmed. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked at Uchiha in disbelief. Uchiha smiled slightly, shrugged, and said nothing, but his actions did not stop. With one hand forming seals, Uchiha was also capable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! An even larger fireball appeared, instantly shattering the white whale, crashing towards Wolf Fong Avalanche and Crane Wing blowing snow. Wolf Fong Avalanche, who thought he had dealt with Uchiha, sensed something was wrong and dodged in time. However, Crane Wing blowing snow beside him followed in the footsteps of Winter Bear Ice Rain and was obliterated by a single fireball. Damn little brat. Do you have anything other than this move? I can tell you, this move won't work on me. Oh, is that so? Uchiha smiled slightly. But I don't believe it. His eyes widened slightly, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan activated. After obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha realized that if he used it to perform ninjutsu, especially fire release, the power would be significantly enhanced. Fire release, great fireball technique. A gigantic fireball with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared, crashing towards Wolf Fong Avalanche under his increasingly desperate gaze. Like a meteorite. Ice release, one-horned white whale. Wolf Fong Avalanche still wanted to struggle, but the moment the white whale appeared, it vaporized. Despair. This was the only thought in Wolf Fong Avalanche's mind at that moment. Boom! The fireball struck the ground like a meteorite impact, shaking the earth. A large pit was created in the ground, and the melted snow instantly filled it, forming a small lake. Fenghua Xiaoxue was stunned. Throughout the ordeal, she had not been injured, not even getting her clothes dirty. This was unbelievable. Even after being brought back to the room by Uchiha, Fenghua Xiaoxue still looked dazed. The next day, Fenghua Xiaoxue feigned illness and did not come out. The crew did not think much of it. After all, it was normal to catch a little cold with the sudden temperature changes in this snowy country. But they did not know that at this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue, whom they thought was sick, was staring wide-eyed at Uchiha. Hey, I said, drunk woman. You've been looking at me like that for 2 hours? Aren't you tired? Fenghua Xiaoxue instantly felt embarrassed. But her gaze did not leave Uchiha, and she spoke in a very serious and earnest tone. Just how strong are you? Why do you ask that? Just answer my question. Then, I guess I'm very strong. Fenghua Xiaoxue was furious. Asking how strong you are, and you say you're very strong? Is that a proper answer? Uchiha actually understood her meaning and smiled faintly. If you're asking me who has stronger between me and Fenghua Nuteo, then I can tell you. I could take on 100 or 80 of him. Bragging. Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't believe it at all. 100 or 80. Why don't you say with just a breath you could take down Fenghua Nuteo? However, after hearing this answer, Fenghua Xiaoxue could confirm one thing. That is, perhaps Uchiha had the strength to deal with Fenghua Nuteo. If that is the case, a hint of determination flashed across her face as she looked up at Uchiha. Little no, Lord Uchiha. Enough, don't call me Lord. It's uncomfortable. Just call me Xiao. Seeing Fenghua Xiaoxue acting a bit flattering, Uchiha felt uneasy. I know what you mean. You just want to take care of Fenghua Nuteo, that is no problem. But why should I do that? That is not my mission. Uchiha looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue. I can pay any price, even give you the snow country. A hint of hatred flashed in Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes. Indeed, she feared Fenghua Nuteo, but she hated him even more. It was just that Fenghua Nuteo's strength made her powerless and hopeless. In such circumstances, she had been self-destructive over the years. If she truly didn't care about these things, she would have probably forgotten everything about the snow country long ago. Any price? Uchiha looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui's exquisite face with interest. To be fair, Fenghua Xiaoshui's appearance was indeed outstanding. If not, she wouldn't have become such a hot star today. Unconsciously, Uchiha Yi's gaze also carried a hint of heat. Feeling Uchiha Yi's intense gaze, Fenghua Xiaoshui was startled, but still gritted her teeth. Yes. Any price can be paid, including myself. To say if you'll help me or not. Deal. Uchiha Yi Simirkit. Revelink I Hikit Simide. Please support with collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 29 Uchiha. One move. Seeking flowers, seeking collections, in the land of snow, at the daimyo's residence. Upon learning that his 3 subordinates had been killed, Kazahana Nato was extremely furious. However, he wasn't a fool. He knew that his 3 subordinates were quite strong, and with the chakra armor, they were all at the level of Jonin and elite Jonin. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are or else. Sitting on the throne, Kazahana Nato was filled with anger. But at that moment, a light laughter interrupted his rage. Or else what? Who is it? Kazahana Nato was startled. Then he saw 2 figures materialize a short distance in front of him. Little Snow? Seeing one of them, Kazahana Nato was quite surprised. Indeed, the 2 had suddenly appeared were Uchiha and Kazahana Koyuki. After agreeing to Kazahana Yukijetsu's request, Uchiha intended to take action directly. Why drag things out when they could be resolved quickly? However, when Uchiha was about to act, Kazahana Koyuki insisted on coming along. She wanted to see the murderer of her father die with her own eyes. Uchiha agreed without much thought. Bringing Kazahana Koyuki along was no problem when facing Kazahana Nato. Kazahana Nato, you didn't expect me to come back, did you? Kazahana Koyuki looked at Kazahana Nato, her eyes flashing with anger. Ha ha ha, I truly didn't expect you to come to me willingly. Kazahana Nato was delighted, then turned his gaze to Uchiha. Huh, my dear niece, your reliance isn't just this little brat, is it? Little brat, you really have no idea how dangerous this is, daring to appear before me. Kazahana Nato? Kazahana Nato completely disregarded Uchiha, not believing that a mere teenager could have any real ability. Fine, since you brought Kazahana Koyuki to me, I can spare your life. Now get lost. TSK, no wonder you have such a master, you have such a dog. Uchiha, it shook his head. Kazahana Nato, anyone can talk big, but in my eyes, you're just like those 3 dogs. If you have no ability, don't boast. Did you kill Langya and Shuepeng? Upon hearing Uchiha, its words, Kazahana Nato immediately reacted. Damn you, little brat, you're dead. Ice release. Ice prison technique. Kazahana Nato shouted, and instantly the temperature in the entire room dropped sharply. An ice block cage appeared, trapping Uchiha and Koyuki inside. But, crack, the ice prison instantly developed cracks and then shattered. Huh. A hint of surprise flashed in Kazahana Nato's eyes. In fact, Kazahana Nato's true strength was somewhat inferior to Langya and Shuepeng. He was just an average Jonin. However, the chakra armor he wore was the most powerful and advanced chakra armor in the land of snow. This chakra armor provided him with a massive amount of chakra, bringing his strength close to that of Kage. His ice prison technique, boosted by the chakra armor, could trap ordinary Jonin. Even elite Jonin would find it difficult to break free once trapped. Little brat, it seems you have some strength. Kazahana Nato's eyes showed a hint of caution, but Uchiha was enraged. Little brat, do you know I'm quite sensitive to that title recently? What the hell? You're not even a beauty, calling me that? Do you really think I have good temper? Lightning release, Kirin. Uchiha, in his fury, unleashed a powerful move. Boom, purple lightning flashed, and the ceiling of the daimyo's residence was completely blown apart. Countless bolts of lightning appeared, and a gigantic lightning Kirin emerged. What? Kazahana Nato's face changed instantly. His eyes filled with fear. Damn, how can this little brat perform such a ninjutsu? Ice release, Twin Dragon's Blizzard. In panic, Kazahana Nato pulled out his strongest move. But unfortunately, with the strike of Kirin, the Twin Dragon's Blizzard had no effect at all. With a scream, Kazahana Nato was engulfed by countless bolts of lightning. Seeing this scene, Kazahana Koyuki was completely stunned. Her enemy was resolved just like that. Although she had further speculated about Uchiha, its strength, she felt she had still underestimated him. Due to childhood influences, Kazahana Nato had been an invincible, terrifying existence in her heart. If it weren't for Uchiha, it possessing this ninjutsu that allowed his techniques to penetrate his body without him getting hurt, she wouldn't have even thought to ask him for help. In her mind, even if Uchiha it didn't defeat Kazahana Nato in the end, escaping would be no problem. But what was the result? The result was that Uchiha, it seemed to have only made one move. Just one move. Uchiha, it was also thinking about the same thing at this moment. One move. It's all one move. Should I change my name to Uchiha One Move in the future? However, compared to this, the most important thing at hand was Lo Koyuki. Uchiha grinned wickedly. Hey woman, the thing you requested, I took a look, and since Koyuki here has completed it, can you fulfill what you said before? What? Now? Originally shocked by Uchiha, its powerful strength, Kazahana Koyuki suddenly came to her senses, looking at Uchiha in surprise. Of course. No, how old are you now? Even if you want to think about that. You have to wait until you're an adult. Adult? That would take 6 or 7 years. I can't wait that long. What? 6 or 7 years? Damn, Uchiha, how old are you? Woo-woo. Please collect, seek flowers, seek rewards, seek everything. Chapter 30. The Queen's Coronation. The plan to collapse Konoha begins, seeking flowers and collections. The next day, afternoon, Uchiha finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a heaviness in his right arm. Turning his head, he saw that his long hair was completely disheveled, and it was Fenghua Xiaoxue. Heaven knows how much suffering Fenghua Xiaoxue had endured from yesterday afternoon until after Wu Yi. Well, it couldn't be helped. He had been holding back for so long. Looking at Fenghua Xiaoxue's tired face, Uchiha made excuses for himself. Even seeing her perfect, tender white skin ignited a fire in his heart. He couldn't hold back any longer. Uchiha buried his head and began to indulge again. Although he was only 13 years old, after coming to the Hokage, his body had already been enhanced by the 8 gates, making him quite robust. In fact, it might have been a bit too much. What were you doing? Fenghua Xiaoxue, still in a dream, suddenly sensed a wave of heat rolling towards her and woke up instantly. No, I can't take it anymore. Really can't. Her voice carried a hint of a sob. Heaven had mercy. Just yesterday, she was still a young girl, and after being tormented for such a long time, it was already remarkable that she was still alive. Now, with this again, how could she bear it? But Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't know that her pleading appearance only ignited Uchiha Yi's inner flames even more. However, Uchiha was not a scumbag who didn't care for his woman. He didn't treat Fenghua Xiaoxue as just a one-time transaction. Since it had come to this, he had already regarded Fenghua Xiaoxue as his own woman. However, this wouldn't do. There were still some methods to consider. Can't take it? Then, Uchiha leaned closer to Fenghua Xiaoxue's ear and whispered a few words. Fenghua Xiaoxue's delicate face flushed again. You little rascal, you're really not honest. At such a young age, you know so many tricks, it's too improper. Little rascal? Are you sure I'm a little rascal? Uchiha exerted a bit of strength, and Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately retreated. No, I admit defeat. I'm not a little rascal. After saying that, Fenghua Xiaoxue shot Uchiha a glare and began to slide down. Moments later, feeling a slight warmth, Uchiha couldn't help but exclaim. Omitted hundreds of thousands of words. For a period of time afterward, Uchiha lived a life of bliss, completely lost in indulgence during the day. During this time, Asama Santayu learned that Uchiha had taken care of their princess from the land of snow, and instead of being angry, he was quite delighted. The reason was simple. It was because Uchiha had dealt with Fenghua Nuda, which Fenghua Xiaoxue had informed him of. Moreover, after dealing with Fenghua Nuda, the people from the land of snow, including Asama Santayu, felt that their princess had a powerful ninja as a backing. So political upheavals like Fenghua Nuda's would not happen again. Even when rebuilding the daimyo's mansion, Asama Santayu deliberately sought Uchiha Yi's opinion on what kind of room style he preferred. 10 days later, Fenghua Xiaoxue barely adapted to Uchiha Yi's demands and could walk normally again. She immediately took the hexagonal crystal and headed to the treasure mentioned by Fenghua Nuda. She actually believed it was a treasure left by her father. Although it wasn't quite the case, seeing the images of her childhood with her father, she felt that this was the best treasure. As for the unfinished transformation machine, Uchiha had modified it, and it was already a finished product. In fact, he had taken the chakra armor from Fenghua Nuda's stock and used it on this transformation machine. After some time, the land of snow completely broke free from winter. And this day was the day of Fenghua Xiaoxue's coronation. Before this, Fenghua Xiaoxue had told Uchiha to become the daimyo of the land of snow. But Uchiha refused. He wasn't cut out for that. Well, his reasons were plentiful. Moreover, He also told Fenghua Xiaoxue that the land of snow was left for her father, so it should naturally be inherited by her. This touched Fenghua Xiaoxue greatly, but she didn't know the unhealthy mentality of her little man. The daimyo is also a king, right? Thus, a female daimyo is a queen. With that in mind, the image in Uchiha Yi's mind at that time was of a queen serving him beneath him at night. It was extremely stimulating. However, when he saw Fenghua Xiaoxue officially become the daimyo of the land of snow, Uchiha Yi still felt happy for her. By the way, if I remember correctly, the third round of the Chunin exam should be starting soon. Looking at the lively land of snow, Uchiha Yi suddenly recalled this situation. Calculating carefully, it had been nearly a month. Uchiha Yi awkwardly scratched his chin. He had been so immersed in his gentle surroundings that he had forgotten. Uchiha Yi's guess was not wrong. The third round of the Chunin exam had already begun, and even Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha had been completely set in motion. Because at the same time, over in Konoha, Orochimaru had already started fighting the third Hokage within the barrier of the Four Purple Flames formation. And it had already been going on for some time. At this moment, Orochimaru had summoned the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru, you scoundrel! You dare to mock the souls of the dead. Just like in the original work, the third Hokage was extremely furious. But even if the first and second Hokage were not at their peak, their power was still not something that his old, frail self could deal with. Moreover, there was also Orochimaru added to the mix. Even summoning the Monkey King would not be able to turn the tide. In the end, the third Hokage made a hard decision and prepared to use the sealing technique, Reaper Death Seal. But Orochimaru, who had been reminded by Uchiha Itachi, had long been on guard against this. So, when the third Hokage began to form hand seals, he interrupted him. You want to use the Reaper Death Seal? Old man, you will never succeed. At the last moment, Orochimaru had the first Hokage prepare would clone in advance, and then used would release to entangle the third Hokage. Additional chapter. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Let's see if I can post a chapter. The collapse of Feilu was catastrophic. Chapter 31. Orochimaru is indeed unruly. Seeking flowers and collections. You actually know the Shiki F gene? The third Hokage couldn't believe it. This Shiki F gene is a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, it's a sealing forbidden technique that is known to very few, and even fewer have successfully practiced it. Before this, it was only used once by the fourth Hokage when dealing with the Nine Tails. However, at that time, no one knew that the fourth had sealed the Nine Tails with Shiki F gene. Even he learned about it only after seeing the seal on Naruto. But now, Orochimaru knows it. After doing some investigation, I have a slight understanding of this Shiki F gene. The third's expression darkened. He had very little chakra left. Just moments ago, while the first Hokage interrupted him, the second Hokage had destroyed his shadow clone. The situation was unfavorable. He was now entangled by the first would release and had no strength left to struggle. The trees created by the Shinju, God Tree, could absorb chakra. Once entangled, it would be very difficult to break free without timely escape. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want? Are you really planning to overturn Konoha? In such circumstances, the third could only play the emotional card, but it was better not to mention it. As soon as he did, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes. Overthrow Konoha? I do have such thoughts. As your disciple, isn't it a great pleasure to overturn something you must protect at all costs? Orochimaru had completely lost faith in Konoha. Originally, the plan to destroy Konoha was ultimately about Sasuke. But after seeing the third, Orochimaru's killing intent was ignited. Although this killing intent was suppressed when he encountered Uchiha Itachi. Itachi had no idea that Orochimaru's feelings towards the third were somewhat extreme. In Orochimaru's eyes, the third was like a father figure. But as time passed, changes gradually emerged. He had begun to feel some desire to kill the third. Well, Orochimaru was never normal. His emotions were very twisted. Now, seeing the aging third, he definitely wanted him to die like this on the battlefield. Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei, stop talking. As your most respected and beloved teacher, let me send you off on your final journey today. With such a lineup, such a luxurious death feast, this is the last thing a student can do for you. With a twist of the grass cutter sword in his hand, he suddenly lunged at the third. But at that moment, boom! Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a violent tremor in his hands, and a black flame ignited instantly. Damn it! The intense pain made Orochimaru decisively abandon his hands. Then, through the Orochimaru body replacement technique, a whole Orochimaru reappeared. However, after recovering, Orochimaru looked at the burning black flames with a hint of fear in his eyes. Damn! When did that little brat set this up against me? Orochimaru had seen such black flames before and knew they were the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Aside from Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't think of anyone else. At this moment, the third was also somewhat confused. He didn't know about Amaterasu and was unclear about the situation before him. Let's go. Finally, after glancing at the third, Orochimaru said nothing more and directly led his people to retreat. Orochimaru's sudden retreat was not only incomprehensible to the third, but also to the other ninjas of Konoha. Some intended to chase after Orochimaru, but the third immediately stopped them. It wasn't that he wasn't ruthless enough. If he truly lacked ruthlessness, he wouldn't have been prepared to use Shiki-F-Jin. The reason he didn't let anyone pursue was that, on one hand, it was due to the strength of Orochimaru and his group. On the other hand, Konoha was now in complete chaos. A large number of sand ninjas had appeared, and he was currently heavily injured and had no combat power. This was not the right time to chase after Orochimaru. Meanwhile, far away in the land of snow, Uchiha Itachi had just finished his coronation with Kazahana Yuki and was about to engage in the great act of teasing the queen. But at that moment, Uchiha Itachi slightly frowned, because he felt that the Amaterasu he had left on Orochimaru through visual resonance and the writing seal had been triggered. This Amaterasu was a triggering condition that would only activate when Orochimaru truly intended to kill the third or when the third used Shiki-F-Jin. Previously, when the third attempted to use Shiki-F-Jin, he was interrupted by Orochimaru. So, there was no way. However, when Orochimaru was about to kill the third, the Amaterasu under that special seal erupted instantly. If it was against the third, this Amaterasu would only hinder the third from using Shiki-F-Jin. But for Orochimaru, it would. Since I intend to ensure the third survival, I have naturally prepared for various aspects. This was mainly to guard against Orochimaru. Sure enough, Orochimaru is very unruly. A glint of cold light flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he stood up. What's wrong? Kazahana Yuki looked at him in confusion. I need to handle something. You, going back? Yeah, I'll be back soon. Before the words fell, Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished. Watching Uchiha Itachi disappear, Kazahana Yuki wore a look of melancholy. Her mouth opened, only to let out a sigh in the end. Sigh. She knew her little man was extraordinary and couldn't always stay by her side. But with this departure, she didn't know how long it would be before this little man would return. Would he come back? Finally, I can let it out seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 32. Beating Orochimaru, seeking flowers and collections. Outside Konoha, a distance away, Orochimaru suddenly paused and stood still. What's wrong, Lord Orochimaru? The sound ninjas immediately protected him. Orochimaru said nothing, just stared intently at a spot. The sound ninjas were puzzled, but the next moment, their eyes widened, because in a place that was originally empty, a person had appeared. Hey, Orochimaru-senpai, why are you in such a hurry? Uchiha smiled. Isn't this Ikuin? I wonder what brings you here. Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit displeased. Uchiha shook his head, but the next moment his eyes sharpened. Sharp as ever. Orochimaru, I believe I mentioned that you wouldn't touch the third Hokage, but it seems you've broken your word. How dare you speak to Lord Orochimaru like that? The sound ninjas immediately became dissatisfied. However, Uchiha, it merely glanced at them lightly. Tsukuyumi, illusion world. Instantly, the four ninjas were as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. But their faces were filled with terror, fear, and extremely complex emotions. Orochimaru's expression changed. His heart immediately filled with vigilance. As expected of Ikuin, this Jinjutsu is stronger than Itachi's. However, I haven't killed the third Hokage, have I? Orochimaru softened. If it weren't for my backup plan, the third Hokage would be dead by now. Orochimaru's face stiffened, and he said, Ikuin, why bother? You should know that the extermination of your Uchiha clan is closely related to me as a teacher. I know this better than you. But I need the third Hokage alive right now. Provocation? Is it useful? Damn it. Seeing Uchiha, its demeanor, Orochimaru became a bit angry. Uchiha, do you think I'm afraid of you? If it really comes to blows, you won't fare any better. No, I'm seriously telling you. You should be afraid of me. Uchiha, its serious expression, only made Orochimaru angrier. Damn it. Furious, Orochimaru instantly attacked. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A myriad of snakes appeared. Facing Uchiha, Orochimaru was very cautious and directly summoned the myriad snakes. Damn Orochimaru, how dare you command me? Are you seeking death? The myriad snakes were not in the mood to talk, but rest assured, I will provide you with satisfactory offerings afterward. That is how it should be. So now the opponent, is this little brat? The myriad snakes sneered, then looked at Uchiha with disdain. Orochimaru had to admit, you're getting worse. Unable to deal with a little brat. Another little brat? I'm getting angry. A large earthworm really thinks too highly of itself? Uchiha's gaze turned cold. Large earthworm? The myriad snakes were furious, but before they could speak, Uchiha, it acted directly. Swish! A surge of chakra erupted, and in the next moment, a giant figure appeared. Susanoo. This was Uchiha, its first time using this technique in battle. But his Susanoo was in its complete, full form. In fact, for Uchiha, even a weaker version of Susanoo could be summoned. However, there was no need to do so against Orochimaru in front of him. What is this? Orochimaru was shocked. He had never seen anything like it. The myriad snakes beneath him narrowed their eyes, gasping. Susanoo? You're from the Uchiha clan? I told you, I really dislike being called a little brat. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a massive lightning sword suddenly appeared in Susanoo's right hand. This was actually an enlarged version of Raikiri. Concentrating a large amount of chakra, it could only be maintained in conjunction with Susanoo. Swish! The lightning sword slashed down, bringing countless bolts of lightning with it. Not good. Orochimaru's expression changed as he felt a severe sense of threat. Myriad snakes. Stop talking, I know. The myriad snakes released a surge of chakra, while Orochimaru formed hand seals. Wind release, super great breakthrough. Originally just a C-rank ninjutsu, with the help of the myriad snakes. The power Orochimaru unleashed reached S-rank. A hurricane erupted, forcefully stopping Uchiha. It's Susanoo. Oomph. Do you really think such a simple combination ninjutsu can stop my Susanoo? Uchiha scoffed, and the lightning sword in Susanoo's hand surged, its lightning becoming even more dazzling. Break for me. With a low shout, the lightning sword directly cleaved the hurricane in two. Orochimaru, you've been attacking me all this time. It's my turn to attack you now. In the next moment, the lightning sword in Susanoo's hand instantly transformed into a giant bow. Then, Amaterasu's black flames appeared, instantly gathering into a massive arrow. Not good. The moment the massive arrow appeared, Orochimaru sensed something was wrong, and the myriad snakes trembled, feeling a breath of fear. Summoning Jutsu. Triple gate of the hell. Boom, boom, boom. 3 giant gates of hell instantly appeared, but it was at this moment that the black flame arrow pierced through all 3 gates. As expected, they were shattered. Then, it directly shot through the myriad snakes. The myriad snakes screamed, instantly turning into a puff of white mist, returning to the summoning realm, leaving their fate unknown. Damn it! Orochimaru's face changed drastically as he looked at the giant figure ahead, his snake eyes turning into thin lines. This was the first time he encountered such a battle, completely unequal. He was being completely beaten. To put it bluntly, he was being violently beaten. Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 33. Battle of Shadows, seeking flowers and collections. However, facing this situation, Orochimaru was not completely at a loss. In fact, after killing the 3rd Hokage and seeing the Amaterasu's black flames, he realized that Uchiha Itachi was very likely to appear. He had already made preparations. Swish, swish. At that moment, 2 figures rushed forward instantly. It was the 1st and 2nd Hokage, not following the original storyline. The souls of the 1st and 2nd Hokage were still present, and the Edo Tensei had not yet dissipated. To guard against Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru had kept the 1st and 2nd Hokage hidden. Their earlier absence was intended to catch Uchiha Itachi off guard. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Countless branches appeared, wrapping around the gigantic Susanoo. At the same time, the 2nd Hokage made his move. Forbidden technique. Mutual explosive tag. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, and instantly the entire gigantic Susanoo exploded. Suffering such an explosion, the complete Susanoo was completely destroyed. In fact, it was Uchiha Itachi who actively retracted it. Phasing. His body phased, and Uchiha Itachi instantly appeared in front of the 2nd Hokage. Lightning release. Black Flame Thunder Torrent. This was a special lightning technique enhanced by Amaterasu. Based on the lightning release, Torrent. Its power was many times stronger than the original lightning release, Torrent. With a bang, the 2nd Hokage was completely obliterated. Without pausing, Uchiha Itachi instantly appeared in front of the 1st Hokage. Lightning release, Black Flame Thunder Torrent. Similarly, the 1st Hokage was also obliterated. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was shocked. Such powerful lightning techniques. Uchiha Itachi was indeed formidable. But soon he laughed. Without the Itachi, such attacks, can they be recovered? I know it's Edo Tensei, but... Before Orochimaru could finish, Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly and used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right in front of Orochimaru. As long as I deal with you, won't it be over? Saying that, Uchiha Itachi extended his right hand and pointed directly at Orochimaru. This posture, not good. Orochimaru was instantly startled. His first reaction was to retreat violently. But it was already too late. Lightning release. Hell assault, four-finger piercing. Buffed. Uchiha Itachi's right hand pierced directly through Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru's body slumped, losing all life signs. However, Uchiha Itachi knew that he had not killed Orochimaru. Sure enough, Orochimaru reappeared intact in another location. But her complexion was extremely pale. Yes, it was her, not him. Although she had avoided the fatal blow, Orochimaru was still heavily injured, unable to maintain her appearance. How could this be? The torrent might be understandable, but how could he even use lightning release? Hell assault, four-finger piercing? This was the unique skill of the third Raikage, and even the current fourth Raikage couldn't use it. Uchiha Itachi, you are indeed very strong. But if you want to kill me, it's impossible. As soon as the words fell, two figures appeared beside Orochimaru, protecting her. It was the fully restored first and second Hokage. Uchiha Itachi smiled. Orochimaru, it seems you still don't understand. Do you think that the first and second Hokage summoned with this level of Edo Tensei can protect you? This level of Edo Tensei? A bad thought arose in Orochimaru's mind. But Uchiha Itachi shook his head. If it were the first Hokage from the era of total victory, the true god of shinobi, I would still be a bit wary, but just the current Senju Hashirama, he cannot protect you. Very well, this time, I will let you understand that there's a vast difference between people. Not good. At that moment, Orochimaru felt a chill in her heart, as if sensing a killing intent that made her soul tremble. Would release. Tree World Wall. The first Hokage made a defensive move at the first moment. Lightning release. Black Kirin. Compared to the lightning release, Kirin used against Windflower Fury, the one summoned by Uchiha Itachi now was infused with the power of Amaterasu's black flames. Uchiha Itachi discovered that if lightning release added his own Amaterasu's black flames, both the power and destructive force could be raised to another level, even more. Boom! The first Hokage's Tree World Wall was instantly shattered, but the Black Kirin was still blocked. Wood release. Wood Dragon technique. A gigantic wood dragon suddenly appeared, blocking the Black Kirin. This took Uchiha Itachi by surprise. He originally thought that the first Hokage summoned by Edo Tensei wouldn't be very powerful. He even thought that the wood release would be difficult to unleash with great power. But now, he thought differently. The fact that he could even use the wood dragon technique indicated that the first Hokage summoned by Orochimaru this time was stronger than he had imagined. In fact, this was indeed the case. After all, the encounter in the Death Forest made Orochimaru more vigilant, and the preparations were naturally different. Not only that, the second Hokage was the same. Flying Thunder God technique. The second Hokage's figure vanished instantly, and then appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. Water release. Hard Vortex Water Blade. Just as the second Hokage's water spear was about to hit Uchiha Itachi, he sneered. Playing the Flying Thunder God technique with me? You might not believe it. But as for the Flying Thunder God technique, you, the creator, are not as strong as me. Swish! Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished, instantly appearing in front of the second Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique. During their earlier exchange, Uchiha Itachi had marked the second Hokage with the Flying Thunder God technique. And, just as he had looked down upon, the upgraded level 5 Flying Thunder God technique was indeed stronger than the second Hokage's. Unless the second Hokage from the era of total victory appeared, it would be impossible to detect the mark of his Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, Orochimaru could summon the second Hokage from the era of total victory. But would he dare? As the creator of Edo Tensei, Orochimaru wasn't sure he could control the second Hokage in his full state. Uchiha Itachi reappeared behind the second Hokage, and at that moment, he felt a mischievous intent. Rinnegan. A Rinnegan was unleashed, sending the second Hokage flying far away. Moreover, his body created a large crater, unable to recover for a while. Techniques like Rinnegan are not difficult for Uchiha Itachi to perform as long as he understands the principle. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 34. Orochimaru, I would call you the strongest in ignorance. Seeking flowers and collections would release, would clone jutsu. While Uchiha Itachi was repelling the second Hokage, the first Hokage wasn't idle either. After fending off the second, a massive wooden figure charged towards Uchiha Itachi. Lightning release. Black Dragon. With a flick of his right hand, Uchiha Itachi conjured a gigantic black dragon made of black flames and lightning, crashing into the giant. Boom! The giant shattered instantly, disintegrating. The lightning black dragon was terrifying. Summoning Jutsu. Five-ply Gate of Life. The first Hokage formed hand seals, summoning the five-ply gate for defense. However, even a five-ply gate was shattered under the rampage of the black dragon. Soon, the first Hokage was reduced to dust. Although the black dragon finally disappeared, and the attack was somewhat mitigated, how could he be so powerful? Watching the first and second Hokage being obliterated one after another by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru began to question his life. In fact, it was also due to Orochimaru's bad luck, because if it were some time ago, Uchiha Itachi wasn't this strong. Even with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and even if he wasn't in his prime during the Edo Tensei state. But facing both the first and second Hokage at once. Even if his strength was limited, the cooperation of those two brothers wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Especially since these were the first and second Hokage, who were even stronger than in the original Konoha collapse plan. It was impossible for Uchiha Itachi to bully them like this. To say that he could obliterate them was simply bullying. The reason for such statements was that Uchiha Itachi had enough chakra. His 8 gates had already reached level 5. Due to the multiple shadow clone technique, the speed of the 8 gates had also increased. During his time in the Land of Snow, Uchiha Itachi didn't stop, and naturally, the 8 gates leveled up. 8 gates, level 5, 93,501 million. After being enhanced by the extreme Sharingan, the 8 gates could be permanently opened without harming himself. Currently at level 5, the door of death is permanently opened, with a chakra boost of 100 times. The 5th gate is also permanently opened, with a chakra boost of 100 times. After upgrading to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi's chakra had already reached the level of an elite Jonin. So, how much chakra does 100 elite Jonin levels amount to? Uchiha Itachi couldn't say for sure, but he knew it was definitely at the tailed beast level. And this was just level 5. If he continued to level up like this, Uchiha Itachi felt that his chakra would eventually break through the skies. Perhaps by then, he could dominate the world of Naruto just with his chakra. This was a thought in Uchiha Itachi's mind after upgrading the 8 gates to level 5. Now it seemed that there might indeed be such a possibility. With the combined strength of the first and second Hokage, he could easily dominate them. After once again obliterating the first and second Hokage, Uchiha Itachi had an idea. Lightning release. Infinite thunderstorm. 2 bolts of lightning crashed towards the recovering first and second Hokage, followed by a series of thunderstorm explosions. This completely hindered the recovery of the first and second Hokage. This was a ninjutsu that Uchiha Itachi had deliberately researched. Its power wasn't particularly strong, only about B rank. However, it could be maintained indefinitely as long as he didn't withdraw his chakra. This was an absolute nemesis for the Edo Tensei's infinite recovery. Of course, if someone were to attack at this moment, it would be easy to break this infinite thunderstorm. But the only one still able to move at the scene, Orochimaru, was being targeted by Uchiha Itachi. Would he dare to intervene? Dare he? Orochimaru, what other tricks and trump cards do you have? Now is the time to show them. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Orochimaru, intending for him to use the 8-headed serpent jutsu. After all, he wanted to see this technique in action. But Orochimaru misunderstood. Uchiha Itachi, you really want to humiliate me? In that case, let me show you. Orochimaru's face twisted with malice as he quickly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Edo Tensei. Uchiha Itachi, I wanted to see the 8-headed serpent jutsu, but you summoned Edo Tensei instead? What is the meaning of this? Especially when he saw the coffin that was summoned. With the number 4 on it, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but laugh. The 4th Hokage? Are you kidding me? Uchiha Itachi fell silent. Wanted to see if such a powerful Orochimaru could retrieve the 4th's soul from the Shinigami. The result was no result. The coffin appeared intact for a long time with no movement. Uchiha Itachi seemed to see a few crows flying across the sky above. This was quite awkward for them. Orochimaru, in terms of arrogance and ignorance, Uchiha Itachi would call you the strongest. Uchiha Itachi had become addicted to this way of speaking. Now that you have some understanding of the Shinigami sealing technique, don't you know that after using it, the caster's soul will be swallowed by the Shinigami and cannot find peace? You're trying to summon the 4th Hokage with Edo Tensei, which means you're competing with the Shinigami for a soul. Do you think you can successfully summon him? Orochimaru, he genuinely didn't know Although he had some understanding of the Shinigami sealing technique, he truly didn't know the specifics. Damn it, do I have to use the eight-headed serpent jutsu? A hint of difficulty flashed in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to use this technique, but he knew the consequences of doing so. In fact, no one knew that once he used the eight-headed serpent jutsu, his body would suffer severe damage. If there was a suitable vessel right now, Orochimaru wouldn't be afraid. He could just switch bodies afterward. But there wasn't one. He did want Uchiha Itachi's body, but that was simply unrealistic. At this moment, Orochimaru's heart was extremely complicated, filled with conflicting emotions. In one sentence, it could be summarized as seeking advice on how to save oneself in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful Uchiha Itachi. Waiting online. Ryōjōn. Please see collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 35. I have a big deception plan. Seeking flowers and collections. Is that all? A trace of disappointment flashed in Uchiha's eyes. What? Are you really going to kill me? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes flashed with a fierce light. If Uchiha really wanted to kill him, then he would have to fight desperately without hesitation. Rest assured, I won't kill you. It's just, forget it. Uchiha slightly shook his head, and at the moment Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, he was suddenly startled again. Because Uchiha used Flying Thunder God technique to appear right in front of him. Then, under Orochimaru's incredulous gaze, Uchiha struck with his blade, condensing chakra into a sword, cleanly and neatly severing Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru, this is the price for your breach of contract. But don't worry, I keep my promises. If you want Sasuke, take him with you. After saying this, Uchiha's figure completely disappeared, leaving behind a screaming Orochimaru. That last strike utilized the power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It didn't give Orochimaru a chance to evade, truly severing his hands. Uchiha even left a trace of special power at the wound, preventing Orochimaru from recovering his arms through medical means, constantly suffering damage and immense pain. This was actually part of Uchiha's plan all along, because if Orochimaru were to stop the three from performing the impure world reincarnation, he would be able to escape unscathed. If he were to obtain Sasuke, then Sasuke would probably not be able to evolve into the second pillar. Although there was Indra's chakra protection, and perhaps there was secretly the six paths watching over. Who knows if Indra's chakra and Sasuke's soul would have no effect in the eyes of that old man's six paths Uchiha, he still cared about Sasuke to some extent. After all these years, there must be some feelings involved, although it wouldn't be to the extent of being life and death friends. Uchiha could not just stand by and watch Orochimaru devour Sasuke. Therefore, no matter what, Orochimaru's hands were destined to be crippled. It was just that the target changed to him, Uchiha. Thus, even without the events from before the third Hokage, Uchiha would still find an opportunity to strike. If Orochimaru knew all of this, he would be crying in despair. Unfortunately, he only thought it was because of his breach of contract that led to Uchiha's retaliation. Enduring the pain from his injuries, Orochimaru looked at the place where Uchiha had left, a deep hatred flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha officially kicked Uchiha Itachi aside and took the throne of Orochimaru's #1 enemy in his heart. After Uchiha left, he didn't return to Konoha, but sent a shadow clone back. Moments later, Uchiha's shadow clone returned to Konoha, not looking for the third Hokage, but instead finding Kakashi. The third Hokage was injured and was currently receiving treatment. Although he wasn't killed by Orochimaru, after this, the third Hokage's body would likely. After all, he's getting old. You mean, you found something special in the land of snow, and can't come back for now? Looking at Uchiha in front of him, Kakashi frowned. Yes, it's important. I need to stay a few more days. What exactly is going on? I can't say. I can only report to the third Hokage. I can't even say. Kakashi was surprised. Moreover, Uchiha, he didn't call the third Hokage grandpa. Just refer to him as third Hokage, which made him aware that this matter was probably not ordinary. But seeing that Uchiha's shadow clone didn't answer, he didn't dwell on it and asked, how long can this shadow clone last? Not long. The main body needs a lot of chakra. This shadow clone can last at most 10 more minutes. 10 minutes probably won't be enough for the third Hokage to wake up. After all, this injury has a significant impact on him. Kakashi felt troubled. He didn't think Uchiha would be talking nonsense. If he dared to say that, it must be something very important. Do you need support? After weighing it in his mind, Kakashi asked. Although Konoha is a bit chaotic now, if it's truly important, he wouldn't mind going to the land of snow once. No need. Uchiha's shadow clone shook his head. It's best if Kakashi-sensei doesn't send support. This matter is of great importance. It's best not to leak even a hint of it. Even when the third Hokage wakes up, you can only report this to him privately. Also, Kakashi-sensei, don't tell anyone that you've seen me. My return is very careful, and no one has discovered it. To be so careful, what exactly is this about? Kakashi was shocked, but nodded slightly, reassuring him that he had noted it. All right, then I will withdraw and report this situation back to the main body. After saying this, Uchiha Yi's shadow clone vanished with a puff. Looking at Uchiha Yi's disappearing figure, a trace of melancholy flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Konoha has just suffered such a crisis. And now, is there going to be another major incident? This really is a time of calamity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who had already returned to the Land of Snow, smiled slightly at the information fed back by a shadow clone. TSK. It seems I still have some means of deception. Even someone as shrewd as Kakashi was left dumbfounded. Uchiha Itachi was quite pleased. Don't be fooled by Kakashi's lazy demeanor with his dead fish eyes. But to be the sixth Hokage, how could it be simple? To deceive him requires certain skills. The future sixth Hokage has been deceived, so next. Uchiha Yi's gaze fell on a giant rock in front of him, and a trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes. He had a big plan, a grand deception plan. This was a plan that had emerged in his mind when he encountered this giant rock in the Land of Snow some time ago. The grand deception technique is activated. Additional update. Kneeling for collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 36. Super Brother Complex comes to see stupid Odaodu, seeking flowers and collections. A few days later, Uchiha Itachi was preparing to return to Konoha. However, it actually made no difference whether he went back or not. With his flying Thunder God technique, he could teleport directly from Konoha to the Land of Snow in just a minute or two. Knowing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue was very happy. In fact, when Uchiha Itachi finished dealing with Orochimaru and returned to the Land of Snow, Fenghua Xiaoxue was both surprised and delighted. So, now that she knew Uchiha Itachi could return to the Land of Snow at any time, she didn't mind much. Her attention was now focused on developing chakra armor. This chakra armor was really of no use to Uchiha Itachi, but it was different for others. If the Land of Snow could produce chakra armor as a commodity, it would definitely be very profitable. Uchiha Itachi agreed with this. However, in order to carry out his own plan, that big deception technique, Uchiha Itachi had to go back to Konoha. Moreover, this time he had to return normally. Even so, it only took Uchiha Itachi 2 days to return at a normal pace. But what surprised Uchiha Itachi was that as he approached Konoha, he encountered a familiar face, Uchiha Itachi. In a forest, seeing Uchiha Itachi suddenly appear, Uchiha Itachi was a bit surprised. But he quickly realized that, indeed, Itachi had returned to Konoha once after Orochimaru's invasion. Yes, the Super Brother Complex comes back to see his silly Odaodu. Even this time, the third Hokage couldn't stop the Super Brother Complex from manifesting in Itachi's heart. This is very Uchiha Itachi. Hey, isn't this Itachi? Uchiha Itachi greeted with a smile. Itachi glanced at him lightly and said, "You've finally returned." "Oh, so Itachi, you waited 6 or 7 days just for this little brat." "Little brat?" My temper is explosive. Uchiha Yi's gaze shifted instantly to Kisame. "Hey, little brat, your eyes are nice, but looking at this lord with such eyes is very dangerous." "Has it?" Suddenly, Itachi's pupils constricted. "Kisame, be careful." But it was already too late, because Uchiha Itachi had already appeared in front of Kisame in an instant, and then with a bang, he kicked Kisame, flying away. With that kick, Kisame crashed through countless trees and landed at the other end of the forest. So, the troublemaker is gone. "Itachi, what do you want with me? Have you activated your Mangekyō?" A trace of surprise flashed in Itachi's eyes, because at that moment, Uchiha Itachi had indeed activated his Mangekyō. In fact, after kicking Kisame, Uchiha Itachi activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and cast Tsukuyami, Illusion World, on Kisame. Right now, Kisame was deeply immersed in the illusion world, unable to extricate himself, even failing to notice the kick Uchiha Itachi had given him. Facing Uchiha Yi's Tsukuyami, Illusion World, even with the Samahata, it was impossible to break free. Uchiha Yi's Mangekyō was a pentagram, with double tomo connected end to end. After evolving into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the pentagram remained, but in the middle, a ring had appeared. The double tomo had also transformed into triple tomo, each embedded in this ring. "Is it a Mangekyō?" "Sort of." Uchiha Itachi smirked. "Sort of?" Itachi frowned, but he didn't ask further. Instead, he said to Uchiha Itachi, "According to our previous agreement, you are obligated to protect Sasuke, but this time Sasuke has been cursed by Orochimaru. Can you explain this?" Itachi's gaze became sharp. I was wondering why the third Hokage didn't die and Itachi was so eager to return to Konoha. Well, there's actually nothing much to explain. Uchiha Itachi shrugged, and when Itachi's expression became dangerous, he smiled. Hey, don't get excited. Actually, this is a teacher I found for Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi boasted. Itachi, think about it. Would you trust Kakashi with Sasuke? Itachi didn't speak. Not trusting, right? That's understandable. After all, Kakashi isn't from our Uchiha clan. Even if he has a Mangekyō Sharingan, you won't know how to use it. If I'm not mistaken, you probably came back this time to remind Kakashi, right? In his previous life, some speculated that Itachi returned to Konoha and used Tsukuyomi to defeat Kakashi. But in reality, it was to let Kakashi understand the power of Mangekyō and attempt to use its techniques. Kakashi had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan with Obito when Rin died long ago. But over the years, he had still only used the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The power of Mangekyō's Kamui had never been used. To be precise, Kakashi didn't know how to use Kamui, and he didn't even know what Kamui was. Moreover, it was only after this incident that Kakashi gradually developed Kamui. What Uchiha Itachi just said was to confirm this. As a result, seeing Itachi's expression of tacit acceptance, he understood. So, letting Kakashi be Sasuke's teacher might work in the early stages, but later on, it wouldn't be enough. So, you found this dangerous person, Orochimaru, for Sasuke? Itachi said. But do you understand Orochimaru? You should know that he is very eager for our Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Don't worry. Uchiha Itachi took a step forward, wanting to pat Itachi's shoulder. But Itachi dodged with a slight movement of his body. It's just Edo Tensei, right? I understand this. It can only be used once every 3 years. Not long ago, after Orochimaru retreated from Konoha, I fought him and severely injured his body. Now, Orochimaru needs to change bodies quickly. As long as when Sasuke goes to find Orochimaru, his body has already been changed. Then Sasuke won't have any problems for 3 years. Moreover, not only will he be fine, but he will also be taught carefully by Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's level, 3 years will definitely transform Sasuke completely. Don't you think? Uchiha said all this and finally asked Itachi. Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards. Seeking everything. Chapter 37. Return to Konoha. Seeking flowers and collections. Itachi looked up seriously at Uchiha, opening his mouth to say something. But before he could speak, Uchiha directly interrupted him. I know what you want to say. Still worried, huh? Don't worry if it really comes to it. I'll go bring Sasuke back within 3 years. My Mangekyō Sharingan has a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as I mark Sasuke, I can know where he is at any time. A technique similar to the Flying Thunder God technique? For the first time, Itachi saw surprise in Uchiha's eyes. He didn't speak, merely flickered away. When he reappeared, Uchiha was holding a subdued Kisame who was trapped in his Tsukuyomi. Throwing Kisame to Itachi, Uchiha smiled lightly and said, how about that? Pretty impressive, right? Itachi said nothing, but his heart was not at peace. Kisame had been kicked away by Uchiha, landing over a kilometer away from where they stood. The flickering motion Uchiha just made probably took only 0.01 seconds. So he believed it, but he still wasn't reassured. Damn it, I'm really impressed by this super brother complex. Unbeatable. Seeing that Itachi still looked uneasy, Uchiha felt truly powerless. Sigh. Forget it. Itachi, do you have the Kusanagi sword? The Kusanagi sword? Itachi frowned slightly. Isn't that a type of Kusanagi sword? Why do you ask? Haven't you obtained it yet? Itachi's response made Uchiha instantly understand that Itachi hadn't obtained the Kusanagi sword yet. Well, this thing contains a special sealing technique. It can release the struck person into a dreamlike illusion world, and it even has the power to seal them permanently. Moreover, it's a spiritual weapon without a physical form, targeting mental strength and even the soul. So, even if Orochimaru uses the impure world reincarnation on Sasuke, the Kusanagi sword can strip that away. Itachi was not foolish. On the contrary, he was very smart, and he almost immediately understood what Uchiha was implying. So where is the Kusanagi sword? I don't know about that. Uchiha shook his head, but there's a saying. It said that the Kusanagi sword is a divine artifact of our Uchiha clan, existing within the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques, belonging to the bloodline limit, and can only be obtained through the Sharingan bloodline limit. It's even said that our Uchiha clan has precedents where ancestors with awakened Susanoo possessed the Kusanagi sword. But whether that is true or not, I don't know. Anyway, my Susanoo doesn't have it. After saying that, Uchiha quietly looked at Itachi. After a long while, Itachi slowly spoke. I hope what you said is true. Don't worry, I have no benefit in lying to you. Itachi didn't speak. To be honest, Uchiha had surprised him too many times today. Yet he felt that Uchiha wouldn't deceive him or deliberately target Sasuke. He simply shifted his gaze to the still unconscious Kisame. This guy? Don't worry. Give him a little pain, and tell him that when he sees me in the future, don't call me little brat. Uchiha said coldly. Itachi ignored him and directly took Kisame away. Uchiha glanced at the direction Itachi had left, muttering softly, true brother complex. A super true, god-level brother complex. One more thing, Uchiha Itachi, I acknowledge you. When it comes to brother complexes, Uchiha would call you the strongest. Damn, I really got addicted to this. However, this feeling was really damn refreshing. Uchiha joyfully headed towards Konoha. Moments later, by a lake, Kisame finally woke up. As soon as he regained consciousness, he looked around and then lowly growled at Itachi. Itachi, where's that damn little brat? Although it was a low growl, Itachi could clearly feel Kisame's weakness. It wasn't physical weakness, it was mental. Is it an illusion technique, like my Tsukuyami? With a flash of his eyes, Itachi said to Kisame, Kisame, take my advice. When you see Uchiha in the future, you'd better not provoke him. If possible, it's best to avoid him entirely. Itachi, are you saying? Yes, very dangerous, Itachi said lightly, but there was a seriousness in his tone. Kisame was instantly alarmed. He knew Itachi's character. Even when infiltrating Konoha, he was extremely calm. Even when discovered and encountering one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, he didn't get nervous. But now Kisame found that when Itachi spoke of Uchiha he actually had a cautious attitude. Moreover, he even described him as very dangerous. Doesn't that mean that the little brat Uchiha is even stronger than Jiraiya, one of the Sannin? Konoha, Uchiha has returned. As soon as he returned, an Anbu appeared. Uchiha the Hokage wants you to report to him immediately. After receiving Kakashi's report and learning that Uchiha had sent a shadow clone back and was acting very cautiously, the third Hokage specifically sent out Anbu to wait for Uchiha at the entrance of Konoha, seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 38, The Great Deception Technique activated, seeking flowers and collections, Hokage office. Upon seeing the third Hokage again, Uchiha was momentarily stunned. He noticed that the third Hokage looked even older. If you remember correctly, the third Hokage was only 69 years old, but now he appeared no different from a centenarian. It seemed that although his intervention had prevented the third Hokage from dying due to the Shiki F gene, the way he looked suggested he didn't have many years left to live. You're back, kid. I've already received news from the Land of Snow. You completed the mission very well, even beyond my expectations. Of course, it concerns the daimyo of a country. Even for a small nation like the Land of Snow, it was an extraordinary task. Well, since it concerns the daimyo of the Land of Snow, this mission has been upgraded to S rank. Given the difficulty of S rank missions, not only have you passed the assessment, but I also grant you the special rank of Jonin. Special Jonin? Uchiha was somewhat surprised, but this was not the main point. Thank you, Lord Third. The third Hokage nodded, then his expression turned serious. So what is this very important matter you mentioned? Do you need to report to me privately? Uchiha hesitated. Lord Third, I need to report to you privately, in the true sense of the word. Uchiha, it implied that this was the Hokage's office, and many eyes were watching. All right, no problem. The third Hokage wanted to say something, but before he could finish, a loud laugh came from the window. Haha, what is such a secret matter? Let me, Jiraiya Mao my Boku, hear it too. Uchiha, it had already sensed Jiraiya's presence, and was not surprised by his appearance. He just turned to look at the third Hokage. Lord Third, it's best to treat this matter as one concerning the entire ninja world. If you have no objections, then I have none. Concerning the entire ninja world? The third Hokage became unsettled, and Jiraiya also stopped smiling. Without speaking, the third Hokage simply nodded at Jiraiya. Ninjutsu, formation. A faint barrier instantly enveloped the entire Hokage office. It was clear that the third Hokage had given instructions long ago, and with Jiraiya present, the Anbu and the shadows remained silent. Now it's fine. Inside this barrier, the outside cannot see or hear us. This is a secret technique I created. Uchiha, it ignored Jiraiya's self-promotion and directly looked at the third Hokage. Before discussing this matter, I want to show you something. Something? What is it? Both the third Hokage and Jiraiya were somewhat surprised, but the next moment, their expressions turned to shock. Because in front of them, Uchiha, it activated his Sharingan, and after 3 Tomo, it transformed into a special pattern. You're activating the Mangekyō Sharingan? You actually awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? The two couldn't sit still. The third Hokage quickly remembered something and asked urgently, "What is your Mangekyō technique?" The third Hokage felt a bit wary. If Uchiha, it had the power of Kotoeme Tsukumi. That would be terrible. It's a technique called Amaterasu, and a space ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. Amaterasu? Space ninjutsu? The two were even more confused. Uchiha didn't say much, but directly demonstrated it. Swish! A black flame instantly ignited. "Is this the kind of flame?" Jiraiya exclaimed. "Jiraiya, have you seen this kind of flame?" The third Hokage asked. Yes. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. He had seen this black flame before with Uchiha Itachi. It was powerful and could not be extinguished by any means, only sealed away. "This is the Mangekyō technique, Amaterasu," Uchiha had said, then gently shook his head. "But my Amaterasu is different. I can control its burning and extinguishing." After saying that, the burning Amaterasu instantly extinguished. And this is Shunshin. In the next moment, Uchiha's figure suddenly flickered throughout the Hokage office, moving so quickly that even Jiraiya and the third Hokage could barely see. Flying Thunder God technique? The thought crossed their minds, but it was quickly dismissed. No, it's not the Flying Thunder God technique. Because Uchiha, it had not performed the marking needed for the Flying Thunder God technique. "This is Shunshin. Kid, you really are impressive." When Uchiha, it finally stopped. The third Hokage smiled. He was very familiar with the Mangekyō Sharingan, and now that he saw Uchiha it demonstrating these two techniques, he felt completely at ease. Not Kotoeme Tsukumi. This reassured him, and what pleased the third Hokage even more was that Uchiha it did not hide anything from him after awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, which showed he was a good kid. But what the third Hokage did not know was that Uchiha's heart was filled with a proud whisper. Great deception technique, activate. Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 39. The Storyteller. Seeking flowers and collections. Could it be that what you mentioned is related to the activation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? The third Hokage seemed to understand something. Uchiha nodded. This time I encountered something quite peculiar in the Land of Snow. At first, I didn't believe it. But later I had no choice but to believe it. Seeing the third Hokage and Jiraiya looking at him, Uchiha, he began his persuasion technique. "Lord Third, what do you think ninjutsu is?" "No, it should be how chakra came to be. Is there even a need to say this? Chakra is just the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy." Jiraiya said boldly. "That's somewhat correct, but also not entirely." Uchiha, he shook his head, looking at Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, have you never thought about whether chakra existed since the birth of humanity, or if it appeared at a certain point in time?" Well, Jiraiya was somewhat stunned. Let me tell you a story. Regardless of Jiraiya's reaction, Uchiha, he began his tale. Since the birth of humanity, wars have never ceased, plunging the world into turmoil. The land was stained with blood, as if it were trying to absorb all the blood. In that era, there was a god tree that was not embroiled in conflict, but was revered as a divine pillar by people. One day, the god tree bore fruit. Although people did not understand its significance, no one dared to violate ancestral teachings and touch the fruit of the god tree. At that moment, a woman descended from the heavens, revered as a goddess. The goddess then consumed the fruit of the god tree, becoming the first being to possess chakra. She was the progenitor of chakra, named Kagaya Otsutsuki. What? Kid, don't tell me that's the origin of chakra? Jiraiya was incredulous. The third Hokage was similarly skeptical, as there was no historical record of such an account. Uchiha, however, paid no mind to their doubts and continued his story. After the goddess obtained chakra, she used her immense power to quell the wars, receiving the people's blessings and giving birth to two sons, the elder Hagoromo Otsutsuki and the younger Hamura Otsutsuki. However, years later, the goddess, due to her immense power, became greedy and wanted to reclaim all the chakra. By this time, her sons had helped people cultivate chakra. So to reclaim it all, she planted the god tree once more. Then, through the god tree, she cast an incredibly powerful illusion to absorb everyone's chakra. The third Hokage frowned slightly, not fully understanding. "Child, what exactly are you saying?" "Lord Third, please don't rush me, let me finish." Uchiha continued. "Fortunately, the goddess's two sons were strongly opposed to their mother's brutal actions and rebelled against her. After numerous hardships, they sealed their mother away. Their achievements were celebrated by the world, and the elder son, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, was even hailed as the Sage of Six Paths." The Sage of Six Paths? The third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged glances. If they had been passively listening to the story before, it was different now. Because according to historical records, the Sage of Six Paths truly existed. Of course, in their view, the Sage of Six Paths was merely a very powerful ninja. At most, he was an existence that surpassed imagination. Especially for Jiraiya, he was even more convinced of this, as his disciple Nagato possessed the Sage of Six Path Divine Eye, the Rinnegan. However, alright, even if all of this is true, what exactly are you trying to say? Jiraiya still didn't understand. TSK, this is a great setup. Uchiha glanced at Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, don't be anxious. As the eldest son of the goddess, the Sage of Six Paths was extraordinary as well. He had two sons, named Ashura and Indra. Next, Uchiha narrated the tale of the rivalry between Ashura and Indra. He even directly stated that the Senju clan and Uchiha clan were descendants of these two brothers. What? Are you saying that your Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths? The third Hokage could no longer sit still. Are you sure? Yes. Uchiha nodded. Now comes the main event. Soon he took out a scroll. It was a sealing storage scroll. After unrolling it, a huge stone tablet appeared in the Hokage office. After Uchiha infused chakra into the stone tablet, a large amount of text appeared on it. It recorded the events Uchiha had just narrated, as well as detailed information about the Rinnegan. Of course, the so-called detail was actually just the information that the Sharingan evolved to its limit, becoming the Rinnegan. However, after seeing this information, both the third Hokage and Jiraiya were no longer calm. The Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan. The third Hokage was shocked, while Jiraiya was the first to disbelieve. Impossible. The Rinnegan cannot be evolved from the Sharingan. Uchiha naturally understood why Jiraiya was so certain. It was all because of Nagato. No, this possibility is quite high, because I followed the method recorded above and evolved into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. And it is the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? Uchiha has the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan? The third Hokage and Jiraiya were taken aback. Seeing their expressions, Uchiha smiled slightly. As a storyteller, I'm quite skilled. Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 40. Suddenly lame. Seeking flowers and collections. After the Sharingan evolves into the three-tomo form, it can evolve into the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, there is a risk of blindness with the Mangekyō Sharingan. But once the Mangekyō Sharingan evolves into the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, there is no need to worry about blindness anymore. All of this is recorded on the huge stone tablet in front of them. The third Hokage and Jiraiya can also see it. However, Jiraiya still does not believe it. He thinks the tablet is fake. Unfortunately, due to the special means used by Uchiha Itachi and the condition of the tablet itself, it really does not look fake at all. Speaking of this tablet, it was actually obtained by Uchiha Itachi from the Windflower Fury private warehouse. This is a special moment that can absorb chakra. Once chakra is infused, some changes will occur. It is precisely because of these changes that this tablet was created. And it is because of this huge stone that Uchiha Itachi developed the plan for the Great Deception. Moreover, after a series of treatments, Uchiha Itachi carved words onto the tablet and reinforced it. Now, even if someone wants to carve something onto it, they cannot do so. The third Hokage just tried it and failed, which increased its credibility even more. But Jiraiya is different. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "The information on this is not real. I have seen the Rinnegan." Huh? Jiraiya, you have seen the Rinnegan? This time, it was the third Hokage's turn to be surprised. Well, as you know, I once took 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, and one of them possesses the legendary Sage Eye, which is the Rinnegan. So, given this situation, the records here cannot be true. The third Hokage fell silent. But Uchiha Itachi was already prepared and said, "Lord Jiraiya, the Rinnegan does not appear naturally. Even the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths appeared after some events. I do not know who your disciple is, but I can tell you for sure that unless the person possesses the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, has extraordinary talent, and awakens the Sharingan very quickly, and then evolves into the Rinnegan, otherwise, that Rinnegan cannot belong to him. Not his." What do you mean by that? Jiraiya suddenly looked at Uchiha Itachi. I mean nothing. I am just telling you that unless they are from the Uchiha clan, even having Sharingan would be a huge burden. And everyone knows this. Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan has brought him a great burden. After Uchiha Itachi said this, Jiraiya fell silent. Well, that's true. With Kakashi's talent, he would have had a much better performance. But since he got Obito's Sharingan, he has instead been dragged down. The third Hokage nodded, feeling very much in agreement. Even Jiraiya began to believe it somewhat, because during his time with Nagato, He also noticed that Nagato's Rinnegan was not under his control. Every time it manifested, Nagato not only lost his memories at that moment, but even his body would weaken for a period of time. Looking back now, that was probably a kind of after effect caused by being unable to bear the burden. Damn it, who is it? Jiraiya thought angrily, looking up at Uchiha Itachi and asking, "So who do you think this pair of Rinnegan belongs to?" "I don't know." Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "I still have some ways to use the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but as for the Rinnegan, that is no longer the case." However, after a slight pause, Uchiha Itachi continued, "Based on the past appearances of Uchiha clan experts, I think Uchiha Madara is the most likely person to awaken the Rinnegan." Uchiha Madara? At this moment, both Jiraiya and the third Hokage's expressions changed slightly, especially the third Hokage, who was very aware of Uchiha Madara's power. But if this is true, then does Nagato's Rinnegan involve some conspiracy? Suddenly, the third Hokage remembered the state of the Nine Tails when it first appeared during the Nine Tails disturbance years ago. It seemed very similar to the method Uchiha Madara used to control the Nine Tails back then. The third Hokage, being older than Konoha, had personally witnessed the situation at that time. And although the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has the power to control tailed beasts for many years, the third Hokage knew that Uchiha Madara was the only one who could do this. In fact, it was precisely because Uchiha Madara controlled the tailed beasts that people speculated that the Uchiha clan manipulated the Nine Tails. But now it seems that this is not the case. Could it really be Uchiha Madara? The third Hokage's expression was unpredictable. He already believed about 90% of what Uchiha Itachi said. In fact, if not for caution, he would have fully believed it. Seeing the third Hokage's expression, Uchiha Itachi knew that this deception plan had already succeeded by more than half. But Jiraiya still did not believe it and did not intend to believe it. Impossible. There must be something wrong with this. How old is Uchiha Madara? How old is Nagato? Can he live to the time when Nagato appears? Finally, it came out. I tried for a long time last night, and this morning as well. This is a collapse. I heard that there's going to be an upgrade this afternoon. Crying and laughing. JPG seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 41 What? Let me bring Tsunade back. Seeking flowers and collections, Jiraiya really is stubborn. However, it's easy to understand Uchiha, because Jiraiya hasn't interacted much with Naruto yet and considers Nagato to be the child of destiny mentioned by the Toad Sage. But, argue with me? I just find it amusing. In fact, Uchiha pretended to hesitate, as if he had thought carefully before finally revealing a secret. In our Uchiha clan's secret gathering place, there is a special underground chamber that houses a stone tablet written by the Sage of Six Paths. It records many unknown secrets, but the content can only be seen according to the level of the Sharingan. What? The third Hokage's expression changed slightly, as he had never heard of this before. Little E, are you sure the Uchiha clan has such a stone tablet? Yes. Uchiha nodded and said, yes, it records a lot of things, including many ninjutsu. When I activated my 3-tomo Sharingan, I went to see it, and indeed, you need the Sharingan to see those inscriptions. It was precisely because of the precedent of our Uchiha clan stone tablet that I believed in the one in front of me. Does that stone tablet record how to obtain the Rinnegan, just like what's recorded on the stone tablet? Jiraiya asked. Well, I'm not sure, because after I activated my Mangekyō Sharingan, I came straight here and didn't go back to check. Jiraiya looked up at the third Hokage, his eyes revealing an understanding. The third Hokage frowned and said to Uchiha, Lil E, I'll have Jiraiya bring that stone tablet over. All right. Uchiha nodded, but he added, Lord Jiraiya, feel free to bring Kakashi-sensei along. The information about the Mangekyō Sharingan on that stone tablet will also be helpful to him. Of course, if Lord Third agrees to this. The third Hokage glanced appreciatively at Uchiha. Since Kakashi possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, according to Uchiha, he would also be able to read the inscriptions on the Uchiha clan stone tablet. Having Kakashi come was, in the third Hokage's view, simply a matter of being above board. This made the third Hokage feel very gratified, and he nodded to Jiraiya. Jiraiya understood and nodded, following the address provided by Uchiha to search for that underground chamber. Soon, just a few minutes later, Jiraiya returned. Then, Kakashi also appeared. After understanding the situation, Kakashi went from being confused to extremely serious. Then, he activated his Sharingan to look at the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Kakashi's Sharingan could only shift between 3-tomo and Mangekyō. Previously, he didn't know how to utilize it. But now, after Itachi's Tsukuyomi, he had figured out some methods. First, he used the 3-tomo Sharingan to see some content. Then with the Mangekyō Sharingan, He saw the method to evolve into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This method was the eye exchange between blood relatives, which matched one of the methods mentioned by Uchiha Itachi that was recorded on the stone tablet. Therefore, combining this information completely proved that Uchiha Itachi was not lying. No, it should be said that the information on the stone tablet brought back by Uchiha Itachi was not false. At this point, Jiraiya could no longer remain calm. However, Uchiha Itachi felt it was still not enough and intended to deliver another blow. Lord Third, I just saw some more information from the stone tablet with my eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. What information? The information about the God Tree. According to what is recorded on this stone tablet, the so-called God Tree is actually the 10 tails, and the current 1 tail to 9 tails were all split from the 10 tails. What? The 3 people present were all stunned this time. Next, Uchiha Itachi revealed the modified information on the stone tablet by Kaguya, including the infinite Tsukuyomi. When Jiraiya heard that the infinite Tsukuyomi required 9 tailed beasts to activate, his expression changed. I've heard that there is an organization called Akatsuki that seems to plan to collect tailed beasts. Could it be? No need to speculate. It's certain that someone intends to revive the 10 tails and plant the God Tree again to become the new ancestor of chakra. Uchiha Itachi confirmed, and it's very likely that organization possesses the Rinnegan. This really is a crisis for the ninja world. The amount of information is overwhelming. Both the third Hokage and Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Kakashi also stopped rolling his eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it turns out that deceiving isn't my strong suit. This is exhausting. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi began to doubt how Naruto managed to defeat so many opponents with his words. He had put in so much effort just to make the third Hokage and the others believe him. It's exhausting. You all need to keep this matter confidential. These 2 stone tablets will be kept with me for now. After a long time, the third Hokage issued the order. Yes, Uchiha Itachi and the others nodded. By the way, Jiraiya, regarding your disciple, you'd better investigate that. I know, I'm on it. Jiraiya left with a worried expression. Kakashi, you should go rest and heal. Although he had already recovered from the injuries of Tsukuyomi, the recent attempt to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan had consumed quite a bit of his energy. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage finally looked at Uchiha Itachi, first nodding in satisfaction. Then he said, "Little E, you did well. It seems that your current strength doesn't match your special J-Nin status. How about this? I'll give you a task this time, and when you return, you'll be a J-Nin." Then, without giving Uchiha Itachi a chance to refuse, the third Hokage directly issued the task. All right, go bring Tsunade back. What? Let me bring Tsunade back. Please support with collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 42. The soul of the Uchiha ancestor is crying. Seeking flowers and collections, Sai just arrived and already leaving. After glancing at the Hokage's office, Uchiha felt a bit powerless. He was told to go bring Tsunade back. Is that even possible? He's a member of the Uchiha clan. Going to find Tsunade? Looking for a beating? No, with my strength, Tsunade can't beat me. Uchiha suddenly realized that perhaps the third Hokage saw this point, which is why he sent him to find Tsunade. Sai, forget it, I'll go. Uchiha shook his head and went home. The third Hokage had given him until tomorrow to set off, so he could rest a bit. But soon after, Uchiha still set out. He planned to look for Hinata, but Hinata was on a mission and hadn't returned. What? Go find Naruto? Uchiha expressed that he didn't want to learn how to talk his way out of things. That really wasn't his strong suit. It would be better to just go out and stroll around. Not long after, Uchiha left the village again. Upon receiving the news, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. This kid is good. He was supposed to leave tomorrow, but he set off now. It seems he's really thinking about the village. Finding Tsunade wasn't actually that hard for Uchiha, because to find Tsunade, all he had to do was go to various casinos. It's worth mentioning that after entering the casino, Uchiha suddenly discovered a great way to make money. With the insight of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, even chakra-sealing gambling devices couldn't stop Uchiha's perception. He won every time. Then, every time Uchiha arrived at a casino, he would gamble a little. He indeed didn't lack money, but Kazahana Koyuki was short on cash. As the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Koyuki was now in full control due to Uchiha having absolute power over the Land of Snow. However, previously, Kazahana Fubuki had been deeply immersed in researching chakra armor, which had severely affected the finances of the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow could indeed profit from selling chakra armor, but even the chakra armor worn by the Wolfang Avalanche was extremely expensive to produce. Moreover, Uchiha did not recommend that the Land of Snow sell such high-grade chakra armor. It would be better to focus on something more ordinary, like upgrading the chakra of a genin to that of a nin. But that also required research, as it involved mass production. If the production cost was too high, the profit wouldn't be substantial. Since it was research, it naturally needed funding. And now, with the finances of the Land of Snow, it would be difficult to come up with much. Although Kazahana Koyuki didn't say anything, Uchiha he was keeping in mind. He initially planned to break into some wealthy families to discreetly take some money. But after discovering that the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could see through chakra-sealing gambling devices, everything changed. Gambling to make money using the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha he felt no burden at all. However, his actions seemed to make the soul of the Uchiha ancestor cry. Of course, Uchiha he also encountered some casinos where he lost money and they attempted to resort to violence against him. Unfortunately for them, Uchiha-Yi's fists were stronger. Not only did he retaliate, but he also had an excuse to rob the entire casino. Under such circumstances, he returned to the Land of Snow with money for several consecutive days. This left Kazahana Koyuki very pleasantly surprised. And after the night, Uchiha he was naturally also surprised. Yes, even while looking for someone, Uchiha he returned to the Land of Snow every day right after mealtime using the Flying Thunder God technique. After nightfall, he wouldn't come out. Such days were quite easy. Finally, after half a month of this, Uchiha he found Tsunade. Interestingly, when Uchiha he found Tsunade, she was being crazily chased by Shizune and Tanten. Upon seeing this, Uchiha he knew that this Sannin was once again being chased for debts. This was already a common occurrence. In a small tavern, Uchiha he had met with Tsunade. He had just helped her settle her gambling debts. Goodness, a full 35 million ryo. Just enough for an Asuma's head. Huh, why is this calculated in terms of Asuma's head? Hey kid, what do you want with me? Just as Uchiha he was lost in chaotic thoughts, Tsunade interrupted him with kid. I endure. Uchiha he understood the reason the third Hokage wanted him to bring Tsunade back. Seeing that the third Hokage felt his age catching up to him, he was now planning to step down. In the third Hokage's eyes, the best candidate for the fifth Hokage was Jiraiya. It was likely that the third Hokage had discussed it with Jiraiya, but with Jiraiya's personality, he would definitely decline. The original story was the same, and thus they had to choose Tsunade. So, it was already destined for Tsunade to become the fifth Hokage. It would be best not to offend her, lest he be put in a difficult position later. Even the third Hokage, asking him to bring Tsunade back, suggested that he wanted him to get along better with her. Tsunade-sama, the third Hokage instructed me to inform you to return to the village. I'm not going back. Seeking collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 43. Sorry, I can't stop you, and I'm afraid of being hit. Seeking flowers and collections, although she had already drunk a bit. Tsunade was very firm with this statement. However, Uchiha he had long anticipated this. He glanced at Tsunade and said, Lady Tsunade, do you know about the major event that happened in Konoha recently? Oh, that? I know, but what does it matter? Tsunade replied nonchalantly. In fact, the news about Konoha had spread far and wide, and Tsunade must have heard about it. But despite hearing it, she had no intention of going back, which showed that she really didn't plan to return to Konoha. Lady Tsunade, if nothing unexpected happens, the third Hokage wants you to return this time to take on the role of the next Hokage. What? Me as Hokage? Tsunade was stunned, but then she scoffed. Who would want me Hokage? You're joking. Sigh, I knew it. My mouth just can't help it. If it were Naruto, Tsunade might even reminisce about the past. But now, no matter how he looked at it, Tsunade's face was filled with disdain. Lady Tsunade, regardless of the situation, please come back with me just once. No, really not going back. Absolutely not. Then, please return my 35 million ryo. Tsunade. Kid, let me clarify. That money was given voluntarily by you. Not because I forced you, Tsunade said urgently. Uchiha didn't say anything, just looked at Tsunade. Tsunade felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, but still remained resolute. I'm not going back, but I will find a way to return your money. On the side, Shizune silently glanced at Tsunade, calculating in her heart. Is this the first time Lady Tsunade has mentioned returning someone's money? But she didn't return it last time either. By the way, Lady Tsunade, I heard your gambling skills are amazing. Even the first Hokage was no match for you. How about we have a bet? Uchiha said with a smile. Indeed, when it comes to gambling, Tsunade could only be on par with her grandfather, the first Hokage. Other than that, it's better to leave it alone. After all, the competition between two fat sheep is better left to ordinary people. As soon as Tsunade heard about gambling, she instantly got excited, forgetting everything else. All right, let's gamble. Watch me make you lose your armor and flee. Shizen opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, as there was simply no time. Swish! Before the words even landed, Tsunade had taken out a dice box and 3 dice. Don't say I'm bullying you. We'll just gamble on rolling the dice, comparing the points. Let us bet on the money I owe you. Win or lose depends on our gambling skills. I'll go first. Watch me settle this. Seemingly afraid Uchiha Itachi would back out, Tsunade quickly finished speaking and started shaking the dice box. After shaking it for a while, the dice fell to the ground. Hey, kid, now you still have a chance to regret. 35 million Ryo on the line. If you lose, you'll cry. It's fine if I lose, I lose. Although I don't usually gamble, I still have some gambling spirit. Please go ahead, oh great gambling god. All right, indeed bold. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Tsunade laughed heartily and then opened the dice box. Then, there was nothing after that. Looking at the 3 sides, showing a single dot, Tsunade was genuinely about to cry. 1, 1, 1. 3 points. This was purely a comparison of points, with no special combinations. Oh, 3 points? Then it's my turn. Uchiha Itachi grabbed the dice box, and, under Tsunade's hesitant gaze, he gently shook it. It landed, and he opened it. 4, 5, 6. 15 points. Tsunade. Shizen, holding Taunton, showed an expression of as expected. Oh, I won. Uchiha Itachi looked at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, now you have 2 choices. Either come back with me to the village, or return my 70 million Ryo. No, I choose the third option. Let us gamble again. Under Shizen's shocked gaze, Tsunade made another move. But, 1 minute. Damn it, lost again. This time you roll first. Having lost again, Tsunade was even more unwilling. Shizen wanted to remind Tsunade, Lady, you already owe 140 million Ryo. But there was simply no time. 10 minutes later. Impossible. How could this happen? With my superb gambling skills, how could I have lost 7 times in a row? Tsunade began to doubt her life. Superb? Exceptional? A numb Shizen wanted to say that such adjectives for Lady Tsunade were indeed not wrong. But the problem was, this was exactly the opposite of what she thought. With your gambling skills, it's hard for others to lose. Damn it, let us go again this time. Tsunade was unwilling. But Uchiha Itachi stopped, calmly saying, Lady Tsunade, you should come back to the village. No, but you already owe me 4,800 million Ryo. Impossible, how could there be that much? Tsunade didn't believe it, but seeing Uchiha Itachi's expression, she was a bit dazed. She turned her gaze to Shizen, and the 2 exchanged looks. Is there really that much? Yes, there really is. Why didn't you stop me? Sorry, I can't stop you, and I'm afraid of being hit. Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 44. The future Hokage burdened with massive debt, seeking flowers and collectibles. Kid, let's discuss this. After confirming that she indeed owed such a huge sum, Tsunade felt a bit guilty. Sorry, I'm not negotiating. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Lady Tsunade, you have 2 options before you. One is to return to the village with me, and the other is to pay back the money. Pay back. I'd rather pay the devil. Tsunade had a curse word in her heart that she didn't say out loud. In situations like this, she usually had only one way to handle it. Whoosh! With a body flicker technique, Tsunade suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Itachi and aimed a knife-hand strike at his neck. Watching her movements, she was very skilled. But the next moment, Tsunade's pupils constricted, because Uchiha Itachi suddenly vanished just as she was about to succeed and appeared in her original position. Flying Thunder God technique? A hint of surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Uchiha Itachi didn't explain, but smiled at her. Lady Tsunade, are you planning to knock me out and then run away? What about your gambling reputation? How could that be? With my gambling reputation, how could I do that? I was just testing your skills. You still have a gambling reputation? How come I didn't know? Ino, who had been watching, couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing the situation unfold, Tsunade realized that her calculations had failed. But one plan failing didn't mean she had no other options. Don't worry, I'll return to the village with you tomorrow morning. Tsunade snorted coldly. Ino, let us go. We'll rest first and get up early to return to the village. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Uchiha Itachi's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. He didn't believe for a second that Tsunade would obediently return with him. However, now wasn't the time to deal with this matter. A distance away from the tavern, Uchiha Itachi arrived at a dark corner and smiled. Since you're here, come out. As expected of Ikuin, you really can't hide from you. A cold, hoarse voice echoed, and 2 figures stepped out. Orochimaru and Kabuto. Uchiha Itachi had thought that Orochimaru wouldn't come looking for Tsunade, but in the end, he still showed up. It was just that he sensed Uchiha E's presence, which was why he didn't come out to meet Tsunade. Seeing the bloodstained bandage on Orochimaru's severed arm, Uchiha shook his head. Orochimaru, I know you came to find Tsunade. I advise you to give it up. Orochimaru said nothing, but his snake-like eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto called out softly. Orochimaru immediately came back to his senses. He indeed wanted to kill Uchiha but that was completely unrealistic. Since Ikuin said so, then let it be. After saying that, Orochimaru left with Kabuto. Orochimaru, you really aren't going to look for Tsunade? Kabuto asked after they had walked some distance. I won't look for her, nor can I. Orochimaru shook his head. Looking at Uchiha it seems the third Hokage has sent Tsunade back. And your injuries, forget about them. Kabuto instructs Wajin and the others to go to Konoha and bring Sasuke back to me. But, Orochimaru, given your current condition, Sasuke, who is unprepared, is not the most suitable vessel. It's fine, we can try it out. Tell them to move quickly. Understood. After dissuading Orochimaru, Uchiha did not return to the land of snow, but found a place outside the inn where Tsunade was staying and quietly waited. In the middle of the night, it seemed to be around 2 or 3 in the morning when 2 figures sneaked out of the inn. They looked just like thieves. This was Tsunade, who was planning to run away, and a helpless Ino. I knew Lady Tsunade would do this. Ino, hurry up. Don't let that brat discover us. 40 billion Ryo is too dangerous. Got it, Lady Tsunade. The two moved quickly but cautiously. Just then, a light laugh made their figures freeze. Oh, ISNT this Lady Tsunade. What s wrong? Out for a moonlit stroll at this late hour? Damn, we've been discovered. Tsunade cursed in her heart when she saw Uchiha not far away. You brat, you're really annoying. With a grim expression, she dropped the line and took Ino back to the inn. She realized that she wouldn't be able to escape this time. The next morning, Uchiha woke Tsunade up. Then, the group returned to Konoha. Along the way, Tsunade was not very obedient and constantly tried to find ways to escape. She even fought Uchiha once for this reason. Uchiha didn't use his Sharingan, but relying on his level 5 8 gates released enhanced body. He had a physical confrontation with Tsunade. The outcome clearly showed everything about Tsunade's attitude of being completely obedient. Of course, that battle was purely a physical fight. Neither Tsunade nor Uchiha had used their full strength. Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 45. There are always troublesome people who want to harm. The group? Seeking flowers and collections, although I have agreed to go back. And I am even on the road. Under Tsunade's deliberate circumstances, the speed is not fast at all. Originally, it would take at most 6 or 7 days of travel. But it ended up dragging on for nearly a month before returning to Konoha. It is worth mentioning that during this month, Tsunade has paid off quite a bit of her gambling debts, leaving her with 40 billion now. There's no helping it to pay off the debts. Tsunade has thought of every possible way. For example, she claimed to be tired and needed some motivation to have the strength to travel. And just like that, 10 million Ryo was paid off. Another point is that on the way, Uchiha Itachi once offered to treat Tsunade for her hemophobia. However, Tsunade rejected him immediately. After spending 100 million Ryo on so-called intelligence fees, Uchiha Itachi finally understood. Tsunade didn't actually have hemophobia. Perhaps she did. But it was merely a result of the great shock from Shinjuro's death, causing some effects. Disheartened, she just used hemophobia as an excuse to leave Konoha. Upon learning this, Uchiha Itachi felt a bit frustrated. Damn it. Sure enough, in a world turned real from a paper figure, the plot is just for viewing. You really can't fully trust it. Konoha, Hokage's office. Uchiha Itachi, you did well. I now officially inform you that you have become a Jonin of Konoha. The third Hokage smiled at Uchiha Itachi, clearly satisfied. Beside him, Tsunade sneered, kid, so you had an agenda. If I had known this earlier, She didn't finish her sentence. But Uchiha Itachi knew what she meant. It was all about getting more money. On the way back, Uchiha Itachi had already discussed with Tsunade. If she could become the 5th Hokage, her debt could be reduced by 5 billion. Then, as long as he facilitated his marriage with Hinata, all debts could be forgiven. It must be said that to uphold her title as the gambling goddess, Tsunade was determined to pay off all her debts to protect her so-called reputation. Ignoring Tsunade's complaints, Uchiha Itachi knew he had nothing to do next. So after the 3rd Hokage finished his instructions, he left immediately. However, just as Uchiha Itachi exited the Hokage's office and was on his way home. A person wearing an eye patch, revealing only the lower part of his face, suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Yamanaka Kurenai? The moment he saw the other party, a name popped into Uchiha Itachi's mind. Sure enough, the next words confirmed his guess. Uchiha Itachi, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Haha, Danzo. Uchiha Itachi completely ignored him, saying he was busy. After that, he started to walk away, leaving Yamanaka Kurenai a bit stunned. He had thought Uchiha Itachi would refuse, but this situation was completely beyond his expectations. Uchiha Itachi, don't you know how to appreciate kindness? Lord Danzo's orders are not to be disobeyed. Oh, really? What if I do disobey? Do you want to make a move here? Uchiha Itachi sneered. Since you were so ungrateful, I can't be blamed. Yamanaka Kurenai reached out, and a swarm of insects surged toward Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, don't you know I hate bugs the most? A flicker of disgust crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and without any further action, those insects were instantly engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, they turned to ashes. This, Yamanaka Kurenai was startled and retreated immediately. Uchiha Itachi did not attack him again and even left directly. Yamanaka Kurenai made no move, as the previous scene was too bizarre. Moreover, this was Konoha. Causing too much commotion wouldn't be a good thing. Watching Uchiha Itachi's departing figure, Yamanaka Kurenai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to back off and quickly left. Soon after, Yamanaka Kurenai returned to the root headquarters and reported this incident to Danzo. The sudden appearance of the bizarre flames? Danzo frowned slightly, his single eye revealing a hint of confusion. Are you sure he didn't T-form any hand signs before using that kind of flame? Yes. Was it special fire release? Or? A flash of insight crossed Danzo's mind. During this time, he had actually put Uchiha Itachi aside, because at this stage, Uchiha Itachi was not important at all. After the third Hokage's battle with Orochimaru, Danzo felt that the third Hokage's health was declining day by day, and he was getting older. This gave him hope. The hope of becoming Hokage. Therefore, he had been preparing for this during this time. He had already put Uchiha Itachi out of his mind. But this situation changed in just a month. A month ago, Uchiha Itachi came back from somewhere. And then the third Hokage actually had a secret meeting in the Hokage's office. After a conversation that outsiders were unaware of, he felt that something was off. It's typical that someone always wants to harm him. Especially after learning today that Uchiha Itachi brought back Tsunade. Danzo had a very ominous premonition in his heart. Please collect, seek flowers, seek rewards, seek everything. I want to say, I don't know if anyone is reading. This is my first time writing on Feilu, and I'm completely new to this, not knowing many things. Later, I asked someone, and they said I should have quit long ago. I cried. And during this time, Feilu has been crashing terribly. Many times I couldn't even access the backend to post chapters, and it still hasn't been resolved. The data for these past few days is enough to make one want to die. I'm just a pure newbie. Is it necessary to hit me so hard? I don't know how many people are still reading this, and I've completely lost my motivation. Come on, big shots, gentlemen. Is there anyone who can throw some flowers, give a few ratings, so I know if anyone is actually reading this? I'm not asking for rewards, just for collections. Flowers. Reviews. I'm begging for all of it. Chapter 46, The Chaos at the Root. Seeking flowers and collections, Tsunade's identity was all too familiar to Danzo. At this critical moment, it was mostly as he had guessed. Hokage. This time, Danzo was completely unsettled. Therefore, he wanted to understand the situation from Uchiha's perspective. However, he did not expect the outcome to be far beyond his expectations. This Uchiha, it was very problematic. A glimmer of light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Although he did not know what that confidential meeting was really about, it definitely had something to do with Uchiha. This sparked a thought in his mind, and that thought became even more resolute after one of his subordinates reported the news. Uchiha, it has been promoted to Jonin? How? Is that possible? Clearly, he had only just been promoted to Chunin, but how could he suddenly become Jonin? Danzo felt that things were becoming more complicated. It seemed he would have to ask him directly. As night fell, Uchiha had stayed at home. He did not leave a shadow clone and return to the land of snow because he felt that there would likely be guests in the next few days. Perhaps even today. Shifting his gaze, Uchiha, it looked at his courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, 3 people had appeared here. Uchiha, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Huh, that old dog is still not giving up? Uchiha sneered, which angered the 3. How dare you insult Lord Danzo like that? Uchiha, you're dead. Dambrat. Uchiha, you're finished. The 3 shouted in unison, but their movements were swift. In just a second or two, they had surrounded Uchiha. Uchiha did not make a move, as the way these 3 surrounded him surprised him slightly. Could it be? Flying Thunder God Technique. With a low shout from the three, Uchiha, its expression revealed that he had indeed recognized it. He had just felt it was somewhat familiar. It was indeed the Flying Thunder God Technique. Then what followed? His body swayed slightly, but Uchiha did not interrupt the three. Swish! In the blink of an eye, when Uchiha saw clearly again, he had already arrived in a dark corner. At the same time, he saw Danzo and quite a few members of the Root organization. Danzo looked at Uchiha indifferently, with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. This was the headquarters of Root, a place even the third Hokage was unaware of. Once Uchiha entered here, he had no chance to escape. This was Danzo's thought. Lord Danzo, may I ask what this means, bringing me to the headquarters of Root at such a late hour? Uchiha smiled, showing no concern at all. Surrender to me, and I will spare your life. What? Uchiha, it had considered how proud and cold Danzo would be, but hearing just this sentence made him want to scoff. Forget it, no more nonsense. Danzo, do you know that you will be killed for this? Uchiha shook his head, looking helpless. But Danzo's heart was ignited with anger. Stubborn and unyielding, then you shall die. Attack! Kill Uchiha, Danzo coldly ordered, having no intention of leaving any survivors. As for the information, with his methods, he could obtain it directly from a corpse. Immediately, the members of Root attacked Uchiha. But Uchiha was faster. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. With Uchiha's current chakra, he was able to bring this technique to its peak. Although the Root members reacted quickly and used water release to counter, it was clear that their ninjutsu could not extinguish this level of great fire annihilation. Moments later, the underground headquarters turned into a sea of flames. Danzo was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned extremely grim. It was one thing for the headquarters to be destroyed, but just now his subordinates had actually suffered losses. Uchiha, I really underestimated you. It seems that Kawakuchi and Kunin were also killed by you. That's right. I killed them. Uchiha, it nodded indifferently. So arrogant. Danzo's gaze turned icy. But if you think that this level is enough for you to act arrogantly in my Root, then you are too naive. As soon as Danzo's voice fell, the surviving members of Root attacked Uchiha. Water release, water surge wave. Dozens of people performed the water surge wave together to extinguish the fire. After that, another group of dozens formed hand seals. Lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique. With a flash of lightning, a massive amount of lightning instantly surrounded Uchiha. But it wasn't over yet. Lightning release, 16-pillar binding technique. A barrier made of lightning completely enclosed Uchiha. You really are just a brat. Danzo snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. But at that moment, a voice filled with slight anger came from within the barrier formed by the 16-pillar binding technique. Danzo, do you not know that I hate being called a brat the most? The big shots are too strong. Thank you so much. Chapter 47. Blasting through your lair, seeking flowers and collections, boom. As Uchiha finished speaking, Danzo saw the barrier begin to swell. Not good. This was the first time a hint of surprise appeared in Danzo's eyes. But in the next moment, his surprise turned to shock and disbelief. Because soon after, with a loud bang, the barrier formed by the 16 pillars binding technique was violently blown apart. Yes, it was blown apart. Susanoo, looking at the massive figure, Danzo's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth to squeeze out a sentence. You actually awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? Oh, did you just find out? Uchiha smiled faintly inside Susanoo. Damn it, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. But do you think having the Mangekyō Sharingan means I can't do anything to you? Danzo said indifferently, stepping forward. Stand down. I will personally take down this little brat who doesn't know life and death. Little brat, although I'm surprised you have the Mangekyō Sharingan, unfortunately for you, meeting me means you will only face defeat. Oh, is that so? Then let me see what you've got. You will see. Wind release, vacuum wave. Several wind blade-like attacks appeared in an instant, directly striking Susanoo. But with just a few sounds, Uchiha Susanoo showed no signs of damage at all. Danzo, is this all you can come up with? I'm giving you a chance, otherwise you will really die. Arrogant little brat, since you are so eager to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish. Enraged, Danzo decided to stop hiding anything. Wood release, tree root explosion. Danzo no longer underestimated Uchiha, immediately revealing one of his trump cards. The clothes on his right arm instantly tore apart, and a massive tree appeared, quickly surrounding Uchiha along with Susanoo. But it was completely useless. Boom! With a powerful shake, Susanoo shattered the enormous tree into pieces. Little brat, it's not over yet. Would release. Great forest technique. Another batch of trees appeared, reaching out toward Uchiha Itachi. However, Uchiha Itachi was already growing impatient. With a flash of lightning, the giant sword formed by Raikiri appeared. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo to swing several times, cutting those trees down. Danzo, do you want to keep playing like this? As he spoke, the Raikiri giant sword in Susanoo's hand swung directly at Danzo. Would release. Violent gun tree. Danzo was startled and wanted to block this attack, but it was impossible, because at that moment, the Raikiri giant sword in Susanoo's hand turned black. Black flame Raikiri. Thus, with a loud bang, the violent gun tree was instantly split apart. Along with this, Danzo was also cleaved by the massive Raikiri giant sword. Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama. The root members around were shocked, each of them springing into action. Earth release. Water release. But it was completely useless, as after they attacked, Susanoo swept horizontally, sending them all flying. Many of them were even blown apart. Dead beyond saving. Danzo, come out. This is boring. Uchiha Itachi coldly stared at a certain spot. You really are something. You even know Izanaji. Danzo's figure reappeared, but his face looked extremely grim. Seeing the 11 Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, Uchiha Itachi sneered. Is this the reason you initiated the extermination of my Uchiha clan? That's right. Danzo had no intention of hiding anything, even adopting a righteous posture. Your Uchiha clan is an evil clan. Allowing you to develop further would definitely harm the entire ninja world. It's better to contribute to me and become my power. Damn it. Who gave you the right to act so high and mighty? Seeing Danzo's self-righteous demeanor, Uchiha Itachi was truly exasperated. Since you are so righteous, then I will ruin your reputation. With a thought, Uchiha Itachi wasted no time, forming seals inside Susanoo. Fire release. Great fire destruction. This technique, performed with Susanoo, was essentially an upgraded version of great fire destruction. Boom! A surge of fiery light erupted, blasting upwards. The headquarters was quite large, and it was an underground plaza over 100 meters high. But at that moment, the ceiling of this plaza was blasted open. Meanwhile, everyone in Konoha felt a tremor at that moment. Then, they saw a towering pillar of fire. The flames illuminated the entire Konoha, turning the pitch-black night into something incredibly bright. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous figures appeared simultaneously, led by the third Hokage. Enemy attack. This was the third's first reaction. Konoha was in a tense period, and without a second thought, he led people to the scene. Konoha immediately entered a state of high alert. At that moment, Danzo's expression became extremely grim, because Uchiha Itachi's strike had completely blown open the headquarters of Root. The lair had been breached. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 48, Danzo. Betrayal? Seeking flowers and collections. Damn, what did you do? Danzo was furious. But the next moment, the third Hokage appeared with a group of figures, and he calmed down. Then, to Uchiha Itachi's surprise, Danzo began his specialty of framing others. Hizashi, you came just in time. Uchiha Itachi is planning to betray us. Quickly help us take him down. Instantly, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Uchiha Itachi betraying? The corner of the third's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. He already knew Danzo's character. This was definitely Danzo attacking Uchiha Itachi. Danzo, calm down. Itachi would never betray the village. Hizashi, you've been deceived by Uchiha Itachi. He has activated the Uchiha clan's most evil Mangekyō Sharingan. Can you bear to have another person who can control the Nine Tails in the village? Do you want to relive the night of the Nine Tails from over a decade ago? He is now the greatest threat to the village. Danzo shouted sternly. His words caused many present to change their expression slightly. Sigh. The third Hokage sighed and shook his head, wanting to say something. But at that moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. I am betraying the village? I am the greatest threat to the village? Uchiha Itachi laughed. Dispersing his Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi swiftly appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo was startled and retreated immediately. However, with a tearing sound, Uchiha Itachi ripped apart Danzo's right arm and the right side of his body, which had been wrapped up again by Danzo. Suddenly, gasps filled the scene. What is that? Oh my god! Why does Lord Danzo's right arm have so many eyes, and they're all Sharingan? Something's wrong. His body seems off as well. Danzo's heart sank. His hidden secret had been exposed. Uchiha Itachi sneered. Everyone saw it correctly. On Danzo's right arm is indeed the bloodline limit Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. I never expected that after my Uchiha clan was exterminated, even our corpses would not find peace. Shut your mouth. You Uchiha clan are all evil. I am merely using your evil power for a righteous cause. This is atonement for your Uchiha clan, Danzo shouted. His ability to distort truth even made the third Hokage unable to watch any longer. My Uchiha clan is evil. Uchiha Itachi shook his head mockingly. Danzo, before you talk about others, look at yourself. I believe you're the most evil person here. Nonsense. Everything I do is for Konoha's sake. What do you understand? Is digging up the corpse of our Konoha hero, the first Hokage, for research also for Konoha? Uchiha Itachi spoke harshly. What? The people around were instantly shocked. Even the third Hokage's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had been watching, suddenly turned serious. Her gaze sweeping toward Danzo. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Wrongfully accuse you? Did you not use would release against me just now? Is half of your body not cultivated from the first Hokage's flesh? And when Orochimaru attacked Konoha before, the reincarnated first and second Hokages required flesh as a medium. So, you have long been colluding with Orochimaru? Were Orochimaru's actions previously also at your behest? Uchiha Itachi's words made the Konoha ninjas present look at Danzo with a different meaning. As for Tsunade, she had already erupted with killing intent. Sigh, Danzo, just surrender. The third Hokage sighed, filled with disappointment. He knew that Danzo had done many unspeakable things in the shadows over the years, but he never expected that Danzo would do something like this. The first Hokage. He was the hero of Konoha. Without the first Hokage, there would be no Konoha. And the second Hokage, he was their teacher, if this matter happened without much attention. The third might have given Danzo another chance out of old feelings. But now that it happened in front of everyone, he simply could not favor Danzo. Damn it. Danzo was furious, staring fiercely at Uchiha Itachi. You little brat, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have come to this point? Danzo knew that under such circumstances, he could not stay any longer. If he truly surrendered, he would be done for. But even in this situation, he felt he was not in the wrong. No, the wrong one is not me, but this world. Fire release, dust cloud jutsu. Danzo acted instantly, intending to use the dust cloud jutsu to hide himself and escape. At this moment, other root ninjas had already appeared and began charging towards the Konoha ninjas. Danzo, you. The third Hokage was furious. He never expected Danzo would try to escape. No, this is betrayal. True betrayal. Extra update. Thanks to all the big shots who gave me the motivation to write. Thank you. Chapter 49. Killing to vent frustration. Seeking flowers and collections. Escape? Can he escape? Uchiha Yi's gaze revealed a hint of disdain. He had already marked Danzo with the Flying Thunder God technique earlier. If Danzo could escape, that would be a miracle. From the very beginning, Uchiha never intended to let him go. This Danzo had the audacity to act as if he could eliminate anyone on behalf of the moon, and he even provoked him. How could he let this old schemer go? However, the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha. It was Tsunade. Kid, I heard from the third Hokage that you have a technique even more powerful than the Flying Thunder God. Let's go. Take me to chase Danzo. It's called the Godly Flash. And can you stop calling me kid, Tsunade-sama? No way with that 13-year-old little, but what else should I call you? Call me by my name? Or call me Xiao-E, and I'll reduce your debt by 10 million Ryo. No way, that's too high a price. At least 100 million Ryo. What the hell? That's too high a price. What's so hard about changing what you call me? Outside Konoha Village, Danzo was filled with hatred. Damn it, how could this happen? It was almost time. Hisashi was about to retire, and the next Hokage would be me. How could this happen? It's him, that damned Uchiha-E. The Uchiha clan is indeed the most evil. Amidst a series of complaints filled with rage, Danzo's speed did not slow down. But soon his expression changed slightly, because the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. One was Uchiha, and the other was Tsunade. Damn, Flying Thunder God technique? Hisashi, actually. Just as Danzo was about to say something, Tsunade did not give him the chance. Whoosh. Seeing Tsunade charge at him, Danzo's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! Tsunade's punch missed, but created a massive pit in the ground. And just as Danzo narrowly escaped Tsunade's attack, his expression changed again. Lightning release. Extreme explosive lightning slash. A figure appeared, and a flash of countless lightning, like a long sword, slashed fiercely at Danzo. Danzo was directly cut in half by this slash. Kid, how could you kill him? That despicable scoundrel should have been killed by me. Tsunade was furious and very dissatisfied. Don't worry, this old dog has my Uchiha clan Sharingan, can use his Anaji, and can achieve a form of resurrection. We can kill him several times to vent our frustrations. And if you call me kid again, that 100 million Rio won't be reduced. Just after recovering from Izanagi, Danzo's face darkened upon hearing Uchiha Yi's words. Kill him several times to vent frustrations? Damn Uchiha Ii, what do you take me for? Danzo was furious and reached out his right hand. Would release. Silent killing binding technique. Boom. Tsunade kicked the branch shot at her by Danzo, directly smashing it. Danzo, with your current state, you still want to catch someone? Heavenly hand and feet. Bang. With a kick, Danzo was sent crashing into the ground by Tsunade. Tsunade's kick was something Danzo could have dodged. But in the end, he hesitated for just a moment. And it was that moment that caused him to be reduced to mush under Tsunade's foot. As if sensing something, Tsunade turned to glance at Uchiha, letting out a dissatisfied cold snort. It's okay. There are still 8 times left. Danzo's right arm had 11 Sharingan, allowing him to use Izanagi 11 times in total. That means I can kill him 11 times. The last kill will make it 12. When Danzo reappeared, he didn't say a word and turned to run. He had completely sensed that something was off. Uchiha Yi's kaleidoscope Sharingan was a bit too strong. No, it was very strong. With so many Sharingan, he had just been instantly affected by the opponent, and his own movements were influenced by the illusion technique. This was something Danzo found incredibly hard to believe. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he might just end up dead here. But the next moment, when Danzo saw Uchiha Ii reappear in front of him again, a hint of despair rose in his heart. No, it's not over yet. With a flash of thought, Danzo suddenly had an idea. This Uchiha Ii is very strong, and he has the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If I can completely subdue such a person, it would be a great help to me. This is an opportunity. Danzo's heart surged, and he charged towards Uchiha Ii instead. Whoosh! The next moment, Danzo suddenly lifted his eye patch, and Tsunade had already sensed something was wrong. Uchiha Ii, be careful. It was too late. Danzo laughed loudly. Koto Amatsukami. Yes, he intended to use Koto Amatsukami. With the power of Koto Amatsukami, he would completely control Uchiha Ii. And he succeeded. Feeling the success of Koto Amatsukami, Danzo laughed heartily. Haha, great, it's successful. Uchiha Ii, from now on, you'll be my most loyal dog. Oh, is that so? A playful voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Danzo, who wanted to turn around. But the next moment, pain shot through his body as a bolt of lightning pierced through him. Cool breeze, heart soaring. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 50, Thorough Resolution. Seeking flowers and collections, impossible. How could you still attack me? The reappearing Danzo has already revealed his eyes, but they are filled with disbelief. Didn't the Koto Amatsukami succeed? But why? Why is this Uchiha it's still attacking him? Surprise? Astonishment? Uchiha chuckled as if to say, do you wonder why your Koto Amatsukami succeeded, yet I still want to kill you? Can you resist Koto Amatsukami? Danzo seemed to have thought of something. Uchiha, its expression stiffened slightly, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. He genuinely didn't know if his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could resist Koto Amatsukami. But thinking about how Koto Amatsukami could override Edo Tensei, Uchiha, it dared not take the gamble. So, could it be Yamanaka Ino? Upon seeing the Uchiha who had originally been affected by his Koto Amatsukami suddenly turn into Yamanaka Ino, Danzo instantly understood. Jinjutsu? It must be that Uchiha used Jinjutsu to control Yamanaka Ino and turned him into a decoy to lure him into attacking. Did the other party already know that he possessed Koto Amatsukami? Danzo's face turned ugly. Uchiha, you are indeed a scheming person. Someone like you is too evil. If you're allowed to grow, you will definitely become the greatest threat in the ninja world. Danzo still maintained the pose of a righteous messenger, representing the moon. This made Uchiha feel a bit pain. Damn it, this old man really deserves to die. A flash of lightning, and Danzo died once more. Oh, how many times is that? Well, whatever. Just keep killing until he can't be revived anymore. But the next moment, Danzo, revived again, was furious, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared hysterically. Uchiha, you evil sinner. Even if I die, I must eliminate the threat to the ninja world. So let's die together. Inner force symbol seal. Boom. At this moment, a large amount of black substance, like ink, erupted from Danzo's body, spreading wildly in all directions. Not good. Not far away. Tsunade was shocked upon seeing this scene. But what surprised her even more was that at this moment, Uchiha actually rushed towards Danzo. Kid, are you crazy? That's the inner force symbol seal technique. Once trapped, it's all over. Tsunade shouted, but what left her speechless was that the next moment, Uchiha had appeared right in front of her. I know, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? Tsunade's brows twitched, unsure of what to say. Whoosh! Her body lightened slightly, and Tsunade realized she had been moved. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion was heard from a distance, and Danzo was completely dead this time. At the same time, the third Hokage and others had already arrived. Uchiha, it discreetly collected a trace of blood. The rogue ninja Danzo has been killed by me. As soon as the third Hokage arrived, Tsunade was the first to stand up. Uchiha, it felt a surge of emotion in his heart, knowing that Tsunade was thinking of him. Although Danzo was in the wrong, his identity was unusual. If it were said that Uchiha, it killed Danzo, not to mention anything else, just the third Hokage would have reservations. As for Tsunade, that would be different. She had every reason to do so. Even if the third Hokage favored Danzo, he wouldn't hold anything against Tsunade. With Danzo's death, the root organization was completely destroyed. Even everything about Danzo was thoroughly investigated, and the Shimura clan was also investigated thoroughly. This investigation was shocking. The root organization actually had several hidden places in Konoha, all underground spaces. They contained numerous laboratories, most of which were conducting human experiments. The deeper the investigation went, the more terrifying it became, because Danzo not only disrespected the remains of the first and second Hokage, but he also dug up the graves of all famous strong ninjas in the village. When the third Hokage learned that his eldest son, who was also Konohamaru's father, had been exhumed by Danzo, all that was left for Danzo was the third Hokage's anger. Danzo's actions were naturally inseparable from the Shimura clan. Even though the Shimura clan members were completely unaware of this, the wealthy Shimura clan was the source of Danzo's funding. No need to say more, just raid the place. And all of this was led by Tsunade. In fact, this was also discussed by the third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha to have Tsunade take over as the next Hokage. Now, allowing her to appear more is for this reason. Moreover, resolving the big rogue ninja Danzo is a significant achievement, and Tsunade's identity is enough for her to sit in the Hokage's seat. Even now, the village has already begun preparations for the fifth Hokage's inauguration ceremony. The ninjas who were outside of Konoha were also returning one after another. Tsunade becoming the fifth Hokage has already become a definite conclusion. Haha, it's both funny and helpless. JPG, still not clear, still in breakdown. However, the backend is normal now. There is no problem with publishing chapters. But comments and such cannot be seen at all. It's almost time to go on the shelves. I hope it can return to normal soon and not continue to jump. My little heart can't take this kind of tossing. Seeking collections, flowers, and comfort. Chapter 51, we have a common ancestor. Seeking flowers and collections, Jiraiya has returned as well. This time, although he wasn't looking for Tsunade, but rather gathering information on Akatsuki, he still brought Naruto along. Naruto has officially become his apprentice. Soon after, the Hokage succession ceremony took place, and Tsunade became the fifth Hokage. The third Hokage stepped down, recognizing that his body was failing him. Even Itachi Uchiha could sense that the third's body was rapidly aging. Clearly, the incident with Danzo had a significant impact on him. After all, in the third's eyes, Danzo, though extreme, acted for the sake of Konoha. This was also why he repeatedly tolerated Danzo's excesses. However, it turned out that excessive tolerance was not a good thing. Therefore, after becoming the fifth Hokage, Tsunade immediately initiated her plan to consolidate power. The advisory team of Konoha's upper echelons was directly sidelined. Mito Kazuma and Nara Shikaku, the two advisors of Konoha, naturally objected. But unfortunately, the third had already tacitly approved of it, and with Danzo's main force already in place, plus Tsunade's status, they simply could not resist and had to endure it. At this point, Itachi Uchiha's status had completely changed, although he had not revealed his Uchiha identity to Tsunade. Even after she learned of it, she didn't seem to care much. After all, he was a major creditor. One couldn't afford to offend him. Of course, Tsunade had also learned a bit about Itachi and knew he harbored no ill feelings towards Konoha. Indeed, Itachi had no intention of turning against Konoha. Turn against Konoha? That would be insane. The entire ninja world was in turmoil, and Konoha still provided some sense of security. Even though he was powerful, he couldn't just wander without a home, could he? Settling down in Konoha was suitable. Moreover, after so many years, Itachi had grown accustomed to life in Konoha. Now that Danzo was out of the picture, no one in Konoha was targeting him. Life was quite comfortable. Of course, the most crucial factor was still Hinata. The nurturing plan was about to bear fruit. With the harvest in sight, turning against Konoha would put Hinata in a difficult position. Itachi believed that, given his efforts over the years, even if he left Konoha, Hinata would likely follow him. But the problem was, that wouldn't be good for Hinata. Itachi genuinely cared for Hinata and didn't want to put her in a tough spot. Tsunade saw through this, which is why she was not worried about Itachi. Therefore, after taking office, Tsunade's second task was to work on the Hyuga clan's mindset. Yes, she really went to the Hyuga clan to propose for Itachi. Itachi himself was unaware of this situation until he learned about it from Hinata's reaction. The result was not smooth, but after a while, it seemed that whatever Tsunade said had reduced the opposition from the Hyuga clan. It wasn't until today that Itachi understood the reason behind it. At this moment, in the Hyuga clan, Itachi, Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi, and 3 elders of the Hyuga clan were present. Yes, the third Hokage was also there, pretending to be a cheerful bystander. The Hyuga clan had always been low-key in Konoha, but that did not mean they were weak. At the very least, the 3 elders in front of Itachi likely possessed strength close to that of a Kage. Indeed, the number 1 noble clan in Konoha was not just for show. Itachi Uchiha, I hear you wish to marry Hinata? The one who spoke was the 3rd elder of the Hyuga clan, getting straight to the point. Yes. Although it was a bit awkward, Itachi still nodded firmly. That's just a delusion. The 2nd elder's anger flared, a hint of rage appearing on his face. The Hyuga clan has never been on good terms with your Uchiha clan. How could you possibly wish to marry our next clan leader? That's impossible. Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Is this how you propose for me? You're doing quite well. If you had come yourself, you would have been kicked out long ago. Tsunade replied nonchalantly, even looking quite proud of her efforts. Hyuga Hayashi remained silent. Although he was the current head of the Hyuga clan, the actual power still lay with the 3 elders before him, especially the elder, who had absolute authority within the Hyuga clan. Itachi understood this, and didn't he expect Tsunade to help him achieve this matter? He would have to rely on himself. All right, let the great persuasion begin. Everyone, recently I made an unexpected discovery due to a task from Lord Third. Itachi didn't answer, but started speaking, causing the 3 elders to feel a bit dissatisfied. But soon, their dissatisfaction turned into surprise. That discovery made me realize many things, such as the fact that the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan actually share a common ancestor. Impossible. How could our Hyuga clan possibly share an ancestor with your Uchiha clan? Yes, impossible. Kid, even if you're talking nonsense, there should be a limit. The 2nd and 3rd elders immediately exploded in anger. Common ancestor? What a joke. How could that be possible? Kneeling for collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, seeking everything. Chapter 52 Hooked, seeking flowers and collections. Ahem, this old man can guarantee it's true. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage felt it was time to speak up. Assist. The 3rd Hokage's words made Uchiha Itachi overjoyed. Sure enough, because of the 3rd Hokage's statement, the originally angry 2nd elder and 3rd elder could only be stunned. Lord Third, is what you said true? The usually silent 1st elder finally spoke up. It's not that this old man doesn't believe the 3rd Hokage, but this information is too astonishing. The 3rd Hokage didn't speak, but glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, then took out a sealing scroll. Unseal. Boom. In the next moment, a huge stone tablet appeared before everyone. Fortunately, this place was large enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit. This old man knows this is hard to believe, but it is the truth. You will see for yourselves. The 1st elder didn't speak, but instead looked at the stone tablet. The 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and Hinata Hizashi hurriedly looked over as well. This stone tablet was the one Uchiha Itachi had brought back, but much of the information was obscured, leaving only the information about the Hyuga clan. For example, Otsutsuki Yumura is an ancestor of the Hyuga clan, and Otsutsuki Yumura is the younger brother of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Looking at it this way, aren't they just one ancestor? Impossible, this stone tablet is fake. Yes, our Hyuga clan cannot have the same ancestor as the Uchiha clan. The 2nd elder and 3rd elder still did not believe it. However, after a moment of silence, the 1st elder suddenly spoke. In fact, our Hyuga clan has records that Otsutsuki Yumura is indeed our ancestor. The 1st elder's words surprised the 2nd elder and others. But Uchiha Itachi was not very surprised, as the Hyuga clan seemed to have some understanding of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. However, Uchiha Itachi soon realized that even if the Hyuga clan had some understanding, it was still very limited. I just didn't expect that our Otsutsuki Yumura actually had an elder brother, and that this elder brother is the legendary sage of 6 paths. The 1st elder was quite emotional. He really didn't know this information. Although the Hyuga clan had some top-secret information, it was very little, and even the information about Otsutsuki Yumura was briefly mentioned. It seemed that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan deliberately erased that information. Although it was unclear why the first elder knew this, the second elder and third elder were aware. Among the Hyuga clan, some top-secret information was only known to the first elder. Since the first elder said so, it must be true. But even so, what can be done? Even so, it doesn't mean we will agree to this marriage. The second elder snorted coldly, and the third elder nodded as well. Uchiha Itachi knew that these two had a huge conflict with the Uchiha clan. Even though the Uchiha clan was not present now, they still harbored resentment. Ignoring the two, Uchiha Itachi continued. According to the records of my Uchiha clan, the ancestor sage of 6 paths had the sage eyes, and the Otsutsuki Yumura, who shares the same mother, has eyes that are not just ordinary Byakugan. At this point, the second elder and third elder fell silent. Are you saying that our Hyuga clan Byakugan also has the potential for further evolution? Hinata Hizashi's eyes lit up, finally finding an opportunity to speak. Exactly. Uchiha Itachi nodded, then looked at the first elder. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be aware of another family that possesses Byakugan, right? Another family that possesses Byakugan? Everyone present was surprised, and the third Hokage was also taken aback. Lord Third, Lord Fifth, because this matter involves the secrets of the Hyuga clan. I didn't mention it to you earlier. Uchiha Itachi looked at the third Hokage with an apologetic expression. The third Hokage finally understood why Uchiha Itachi hadn't mentioned this information before. The first elder was shocked and looked at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. But a hint of realization quickly flashed in his eyes. It seems you really know a lot about my Hyuga clan. Although surprised, the first elder did not bring up the information about the Otsutsuki clan, as that was a secret belonging to the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, I only learned some information from the records of my Uchiha clan stone tablet earlier. Since the first elder did not mention the Otsutsuki clan, Uchiha Itachi naturally would not speak of it either. Just like how my Uchiha clan's Sharingan can eventually evolve into the Rinnegan, which is known as the Sage Eyes. Moreover, regarding the Byakugan, what can the Byakugan evolve into? The first elder was also a bit restless. In the history of the Hyuga clan, no one has ever mentioned the further evolution of the Byakugan. The reincarnation eye, Uchiha Itachi said. After evolving, the Byakugan becomes the reincarnation eye, which is an existence on the same level as the Rinnegan. Are you saying that you can make the Byakugan evolve into the reincarnation eye? The first elder's tone was a bit excited, and the second elder and third elder also fell silent at this moment. Of course, Uchiha Itachi smiled broadly. Hooked. Seeking collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 53. Indeed, strength is what matters. Seeking flowers and collections. As soon as it was mentioned that the Byakugan could evolve into the legendary Rinnegan, both the elder and the second and third elders became somewhat restless. Suddenly, the elders seemed to have made a decision. Uchiha, I can agree to your marriage with Hinata, brother. The second and third elders were immediately shocked, but the elder waved his hand to stop them from speaking and said to Uchiha, however, you must make Hanabi awaken the Rinnegan. If you can do that, everything will be negotiable. Hyuga Hizashi's expression darkened as he sighed inwardly. To outsiders, it seemed that Hizashi had already given up on Hinata and was even indifferent towards her. But the reality was different. What father would completely neglect his daughter? Hizashi was not neglectful. He simply had no means. The caged bird was an absolute mark of the Hyuga clan, and theoretically, Hanabi would bear such a curse mark. However, because of Hinata's gentle nature, she was favored by the 3 elders of the Hyuga clan from the beginning, which is why Hanabi was not branded with the caged bird. Otherwise, it would not have been up to Hizashi alone to make this decision. This was evident from the elders' words. The Hyuga clan was now focusing on cultivating Hanabi, planning for her to inherit the clan. Although Uchiha he did not wish for Hinata to become the head of the Hyuga clan, the current situation was not a matter of desire. Looking up at the elder, Uchiha said calmly, Elder, you misunderstand. While I have the ability to help the Byakugan evolve into the Rinnegan, I will only assist Hinata in achieving the Rinnegan. The elder frowned slightly, while the second and third elders began to express their dissatisfaction. Uchiha, don't be too greedy. Agreeing to your marriage with Hinata is already our Hyuga clan's biggest concession. You just want to marry Hinata, right? We can give her to you, so why are you not satisfied? You are too greedy. Seeing the 2 elders' expressions, Uchiha retracted his initial admiration. With such character, you still consider yourselves a noble clan? Tsunade and the third Hokage remained silent, as it was not the right time for them to intervene. The elder was silent for a long while before finally speaking. That is acceptable, but if you and Hinata have a child, and if that child awakens the Byakugan, they must become a member of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha did not respond, but merely looked at the elder. What if I say no? Then there is nothing more to discuss. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Uchiha understood the elder's meaning, which was quite easy to grasp. If Hinata could evolve the Rinnegan and he possessed the Rinnegan, then their child would have an absolutely powerful bloodline. Having such an heir would be a good thing for the Hyuga clan, as the clan's bloodline limit would become even stronger thereafter. Everyone present was not foolish and could easily figure this out, which was why the second and third elders did not continue to argue. All right, I agree. Ultimately, Uchiha did. The elder revealed a satisfied smile, and the atmosphere in the room completely changed. They then began to discuss the marriage between the two. Of course, given the current ages of Uchiha, and Hinata, they could not get married immediately. However, if marriage was not possible, they could at least get engaged. In fact, the three elders of the Hyuga clan were even more anxious than Uchiha. Ever since they learned about the Rinnegan above the Byakugan, they had been eager, hoping that Hinata would awaken the Rinnegan immediately. They were not thinking of themselves. As old conservatives who prioritize their clan above all, they could completely sacrifice themselves for the clan. This was also a form of education in noble families, which was a tragic aspect. But for Uchiha, none of this mattered. What was important was that he had achieved his goal. After learning from his father that he and Uchiha were about to get engaged, Hinata was so shy that she did not meet with Uchiha for several days. This news quickly spread throughout Konoha. Both the third Hokage and Tsunade were very happy to see this scene. Because of this, Uchiha had truly rooted himself in Konoha, even for Hinata's sake. Once trouble arose in Konoha, Uchiha would not stand idly by. Ever since Uchiha claimed to possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, everything in his life had changed dramatically. Indeed, strength is what matters. If his strength were insufficient, the scene would have likely been very different. Uchiha was very clear about this. Chapter 5, Additional Update. Seeking support from all the bosses. Chapter 54, What the Hell System, you came back to life? Seeking flowers and collections. Hey, I heard you were getting engaged to Hinata? At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto looked at Uchiha with a confused expression. Yeah, that's right. How is that possible? You and Hinata are still so young. Naruto was very confused, and Uchiha didn't feel like explaining. Should he say, sorry, I snatched your future wife? What a hassle. You decided to walk toward the grave so early. You really make it hard to understand. Shikamaru beside them lazily shook his head. Well, yeah, getting engaged, or whatever, it's better to go eat grilled meat. Choji said while dealing with the ramen in front of him. Uchiha felt that staying with them was a mistake. However, there was indeed a troublesome matter at hand. He couldn't escape the engagement. But the requirement given by the Hyuga clan was that Hinata would only marry when she opens her Byakugan. Even the elder hinted to Uchiha that even if Hinata opened her Byakugan right now, they could get married immediately. Young? That was not a concern at all. Back in the Warring States period, there were many who became parents at the age of 13. The problem was that Uchiha currently didn't have absolute confidence in making Hinata awaken her Byakugan. According to the case of Otsutsuki Kinshiki in the movie, he used Hanabi's Byakugan, combined with his own chakra, to awaken the Rinnegan. So, does that mean he needs the power of the Otsutsuki clan? Walking home, Uchiha thought to himself, what if he directly absorbed that enormous Rinnegan? Could it help Hinata awaken her Byakugan? Just as Uchiha was mumbling to himself, suddenly, a long-lost voice appeared. Ding dong. A system notification sound emerged. Friendly reminder. Host, this plan is feasible. Absorbing the giant Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki can help Hinata Hyuga awaken her Byakugan. What the hell, system? You came back to life. Uchiha was startled. The system hadn't made a sound in a long time. Even when he called out to it, there was no response at all. If it weren't for the ability to summon the system interface, he would have thought he had been abandoned. System, please do not target this system. The reason for my lack of response before was to save unnecessary waste. Waste? Yes. Because carrying the host's soul through time and space had already exhausted most of this system's power. Oh, what about now? Now, as the host grows stronger, this system is also recovered. Recovered? Does that mean other functions can be activated? Uchiha's eyes lit up, but soon he realized he was thinking too much. This system once again answers seriously. This system is only the extreme Sharingan system and does not have any item exchange or skill functions. At most, it can embed random skills for the host. Sigh, I knew it. Uchiha sighed and returned to the previous topic. System. You said that if Hinata absorbs the giant Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki, she will be able to awaken her Byakugan? Yes. However, it is more likely that Hinata Hyuga will explode and die as a result. Therefore, this system suggests the host choose another method. Another method? What method? That is to quickly improve the level of the extreme Sharingan? Could it be that after the extreme Sharingan reaches level 6, it will evolve into the Rinnegan and have other functions? Uchiha, you seem to understand something. Yes, as expected from the master of this system. You are indeed clever. Clever? Uchiha felt a headache. Stop wasting time and explain quickly. After the extreme Sharingan reaches level 6, the planned Rinnegan will have a special ability, allowing the host to have the ability to subdue a bond. What? A bond? A demon bond? Please do not misunderstand this system's meaning. At this moment, the bond is a special bond unique to the extreme Sharingan system, and the host can even bestow their abilities to the bond. I see. You mean that at that time, I can directly take Hinata as my bond and then bestow her a Rinnegan? Correct. Wait, I don't even have a Byakugan. How could I have a Rinnegan? Uchiha suddenly thought of this. No worries. After reaching level 6 of the extreme Sharingan, the host can embed 3 skills and can also use Byakugan as a skill embedding. Once the Byakugan is upgraded, it can evolve into a Rinnegan. This can actually work. Uchiha was amazed, and at the same time, his mind became active. This is great. It seems the system after recovery is even more powerful. The system even leaks some information. So what are we waiting for? Let us level up quickly. Chapter 55. Rinnegan, Seeking Flowers and Collections. At the start of the second round of the Chunin exam, Uchiha's limit Sharingan had already reached level 5. Now, 2 or 3 months had passed, and he was very close to reaching level 6. Although it required a full 1 million points of proficiency to go from level 5 to level 6, if it weren't for all the events that occurred during this time, where Uchiha had a fight and couldn't spare too many shadow clones, his limit Sharingan would have upgraded long ago. However, it was not too late. On the eve of his engagement, a system notification sounded. Uchiha's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan. Current limit Sharingan proficiency is maxed out. Would the host like to upgrade? Upgrade. Congratulations to the host for the limit Sharingan level upgrade. Current level 6, which is the Rinnegan. Host, Uchiha limit Sharingan. Level 6, 0, with unlimited evolution capability. Currently level 6, which is the Rinnegan. Dependents. None. Currently able to recruit 5 dependents. Skills. 5, 8. Able to embed 8 skills. 8 gates. Fire release. Flying Thunder God technique. Super multi-shadow clone technique. Lightning release level 6 evaluation. Wow, young man. You already possess the Rinnegan, but the Rinnegan is actually just the beginning. So young man, to possess an even more powerful limit Sharingan, hurry up and upgrade. Looking at the system's evaluation, Uchiha was speechless. The weak chicken was gone, and now a level 6 Rinnegan was just the beginning? System, I really want to know, what is the situation with the level 7 limit Sharingan, the Tomo Rinnegan? Unknown. What? You don't know? Uchiha was confused. This system is only responsible for helping the host continue to improve, but the direction of improvement and future development are solely based on the host himself. And a reminder to the host, after acquiring the Rinnegan, the method of obtaining proficiency should be changed. Can't I continue to train proficiency with shadow clones? It's not that it can't be done. That method is still viable. However, the host already possesses the Rinnegan. If you continue to use shadow clones to cultivate proficiency in the 3 Tomo Sharingan, you can only increase proficiency by 2 or 3 points at most in a day. Then Uchiha originally wanted to say that using shadow clones with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to train proficiency would be faster. But he quickly remembered that using the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was extremely chakra intensive. If the number was small, it wouldn't matter, but if there were many clones, that wouldn't work. After obtaining the Rinnegan, Uchiha could feel his chakra had increased. But the increase wasn't significant, probably just at the shadow level. To be honest, when he realized that possessing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan only granted him elite Jonin level chakra, Uchiha felt something was off. The system explained that the limit Sharingan focuses on the evolution of a Sharingan and does not provide any enhancement to the body. In fact, even though they are both Mangekyō Sharingan, their respective chakras cannot be the same. This still depends on a bloodline. For instance, Indra possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, and the Sage of 6 Paths initially only had the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was just that he eventually evolved into the Rinnegan. Regardless of whether it's the Sage of 6 Paths or Indra with their Mangekyō Sharingan, they can easily dominate those who later obtain the Mangekyō. In this regard, it must be said that some things are innate. Although Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan, his bloodline is quite poor. It has been confirmed by the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan that he would find it difficult to awaken the Sharingan. Even if there was a possibility, it would only be after he reached adulthood. His Mangekyō Sharingan and eternal Mangekyō Sharingan were both reliant on the power of the limit Sharingan. Without the system, becoming a Chunin would probably be the limit of Uchiha Yi's life. If he were to awaken it by luck, he would at most be a special Jonin. Therefore, in terms of chakra, it has always been a shortcoming for Uchiha Itachi. If he didn't possess the enhanced version of the 8 gates, even if Uchiha Itachi was strong, he wouldn't be too much stronger. However, after acquiring the 8 gates, his chakra was different. Even if he barely reached shadow-level chakra after a 100-fold increase, it was still formidable. But even with so much chakra, it was impossible to maintain many shadow clones using the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and even a Mangekyō Sharingan wouldn't work. Thus, using shadow clones to train the proficiency of the limit Sharingan seemed unfeasible. However, for skills like the 8 gates, he could continue to train proficiency with shadow clones. The proficiency of the limit Sharingan could only be improved by other means. Chapter 56. Caught in the Act? Seeking flowers and collections. The method provided by the system is very direct and violent. That is to devour. Devour special eyes. Devour the ocular power. This can directly increase proficiency significantly. The system even told him that if he could devour 2 or 3 pairs of Rinnegan, he would directly level up. However, the Rinnegan gained this way would probably only be the Sharingan Rinnegan. But are there really that many pairs of Rinnegan? Upon counting carefully, it seems there might actually be. Excluding Uchiha Madara, there are Otsutsuki Kagaya and the uncertain Otsutsuki Urashiki, as well as Otsutsuki Momoshiki. That's several pairs of Rinnegan already. Moreover, according to the system, the Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki clan are considered the true Rinnegan. Pure bloodline. They all possess Byakugan as well, and if he could catch one, just thinking about it made Uchiha Yi's heart stir. Then he couldn't help but look up at the moon in the sky. Never mind. Facing Otsutsuki Kagaya right now would probably be a bit risky. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed that thought, because just a moment ago, he had tried the chakra mode of his Rinnegan. It should be known that both the Rinnegan and the Rebirth, I possess a chakra mode. Even with the power gathered from the 9-tailed beasts and the Sage of 6 Paths, one can unlock the Sage of 6 Paths mode. Once this chakra mode is activated, it significantly enhances combat power. But the problem now is that Uchiha Yi's chakra mode is not very complete. It lasts only about 3 minutes. One reason is that his chakra is insufficient, and another, more crucial reason is that he has not mastered Sage Arts. In other words, natural energy. It is believed that Uchiha Madara also possesses the Rinnegan and is undoubtedly at the 6 Paths level. But that is probably the weakest 6 Paths level, as Uchiha Madara has not mastered Sage Arts and does not have the enhancement of natural energy. Therefore, he does not have a chakra mode. Without relying on the chakra mode, with the abilities of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Itachi is confident that no one below the 6 Paths level would be his opponent. His Rinnegan also has repulsion and attraction abilities. However, what his Rinnegan possesses is Shinra Tensei. The combined power of Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin can freely manipulate repulsion and attraction. He also has D-K Tenjin and Tenzenshin, but can only condense 2. The Heaven's Hand, a space-time ocular technique, has also appeared. But for Uchiha Itachi, who possesses Kimui and Flying Thunder God technique, the effect of the Heaven's Hand is not very significant. Overall, after obtaining the Rinnegan this time, Uchiha Yi's strength has increased considerably. There is probably no one below the 6 Paths level who can be his opponent. Even against a 6 Paths level powerhouse like Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi is confident that he would not lose, because he has never truly seen or fought against it without a point of reference. He does not know how strong the 6 Paths level power really is. I can't meet Otsutsuki Kagaya in the moon for now, but there's no problem with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Putting away his Rinnegan, a glimmer of light flashed in Uchiha Yi's eyes. However, this matter has to wait a few days. After all, tomorrow is his engagement ceremony with Hinata. The next day, Uchiha Itachi got up very early. The place he currently resides in is the largest mansion of the Uchiha clan, specially prepared for him by the 3rd Hokage. Even at this time, the properties that previously belonged to the Uchiha clan and have been distributed are gradually returning to Uchiha Yi's hands. Although not all. This has made Uchiha Itachi one of the wealthy individuals in Konoha. At the engagement ceremony, it wasn't very lively, but the guests were all prominent figures from Konoha, and even the daimyo of the Land of Fire sent his trusted ministers. The noble families of Konoha were present. There were also quite a few merchants and nobles closely related to Konoha. I'm just getting engaged. Does it have to be this extravagant? But Uchiha, he did not know that this was actually the result of the efforts of the Hyuga clan. Fearing that Uchiha, he might back out, they made a big show of it. This way, in the future, Uchiha, he would feel embarrassed to back out. But little did they know, Uchiha, he had no intention of backing out at all. However, among such guests, Uchiha, he discovered a very unexpected and somewhat cold sweat-inducing special guest. Kazahana Koyuki. She actually came too. Looking at Kazahana Koyuki, who was smiling at him, Uchiha, he suddenly had an absurd thought in his mind. Am I being caught in a love triangle? Please, I beg for collections, flowers, rewards, and everything. Chapter 57, another movie version, came to visit, seeking flowers and collections. Hey, are you getting engaged today? This was the first sentence Fenghua Xiaoxue said when she saw Uchiha. What are you doing here? Enough. Fenghua Xiaoxue shot him a glance, and then quietly said, I know there's a big age difference between us, so I don't have any thoughts about your engagement. I just hope you won't forget me in the future. After saying that, Fenghua Xiaoxue walked towards Hinata. Soon, the two were chatting and laughing together. Uchiha, he was a bit confused. All right, kid. Tsunade suddenly appeared. Uchiha, he felt a bit guilty, thinking that his situation with Fenghua Xiaoxue had been discovered. However, Tsunade's next words reassured him a lot. I just learned that it was only a mission to promote to a chunin, yet you helped the target resolve a rebellion. That's impressive. It was just a coincidence, mainly for that stone tablet. The other party didn't think much of it. The feudal lord of the land of snow came to Konoha this time for something important, and it was all thanks to you. Important matter? Uchiha, he felt a bit puzzled, but then Tsunade explained. Fenghua Xiaoxue was actually here to trade with Konoha, specifically to trade for chakra armor. Both Tsunade and the third Hokage took this matter very seriously. Although ninjas shouldn't be too reliant, if it can reduce damage in battle and provide extra assurance, then it's very necessary. Chakra armor can enhance combat power, which is indeed a good thing for Konoha's ninjas. Especially since Uchiha, he had left a message on the stone tablet he brought back. When someone in the ninja world starts collecting tailed beasts, it is very likely that it will be the time to resurrect the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. And now, the Akatsuki organization seems to have the idea of collecting tailed beasts. After Jiraiya went out once, he gained some understanding of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki is very dangerous, but he still doesn't have a thorough understanding of the Akatsuki. The reason he completely believed the information on that stone tablet was that he had gone to Mayaboka Mountain. Then, he found the great sage frog to inquire about the sage of six paths information. The result goes without saying. After learning that the great sage frog knew the sage of six paths, Jiraiya believed the information on that stone tablet. The engagement ceremony lasted a long time, from morning until evening. Uchiha, he felt that this was even more exhausting than fighting a strong opponent. A few days later, after negotiating the trade of chakra armor with Tsunade, Fenghua Xiaoxue hurried back to the land of snow. Because this trade was very important to Konoha, Tsunade was also very concerned about Fenghua Xiaoxue's safety. So, she sent Uchiha to escort Fenghua Xiaoxue back. This suited Uchiha's intentions. The journey became much more pleasant. But just as they were about to return to the land of snow, an uninvited guest appeared. There were only 4 of them, and they looked unfriendly. However, when Uchiha saw the short leader, he was a bit surprised. Beerua, with a full bandage outfit and a red dot on his forehead. Uchiha, could only think of this character. Another movie version has come to visit. Uchiha frowned and immediately protected Fenghua Xiaoxue in order to prevent cough. Actually, just to avoid Konoha people knowing about his conversation with Fenghua Xiaoxue, this escort mission was solely Uchiha's responsibility. With his strength, Tsunade didn't think much of it. You are Beerua? Ha! As expected, Uchiha, you really know a lot of things, just like Orochimaru said, but Beeru's gaze shifted to Uchiha's eyes, greedily saying, what still make me obsessed and fond is your pair Sharingan. If I could devour them, my ghost Yero technique would definitely become even more powerful. Uchiha felt a headache. Didn't Beerua have his eyes on Kakashi's Sharingan? Why is it on him now? However, upon hearing Beerua mention Orochimaru, Uchiha began to guess what was going on. It seems that Beerua had received Orochimaru's help, allowing his ghost Yero technique to be completed ahead of time. It should be like this, no doubt about it. Otherwise, even if Beerua was set to appear, it would still take another 2 or 3 years. Is this a form of revenge from Orochimaru against him? It's very likely, with Orochimaru's methods, helping Beerua to improve the ghost Yero technique ahead of time, and then slightly mentioning his Sharingan. What Beerua would do, no need to think too much about it. In just a moment, Uchiha guessed a rough idea. Chapter 58. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Seeking flowers and collections. Uchiha Yi's speculation was correct. Bairuhu was able to perfect the Ghost Buddha's technique in advance. He even captured the bloodline limit ninja he had been pursuing for a long time. All thanks to Orochimaru's help. Because of Uchiha Yi's interference, Orochimaru was unable to receive Tsunade's medical treatment. In the end, without Sasuke arriving in time, he had to perform the Edo Tensei ahead of schedule. Therefore, Orochimaru decided to create some trouble for Uchiha Itachi. Bairuhu appeared as a result. Bang! A puff of white smoke appeared, and a shadow clone appeared beside Uchiha. This shadow clone possessed 80% of his strength, and it was absolutely no problem for him to take Fenghua, Xiaoxue, and the others away. Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't say much and quickly left with a shadow clone. At that moment, the three subordinates beside Bohu were about to take action, but were stopped by Bohu. Don't worry about those people. My target is just Uchiha Itachi. Oh, am I your target? Uchiha Itachi see me lit lightly. Bairuhu, did Orochimaru tell you that he was too scared to fight back after I beat him up? Hee. Do you plan to make me afraid? A hint of madness flashed in Bairuhu's eyes. He said it, and he also said that your strength is very powerful, and you possess the legendary eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. But the more powerful you are, the more meaningful it is for me. Because if I defeat you, it proves that I'm stronger than Orochimaru. Moreover, absorbing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan will definitely make my Ghost Buddha's technique even stronger, and I will become a more perfect existence. No, this guy is completely insane. A hint of helplessness flashed in Uchiha Yi's eyes, but he could also understand, as Bairuhu's original goal was to surpass the legendary three ninjas. To this end, he developed the Ghost Buddha's technique. 1, 2, 3, you all go for it. I want to see if Uchiha Itachi has the qualifications to make me take action. Yes. At Bairuhu's command, the three ninjas beside him instantly appeared. 1, 2, 3. Just from these names, they are definitely just extras. Swish! A strange bird appeared and shot out a large number of feathers. Boring. Uchiha Yi's eyes moved, and the pattern of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan emerged. A wave of black flames instantly burned all the feathers to ashes. Is this the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Truly powerful. Bairuhu, not far away, felt his greed intensifying. Summoning technique, double dead snake. One of the ninjas, whether it was 1 or 3, summoned a large number of double-headed snakes with a wave of his hand. Do you think you can resist my Amaterasu with the double-headed snake's infinite regeneration ability? What a joke. Boom! The black flames surged instantly, turning all the double-headed snakes to ashes in an instant, including the ninja who summoned them. If his companions had reacted quickly and decisively cut off his arm, he might have avoided turning into a pile of ashes. Summoning technique. Ghost Buddha's technique. The only female ninja shouted and summoned a large dog, then fused her lower body with the large dog. Uchiha, how about this? This is my Ghost Buddha's technique. After merging with the summoned beast, I have access to the summoned beast chakra and all its powers. Bairuhu said proudly. But, lightning release. Kirin. Boom. The lightning flashed, and before the female ninja could make her move, she was struck and turned to charcoal as Bairuhu had just finished boasting. Only the ninja who had not yet been injured managed to escape by clinging to the strange bird. No, he didn't escape either, because the residual wave of the lightning release. Kirin struck him, turning him and the strange bird beneath him into charcoal. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? Uchiha Itachi turned to Bairuhu with a serious expression. Bairuhu. Huff. Taking a deep breath, a hint of caution appeared in Bairuhu's eyes. You are indeed not simple. I previously thought Orochimaru was exaggerating, but now it seems your strength exceeds my expectations. However, even so, you cannot be my opponent. Summoning technique. Boom. A monster made of dogs, birds, and double-headed snakes was summoned by Bairuhu. Uchiha, let me show you the power of my self-created Ghost Buddha's technique. Roar. The monster lunged directly at Uchiha. But the next moment, it was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Yi's eyes had already transformed into Rinnegan. Boring tricks. Bairuhu, you really are self-righteous. Shinra. With a low shout, a force of spatial power instantly crushed the monster. With a bang, blood mist filled the air. Chapter 59. The True Ghost Yara Technique? Seeking flowers and collections, your eyes. You don't care that your summoning beast was killed. Bailuhu's attention was focused on Uchiha Yi's eyes. This is the legendary sage of Six Paths Sage Eyes, the Rinnegan. Uchiha Yi smiled and said, Sage. Sage eyes? Bailuhu was taken aback. But he soon became even more frenzied. It's actually Sage Eyes. Ha ha! Uchiha Itachi, you truly are a being that brings surprises. You actually possess the legendary Sage Eyes. This is fantastic. If I devour the legendary Sage Eyes with the Ghost Yara technique, then I will be the new Sage of Six Paths. Damn, this fool has gone crazy. A new Sage of Six Paths? Even at this point, he still doesn't understand the situation. Swift escape. Whoosh. Bai Luhu instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi, his face full of madness. Uchiha Itachi, your eyes, everything about you, I will take it. Take your mother. Do you really think I have no temper? Uchiha Itachi's heart also burned with anger. Shinra Tensei. With a bang, Bai Luhu was instantly blasted away by an irresistible repulsive force. But he laughed heartily. Useless. My Ghost Yara technique has granted me Steel Release, and with the power of Steel Release, you cannot harm me. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned cold. Shinra Tensei. It wasn't repulsion, but attraction. Bai Luhu had no strength to resist and was directly absorbed. This caused his expression to change slightly, because he realized that Uchiha Itachi's ninjutsu could not be absorbed by his Dark Release. Storm Release, Thunder Cloud Resonance. But it was useless. As soon as this ninjutsu was unleashed, it was resolved by Uchiha Itachi's Shinra Tensei. One could say it was violently dispelled. Bai Luhu was thus trapped in midair. With a wave of his left hand, a flash of lightning appeared, and a lightning spear was formed. Puchi. The lightning spear instantly pierced Bai Luhu, and he was lifted up, nailed to a large tree. Steel Release? What is that? Can it be eaten? How is that possible? My Steel Release. Impossible? There's nothing impossible. Because you know nothing about true power? Uchiha Itachi sneered disdainfully, but it seemed to touch a sore spot for Bai Luhu. Shut up, what do you know? I have researched so much knowledge to develop the Ghost Yara technique, and you dare to call me ignorant? You can go die. Storm Release. Ultimate Storm Demon Dragon. Night fell, and a gigantic thundercloud vortex appeared, lightning flashing, and a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Ha ha! Uchiha Itachi, this is my strongest strike. Even your previous lightning release is far inferior to this move. You're doomed. Sigh, truly ignorant. Uchiha Itachi sighed lightly without even raising his eyelids. Boom! The sky exploded, and a pitch-black lightning appeared, transforming into a gigantic Qilin. Lightning release, Black Qilin. As soon as the Black Qilin appeared, it directly swallowed the massive lightning. Yes, it swallowed it. Then, the Black Qilin charged into the thundercloud. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the sky cleared. So, what other performances do you have left? Please begin your show. Uchiha Itachi looked at Bai Luhu with a mocking gaze. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Bai Luhu seemed to calm down a bit. Uchiha Itachi, you truly are as surprising and delightful as Orochimaru said. I originally did not plan to use this move. After all, your eyes are my main target. With great difficulty, Bai Luhu raised his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, but even more madness remained. But now I have to take this step. Uchiha, you are very fortunate. I will let you witness the true Ghost Yara technique. As soon as he finished speaking, an unknown object suddenly appeared in front of Bai Luhu. It looked like a meatball. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, Bai Luhu's body suddenly underwent a change, a strong vitality radiating from him. Uchiha Itachi's lightning spear was directly neutralized. Afterwards, Bai Luhu's aura became extremely vigorous. In Uchiha Itachi's perception, at this moment, Bai Luhu was completely a different person compared to before. If the previous Luhu barely counted as a shadow level, then now, just from his aura and chakra amount, he had already reached the super shadow level. The true Ghost Yara technique? Could it be that Bai Luhu has devoured 5 bloodline limits and fully merged them? Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered, as if he understood something. The last bloodline limit, could it be that meatball? Moreover, Uchiha Itachi sensed a hint of familiarity from Bai Luhu's chakra. This feeling he had experienced from Danzo. Was it the first Hokage's flesh? Chapter 60, Boring Tricks, Seeking Flowers and Collections. This. So strong, this power is so strong. Bai Luhu was overjoyed. Orochimaru really had some skills to obtain such a bloodline limit. It seems like it's not a loss after all. The bandages had mostly shattered, revealing Bai Luhu's upper body. It was a pale moonlight color, which first reminded Uchiha Itachi of white Zetsu. It's surprisingly well integrated. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat astonished. This hint of surprise was caught by Bro. Ha ha! Uchiha Itachi, are you very surprised? Are you scared? Bai Luhu's tone carried a hint of superiority. Let me tell you the truth. What I just devoured was the cellular implant of the first Hokage. I have now obtained the power to restrain your Uchiha clan. Restraining our Uchiha clan's power? Uchiha Itachi was stunned. That's right. This is the first Hokage's bloodline limit. Would release. Bairuhu laughed proudly. Your Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is precisely restrained by would release, right? Uchiha Madara lost to the first Hokage precisely because of this. And this time, you encountered me. This is fate. It's destiny. Destiny has destined you to lose to me. Uchiha, he was speechless in his heart. An MMP was stuck in his throat. When did would release become the nemesis of the Sharingan? How come he didn't know? But seeing Bairuhu's smugness at that moment, Uchiha, he felt it was better to remain silent. What is that saying? Never try to defeat an idiot. He will drag your IQ down to his level and then defeat you with his rich experience. But in Bairuhu's eyes, Uchiha Yi's silence was an admission, a sign of fear. So, he became even more smug. Uchiha you should surrender. Would release. Great force technique. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. The fireball directly extinguished the wooden vines extending from Bairuhu's right hand. Still not giving up? Well then, I'll let you experience the first Hokage's most powerful wood release ninjutsu. Bairuhu shouted loudly. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Countless trees burst forth from the ground, and a forest quickly appeared. But, what the hell is this so-called first Hokage's strongest would release ninjutsu? Uchiha shook his head and sighed. Bairuhu, is this your boring trick? I'm already tired of it. Shinra Tensei, with a light shout, unlike before. This time the Shinra Tensei, unleashed by Uchiha, it was infused with much more chakra. So, boom! A surge of repulsive force erupted instantly. The ground collapsed directly, creating a pit with a radius of 1,000 meters. As for the previous forest, it had completely vanished. Swish! Uchiha took a step forward and arrived at a spot in the pit. Looking down at the pitiful-looking bro, a heavy blow of Shinra Tensei had caused Bairuhu to suffer severe injuries, and his body was somewhat fractured. At this moment, Uchiha had realized that Bairuhu had not perfectly fused with the first Hokage's cells. It was likely that Orochimaru had done something to stabilize the first Hokage's cells temporarily. But after taking a Shinra Tensei from him, the flaws were completely exposed. Even now, Bairuhu's body was starting to crumble. How is this possible? How could I just die like this? Struggling, Bairuhu turned to look at Uchiha, feeling extremely unwilling. Damn it, just a little more, and I could have everything of yours, just a little. With a tilt his head, Bairuhu suddenly lost all breath. TCH, boring tricks. A hint of disdain flashed in Uchiha Yi's eyes, and without taking another look at Bairuhu, he vanished in a flash. After quite some time, a small snake crawled over from a certain spot. Its mouth opened, and a person appeared. Yakushi Kabuto. Looking at the scene before him, Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his feigned calmness. So strong, Uchiha is actually this powerful. This Bairuhu is too useless. He didn't even manage to injure Uchiha. This means I can't collect his blood. However, with this data, there is still a possibility of continuing to improve the Ghost Bud technique. It's not a total loss. Perhaps Lord Orochimaru will be satisfied. Yakushi Kabuto moved quickly, and after collecting what he needed, he left at the first opportunity. On the other side, Uchiha had already returned to the team in the land of snow. Are you okay? Upon seeing Uchiha return, Kazahana and Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief. How could anything happen? With your man-ass strength. If it weren't to test a new ability, I could have dealt with that kind of trash in an instant. Uchiha spoke arrogantly, but it was the truth. This time, he mainly wanted to test the power of the Rinnegan. Unfortunately, a mere boo only made him use the Shinra Tensei ability. A bit disappointing. Chapter 61, The First Follower, Seeking Flowers and Collections in the Land of Snow, in the Lord's Mansion, the Queen's Chamber. After a recent battle, Uchiha fell into deep thought. Fanghua Xiaoxue, who was originally very tired and planning to sleep, couldn't help but ask upon seeing him. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Do you want to become a ninja? Uchiha suddenly looked at Fanghua Xiaoxue. Become a ninja? Fanghua Xiaoxue was slightly taken aback. Why do you have such a thought? Are you worried about my safety? Fanghua Xiaoxue was not foolish. Combining the events of today, she seemed to understand Uchiha Yi's concern. Yes, Uchiha Yi nodded. He was genuinely worried. Fanghua Xiaoxue was just an ordinary person. She hadn't even trained to harness chakra. If she started training now, it would definitely be too late. However, this was not a problem for Uchiha, because he now had 5 slots for followers. As long as he made Fanghua Xiaoxue his follower, he could grant her one of his abilities. But Uchiha found it difficult to choose which ability to give. Although he couldn't give her the Sharingan, other abilities like lightning release, fire release, or flying thunder god technique could be granted to her. Moreover, The skills granted to a follower would only be one level lower than Uchiha Yi's own. Even if the granted skills were given, once Uchiha Yi's own level increased, the skills he granted to his followers would also be upgraded. Uchiha Yi had no intention of hiding this from Fanghua Xiaoxue. He shared openly. Of course, he didn't mention the system, only that he possessed a special ability. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Fanghua Xiaoxue shook her head. Your ability is very powerful. But I'm not a ninja. Even if I have powerful ninjutsu, can I use it? That's a good point. Uchiha Yi suddenly felt embarrassed. He had forgotten this. However, her words awakened him. Since Fanghua Xiaoxue was just an ordinary person, becoming his follower would be best suited for her to receive the 8 gates of Duanjia. The 8 gates of Duanjia could enhance oneself and allow for perfect physical development. Of course, how well it worked would also depend on her own condition. Soon, Uchiha Yi's first follower was born. Uchiha Yi's 8 gates of Duanjia was at level 5, capable of amplifying his chakra by 100 times. After granting it to Fanghua Xiaoxue, it was only at level 4, with a chakra amplification of 40 times. Fanghua Xiaoxue herself had no chakra, as she had not undergone chakra training. But after obtaining the enhanced version of the 8 gates of Duanjia, she now had chakra. Although it was only at a basic level, with a 40-fold amplification, her chakra amount had reached that of an average elite J-nin level. At this moment, Uchiha Yi's clever operation occurred. He actually used Fanghua Xiaoxue's chakra to create a shadow clone of himself. This shadow clone was not very strong, but it was equivalent to a shadow level and was entirely maintained by Fanghua Xiaoxue's chakra. As long as Fanghua Xiaoxue's chakra was not completely exhausted at once, this shadow clone would not disappear. This, in turn, made the Land of Snow truly have an additional shadow-level powerhouse. However, to avoid feeling awkward, Uchiha Yi deliberately shaped the shadow clone to resemble Fanghua Xiaoxue. This led to Fanghua Xiaoxue teasing him, even getting jealous of her own shadow clone. But just a day after Uchiha Yi granted the 8 gates of Duanjia to Fanghua Xiaoxue, something that made Uchiha Yi feel frustrated happened. At this moment, a shadow clone appeared in front of Uchiha. This shadow clone was the one he had created by stripping a portion of Shikaku's original chakra. Uchiha Yi had previously wanted to see if he could cultivate that part of Shikaku's chakra with his own power. Yes, to cultivate a new Shikaku. This was just a sudden idea, but what Uchiha Yi did not expect was that he actually succeeded. Because the chakra emanating from this shadow clone in front of him was absolutely tailed beast level. Although it was just a shadow clone, this shadow clone was somewhat special, containing some of Uchiha Yi's own unique powers. Especially when Uchiha Yi himself leveled up, this shadow clone would also receive corresponding upgrades. To put it plainly, this shadow clone maintained 95 of Uchiha Yi's original combat power. That part of Shikaku's chakra seemed to have undergone a complete transformation after he obtained Rinnegan. Tailed beasts are special beings formed by the condensation of chakra. With that part of the original chakra from Shikaku, it was like a seed that thrived under Uchiha Yi's power. It had now completely taken shape. This was a new Shikaku. It could even be sealed within his body, directly becoming a Jinchuriki. Realizing this, Uchiha Yi's first thought was, it seemed he could mass-produce Jinchuriki.